Good morning from Chennai.
पूछोगे जी? ठीक है, ठीक है।
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
morning.
Sir, I'm starting with the roll call. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Miss Midila.
Sir, present, sir.
Okay. Miss Meenakshi. Thangaraj, Mr. Karthikeyan, Pradeep Kumar, Siva Balan,
Yeah, present.
okay, Miss Gayatri, okay, Ankit Jain,
Present, sir.
okay, Arun Kumar,
Yeah, present.
Bhaneshwar ji, Mr. Prasoon, Manish Agarwal, Kanishk Sarkar,
Yes, sir.
okay. Narayan Pillai,
Yes, sir.
Isaki Muthu.
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, kindly drop Mr. Aruvel also.
Present, sir.
Sir, okay. Okay, and sir, kindly drop your name and contact details in the WhatsApp group also. And faculty will also join in next 5 minutes.
Arpit Mujawza naam was not there.
अच्छा अच्छा सो आप प्रेजेंट है सर, आप एक बार अपना नाम ग्रुप में ना डाल दीजिएगा, वो शायद इस लिस्ट में मेंशन नहीं किया गया होगा, मैं अपडेट करवा दूँ, आप एक बार डाल दीजिएगा। ओके।
கையில கூட ஆஃப் பண்ண மாட்டாளுங்க. எப்படி நைஸா ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு படுத்தாவ. ஏய் மந்தன் வையே. சாவடிச்சிரும் நான் உன்னை. வாங்க. என்ன? என்ன தூக்கிடு வேணா வையே அதெல்லாம் பாக்குற
Please open your videos. It's a mandatory requirement of IBBI. Please open your video. Please, everyone, open your video. It's a mandatory requirement of IBBI. Please concentrate on the lecture because exam is quite difficult to pass. And if you attend this 50 hour, this will help you to pass the exam. First of all, I am giving you my introduction. Myself, Prabhakar Jha. I'm a BMS graduate, Master in Financial Analysis, fellow member of Insurance Institute of India, associate member of Institute of Valuer, Chartered Financial Analyst, Insolvency Professional Exam passed, Registered Valuer of Security and Financial Asset Class, Independent Director, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and fellow Chartered Valuer. Having a more than 10 years of experience in government company, managed more than 1,000 crores of financial assets, including stocks, bonds, the debt instruments, forex, etc. Now currently a practicing registered valuer. So this is my background, and please I request everyone to give your introduction, your qualification, experience and all. So we can interact one by one. Voluntarily you can start giving your introductions.
Hi, I am Arun Rajnala. I am graduate civil engineer,
Okay.
construction industry. I have my own company. I am
Okay.
also registered volunteer.
Next.
My name is Ankit Jain. I am from Baitul, MP. I am civil engineer doing
Okay.
my private practice. Right.
Okay. Next.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Manish Agrawal, graduate from BE Civil and postgraduate from MTech Structure.
Okay.
And, sir, doing a private job in Raipur, sir. Raipur, Chhattisgarh.
Okay. Next.
Sir,
My name is H. Karthikeyan. I'm from Chennai. I did my BTech and MTech in structural engineering. I'm working in a private firm in evaluation.
Okay.
Sir, I am Kundishko Sarkar,
Okay.
graduated from Jadavpur University in civil engineering. Thereafter, I have done MBA in operation
Okay.
and retired VRS, retired employee. Actually, I have taken VRS from BSNL as executive engineer.
Okay.
Now I am trying for IBBI.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. I am Mr. Kimatu.
Yeah.
I have completed BE Civil Engineering and ME Structural Engineering. I have doing in private consultant work, sir.
Okay. Next.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Arpit Mujaudia
Okay.
from Mandsaur. I have done Bachelor of Architecture from Indore, IPS College.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I am practicing my personal practice.
Okay. Yeah. Next.
Good morning, sir. I am Narayana Pillai from Pondicherry. I am
And it's a request, please open your video and then give your information.
sir, already my video is open.
Yeah. That. Okay.
I am Narayana Pillai from Pondicherry. I am a practicing civil engineer. I am completed BTech Civil and MSc Real Estate Valuation. That's all, sir.
Okay. Next.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm Meenakshi from Hyderabad.
Okay.
I completed my BA LLB and done MSc Real Estate. I'm working with a value from past 10-15 years.
Okay.
And I want to clear this IBBI also.
Ma'am, where you have done this MSc Real Estate?
With Annamalai University, sir.
Annamalai. Currently providing there or not? Stop.
I don't know, sir, because I completed 3-4 years back.
Okay. Next.
Good morning, sir. My name is Gayatri. I'm from Kerala. I have
Okay.
completed my MTech in construction management and my MSc in real estate valuation. Now I'm working with a valuation company in Kerala itself.
Okay. 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 Next.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Vishal from Mumbai. I've done being mechanical and I have nearly 20 years of experience in industrial.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Next.
Good morning, sir. This is Midila.
Okay.
I have completed my Master of Architecture in Hindustan University, and
Okay.
currently I'm practicing as an architect in Andhra.
Okay. Next. Please. Next.
Hi, sir. I am Arulvel from Tirupur. I completed my BE Civil Engineering and MA Construction Management in working in valuation. Thank you.
Next.
Good morning, sir. I'm D. Tangaraj.
Okay.
I'm completing ME Structural Engineering. I'm working 7 years in Assistant Professor of Oxford College of Engineering in Tirunelveli, sir.
Okay. Next. Next.
I am Shobharan from Chennai, civil
Okay.
engineer, working in a private firm. It's in a valuation department.
Okay. Next. Everyone given your introductions? Is anyone left?
Hi, sir. My name is Basu.
Okay. Okay. Now I think everyone of you have given your introductions. Now starting my session. First of all, before starting a session, I want to ask you why you are doing this course, valuation register valuer course. Voluntarily, you can give the answer. And if you given the correct answer, frankly speaking, this will help you to score 1 mark in your exam.
Sir, as
This is the exam question.
sir,
Yeah.
as it is given up to 30th September, maybe after 30th September, the bank may insist that if you want to empanel in the banks, you should have this IBBI qualification. Maybe we cannot be assured. It may be happen after.
Nothing like that. Still, right now also the SBI and PNB have taken registered valuer, and wealth tax valuer also, and other valuers also they are taking. So nothing like that. Once bill will be passed, then definitely the banks will going to take only the registered valuer only. Bill is under the parliament. So any other person want to try? If you are wrong, that's okay. But start giving your answer. This is exam question. I'm asking you. Why you want to do the registered valuer course?
Actually, this course is giving us the weightage to get the empanelment and help our society for the valuations of these properties and plants, etc. And we can enhance our ability to do that with this course and get into the clear the examination of this.
Practically, you are correct. But theoretically, to score 1 mark, answer would be different. I will give you the at the end answer. But just I am listening you. Please, thank you. Thank you, Visalji. And any other person would like to give your version? Voluntarily, you can give the answer. Why you want to become a registered valuer? Simple question. Why you become a registered valuer? Need IBBI certificate in register. That is the process. IBBI certificate, you need a IBBI certificate. That is a process. But why you want this certificate? I know that once you got the certificate, you will be the registered valuer. After passing the exam, you will get the certificate. That is the process. But why you want to be the registered valuer? Doing valuation. But without doing this registered valuer also, you can do the valuation. If you register with the Wealth Tax Act, you will be able to do the valuation in bank. Or if you do the some chartered valuer or like a membership of associate valuer, then also you can do the valuation. And most of them you are already working in a valuation firm, so you must be knowing. Then why this registered valuer? After the today's session, you will never forget that these questions.
Sir.
You may be wrong, but you can try that. Yes,
Sir.
Meenakshi ma'am, I appreciate that you are taking part.
Sir. Sir, till today there is no standard method for any evaluations. So they want to standardize the valuation throughout India, which is also to be applicable in the international way also. For that,
Yes.
to make it a standard in the valuation, they want to conduct this class and to be qualified so that they know what is the impact in these valuations and all.
Yeah, that is the object behind this registered value course. You're correct. This is the object behind government introduced this registered value course. But what is the motive behind doing this course? Your motive. I'm just simply asking. That is the object behind this government introduced this course. That you are correct given the answer. But what is your motive? Why you want to do this course? My question understood everyone? मेरा क्वेश्चन सबको समझ में आ रहा है?
Yes, yes, please.
Yes, sir.
In my town, there is no registered valuer. So, if anyone wants to appoint a valuer, he has to go out of station. So, there is a motto behind this.
Okay, yeah, that's a lovely answer. That in your city, no registered valuer is there, then you want to be the first registered valuer in your city. Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, practically you are correct, and I appreciate that you have given the good answer. And
My
I want the
motto
same kind of answer. Even if you are wrong, you will. I will at the end. I will tell you the answer of the questions. But I appreciate that Ankit Jain and ma'am, Meenakshi ma'am, given the trying to give the answers. That is appreciated.
Yeah, my motto is to become a registered valuer is actually that I have nearly 20 years of experience in industry. I want to do my services to our country, and also I want that I can do after also in the long life. And you can say as long as I can do it, I will be physically fit. I can do it. I will not be stay after 60 years. I can do it.
Yeah. Correct. You're correct. I can correlate with the Meenakshi ma'am answer that government want to standardize the process because there is no such standardized process and mechanism. So the one valuer can give the high standard of services. Valuer can render the high standard of service. That's why this examination is conducted and government introduced the high quality of valuer. And Meenakshi ma'am want to be the part of that nation building. Correct, ma'am?
Definitely.
Yeah. But for exam, we have to pass, and for that we have to also concentrate on the theoretical part also, because exam passing is very important. So my focus will be on the course curriculum. Practically, when you go into the market will teach you everything. But just now we will focus on the theoretical parts and all, so you can able to score marks in good marks in the exam. You must be knowing that examination is of 100 marks. All of you are aware. 60 mark is a passing, and
Yes.
0.25 is a negative marking. And syllabus is going to change from 1st July. I don't think there will be changes in the technical part, but there will be huge drastically amendment in the law part, because law there is amendments keep changing places. So from last 2 years there will be amendments in the law. So I request all of you, after the finishing of this session, keep revising the sessions and start giving the exam as earlier possible and finish the exam before 30th June. Otherwise, syllabus will going to change and you have to study again and again. People are facing very difficulty to pass this exam. So concentrate on the lecture and clear the exam. Why you want to be the registered valuer? Answer is this. Just answer me. Just a second. Remember this section. Never forget this section. Section 247. If you want, you can write in the section 247 of the Companies Act. Which act? Companies Act. This is the rule. Section 247. This is a very important section. Why we are doing this registered valuer course? Because of section 247 of Companies Act. Only the registered valuer can do the valuation in Companies Act. Nobody else is allowed. No other valuer, no income tax valuer, no wealth tax valuer, no banking valuer is allowed to do the valuation under Companies Act. So what is the company? Can anyone tell me? What is the meaning of company? This act means this rule is for companies. Okay. Then you tell me what is the meaning of companies. Reliance company, Tata company, you must be knowing. Yes or no? Please participate. Tata Motors, Tata Steels, Bhushan Steels. You must be knowing. So what is that? That is the company.
The organization making money out of the business, sir.
That is okay, but companies are two types: private company and public company. So private company means any two person can start the business. Maximum members or maximum shareholder of that company should be 200. And public company, minimum member should be 7 and maximum is unlimited. So Reliance Industry is a private company or public company?
It's a public company.
Which company?
Public.
Public company, correct. Because the shareholders or member of that company is more than 200. Further, company is divided into listed company and unlisted company. Listed company means whose securities like a shares, debenture, bonds are listed in the stock exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange, where their shares are traded. That is listed company. Unlisted company whose shares are not listed in the stock exchange. Suppose I open the company with 7 members as a public limited company, but my shares are not listed. That means these companies' shares are not frequently traded in the stock exchange. That is unlisted company. For the listed company, registered valuer cannot do the valuation. Again, we are talking about the company, listed company, who will do the valuation? Merchant banker. So now we are talking about private company, public company, both unlisted company. Understood?
Yes, sir.
If you are having any doubt, you can ask me the questions. So you have to remember this section 247. For your exam also and practical life also. These sections gives you opportunity. This section says that nobody else is allowed to do the valuation. Only the registered valuer. Only registered valuer can do the valuation of following properties. Property includes land and building also, and plant and machinery also. So registered valuer of land and building can do the valuation of land and building. A registered valuer of plant and machinery can do the valuation of plant and machinery. Registered valuer of security of financial asset class, they will do the valuation of shares, debenture, securities. So any assets, who will do the valuation? Only the registered valuer. Whether it is a asset or whether it is a liability. Liability also, only the valuer can, registered valuer can do the valuation. Okay. Right now, a registered valuer can do the valuation in Companies Act only, and one in IBC code, Insolvency Bankruptcy Code. We will study that also. First, we will finish the Companies Act, then we will start the IBC. So, registered valuer right now can do the valuation in Companies Act only and IBC. After the bill will going to be passed in the Parliament, then registered valuer can be able to do the valuation in many acts, like a Banking Regulation Act, SARFAESI Act, Income Tax Act, Wealth Tax Act, Black Money Act, Anti-Money Laundering Act. Okay. So why you want to become a registered valuer? Because of section 247. किसी को प्रॉब्लम है अभी तक? Are you getting this?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Now, one more question I would like to ask you. First, I will give you some information. This Company Act, who is the regulator? Who is regulating these rules and regulation for the Companies Act? ROC, Registrar of Company in your area, regional areas, then Regional Director in your state, and then the Ministry of Corporate at central level. These are regulating this Companies Act. If any company want to register, any company, they have to approach to the ROC, Registrar of Companies. So primary regulator are the ROC, then Regional Director, and then Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now you tell me, the word registered valuer come from Companies Act. Why IBBI is regulating? Who is giving the license to the registered valuer? IBBI. IBBI is altogether different. IBBI is made for the altogether different purpose. For insolvency resolutions, they are regulating insolvency professional and insolvency bankruptcy code. Why they are regulating this registered valuer also? Because the registered value comes from Companies Act only. So why not ROC, RD or central government? This is also one more question.
So we are individuals, individual professionals, and we won't come under companies, register of companies or ministry of companies.
I don't think this. So they may appoint someone else, no? They may open, because Ministry of Corporate Affairs, they can start their own regulators. They can start another wing. Why IBBI is regulating this registered valuer profession?
In my opinion,
Please.
yeah, in my opinion, the most of the industries that has been financed by the banks. So that's why this has been given to the bank, IBB, to regulate these things.
No. Anybody else having any answer? Note down section 458 of Companies Act 2013. Answer is section 458 of Companies Act 2013. Section 458 of Companies Act 2013 says that CG having a power to authorize any of its function to anyone. CG means central government. Under section 458 of Companies Act 2013, CG having a power to authorize any of its own function to anyone. And CG utilize this power and authorize IBBI their function to monitor this profession, registered valuer, on a temporary basis. That's why the IBBI is regulating this profession, because of section 458. On a temporary basis. Why temporary basis I said? Because National Institute of Valuer is coming. Once the bill will be going to be passed in the parliament, you must be knowing that bill is under the parliament. Are you aware? Valuation bill is pending with the parliament. Anyone of you are aware that?
No, sir.
No. Bill is under the parliament. Once this bill is passed, this bill become a act, like a Companies Act. So earlier it was bill. Once the bill passed in both the House of Parliament and President given the assent, then the bill become an act. After the valuation bill will be passed in the parliament, then no other valuer will work. Only the registered valuer is going to work. And this course will become a 4-year course after 12th. So any engineer want to do this course, they have to go for 4-year course. 3-year curriculum and 1 year training with the existing valuer. And we all have, we all have passed, then we will be exempted. So we don't have to appear again and again. So that's why you have taken the right decision to enter into this profession and clear the exam, and you will be the permanent valuer. Now you are clear that valuation bill is under the parliament.
Sir, one thing may I ask, sir?
Parliament, pardon?
Sir, actually, if the bill is passed, then this present process will be abolished.
Then you are, suppose you have given the examination and you pass this examination, then you don't have to go for 4-year course. You will be exempted.
Sir, I want to know that how much time we'll get to pass the exam before pass of the bill.
In the bill, 3 years given the timeline, and again it's a bill. What is changes to be done in the bill? Finally, what version come, that we don't know, no?
Actually, it will take 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. So you don't wait for 3 years. Finish it off the exam, pass the exam before 30 June. I say that because syllabus is also going to be changed and you have to revise your studies also. So
basically, sir, marks distribution will be changed. Basic syllabus will be the same.
a little bit louder.
Sir, marks distribution will be different from 1st July. But basically the course content will be the same. So far I know.
From for new syllabus you are talking about?
For new syllabus I am talking.
Sir, new syllabus law amendments will be there now. Even if the syllabus is same, there is an amendment in law.
Yes.
Companies Act amendment will be there. SEBI Act amendment will be there. So we have to upgrade ourselves.
Okay.
Law keeps on changing.
Okay.
Registered valuer make true and fair valuation with proper due diligence and take assignment after 3-year gap, pre and post for direct indirect relation in that company. Suppose a registered valuer having a interest in that company, having an existing relationship with that company, like a auditor, or suppose provided a raw material to that company, then they cannot do the valuation. They have minimum gap is 3 year. For auditor, 5-year gap is should be there. If valuer not followed the provision of this act, the fine is payable 25,000 to 1 lakh. But if the intention to defraud the company or member, then the fine is 1 lakh to 5 lakh rupees. Now we will learn the chapter 15 for Indian Companies Act 2013. First, under this section 230 to 239. Section 230 says that compromise or arrangement. So compromise or arrangement means settlement part. Suppose any company doing a compromise with creditors to whom they have taken a loan and all. And suppose a company want to do the compromise or arrangement with the members, because the company don't having any asset and members liabilities are increased. So they want to reduce the face value or the number of shares to the member. So they take a meeting and first they approach to the NCLT. NCLT, note down, National Company Law Tribunal. NCLT is the court of company law. For a civil, there is a different court, like a civil court, high courts. But for a company, there is a separate court. The name is called NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal. Okay. So any matter of company related to Company Act, they goes to the NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal. And appellate authority, whatever the order given by the NCLT, then the further appeal goes to NCLAT, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. And then further appeal goes to the Supreme Court. So first NCLT, then NCLAT, then Supreme Court. So if any member, any company want to do the compromise or arrangement with the creditor or company and its member, then they can approach to the court. Tribunal means NCLT. Then the court says that I will give you the order for compromise and arrangement, but you have to fulfill certain condition. What are the condition? You have to give a notice in the newspaper that this company is doing compromise or arrangement with the creditor. So any creditor left out, they will also come into the picture. Then first give the notice to the all the creditors or member or also in the newspaper. Then you conduct a meeting. In the meeting, suppose you are doing a compromise with the creditor, then meeting should be held with the creditor. Suppose you are doing a compromise with the members, then you should take the meeting of the member. And in that meeting, at least 75% members should give their approval regarding this compromise or arrangement. If the members, if you are taking a meeting of member, then members should give 75% approval. If you are taking a compromise with the creditor, then the 75% of the creditor should give the approval. If approval is not given, then this compromise or arrangement cannot be taken place. Once the approval is given by the member in the meeting, then you can approach to the tribunal. Tribunal means court, NCLT. And then the NCLT will give their order for compromise or arrangement. And then that order need to be submitted to the ROC within 30 days of order. So ROC means Registrar of Company. So you must be knowing these terms. ROC stand for within how many days this need to be submitted to the ROC, 30 days. Voting approval is required for compromise arrangement, 75%. So this type of question will ask in the exam. Okay. Next, section 231. Whatever the order given under section 230 for compromise arrangement by the NCLT. NCLT is the code of company. The NCLT duty is to supervise or monitor that whether the company, whatever the order given by the tribunal is following or not. If the NCLT come into the notice that the order given for a compromise arrangement is not following by the company, then the NCLT will order for a winding up. Winding up means closure of the company. Next is merger and amalgamations. Section 232. Merger and amalgamation means if any company want to do the merger. Are you aware of what is the meaning of merger? Anyone?
Merging of companies, sir. Taking over the other company.
Correct. So VI, Vodafone Idea, you must be knowing that. Vodafone was separate company and Idea was separate company, and both merged and become a VI. This is the perfect example of merger. Are you knowing this or no? VI.
Yes, sir.
And demerger means opposite to merger. Like Bhopal gas tragedy, you must be knowing that. Union Carbide company. That company demerged into two parts. One is the Aberrady and another one is Backladorsal. So that is a demerger. Merger, another example I will give you. Like Bhushan Steel and Tata Steel. Tata Steel acquire the Bhushan Steel. So that is also one kind of small company merging with the big company, and a small company existence is no more. So this is also kind of merger. Now, same procedure what we have followed in the compromise arrangement, here also we have to follow. First, we have to give the notice to the member, then take the approval of 75%, then order given that voting need to be submitted to the tribunal, then the tribunal will give the order, and order need to be submitted to the ROC within 30 days. Same procedure. But something additional is requirement in that all the assets of I will give you the example link with the Vodafone and Idea. All the assets of Vodafone and Idea become an asset of VI. All the liabilities of Vodafone and Idea become a liability of VI. all the pending cases of Vodafone and Idea become a pending cases of VI, because VI is a new company, or that is the transferee company, and Vodafone and Idea is a transferor company. So after VI into existence, come into existence, no more existence of Vodafone and Idea. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is the difference between the merger and amalgamation and compromise arrangement. Compromise arrangement, there is no transfer of assets, no transfer of liability, no transfer of legal cases. Only they are settling some part of debt with the creditors, reducing the debt. Suppose there is a 50,000 crores of debt taken by the company. Now, company want to settle with a lesser amount with the creditors, because company creditor also know that they are not able to pay, how they will going to pay, so they are reducing voluntarily by giving the approval of 75%. Even a company doesn't having members also invested in that company, but that company goes wrong, and members also will not be able to get anything. So when members voluntarily decided to reduce their amount of shares, or reduce the shares value, face value, that is called compromise or arrangement. And merger and amalgamation already explained you. Now fast track merger. Fast track, the name itself, it is in the speedy mode. Without going into the court, you have to go to the ROC or regional directors directly. And this opportunity is given, fast track merger opportunity given to whom? Between two small company. A small company don't have to approach to the court, unnecessary waste of time. So that's why the lesser procedure given to the small company, that you can go to the directly ROC, RD. If they are approved, come to court, court will sign that. Everything is correct. So two or more small company. Two or more small company means small company other than public company whose paid up capital does not exceed 50 lakhs, or turnover of which last profit does not exceed 2 crore. So any company whose paid up capital means started with a capital, company started with a capital does not exceed 50 lakh rupees, and whose annual turnover means annual sales not increasing 2 crore. After 1st July, this will become a change. It will be the 2 crores. So you can see the changes, and this will become a 20 crores. So for before 1st July, 50 lakhs and 2 crores. So there will be many amendments you can see. Right now, I am highlighted this one, this only. There are maybe the many amendment after 1st July. Then your answer will be wrong. For a fast track merger, you need to take at least 90% approval from the member also and creditor also. Second point I want to highlight here, between a holding company and its wholly owned subsidiary company. So this fast track merger is available for two or more small company, and or between holding company and wholly owned subsidiary company. So can anyone tell me what is the holding company, what is the subsidiary company, what is the wholly owned subsidiary company, and what is the associate company? Can you differentiate it? What is the holding company? What is the subsidiary company? What is the wholly owned subsidiary company? And what is the associate company? Please differentiate. Please. Anyone voluntarily? होल्डिंग कंपनी, सब्सिडरी कंपनी, आप लोगों ने सुना है कि नहीं सुना है ये वर्ड? नो सर. मीनाक्षी मैम.
So as per my knowledge, I think holding company is the company which is having shares or something like that, or wholly owned subsidiary.
Yes, you are
Subsidiary
going
company
correctly.
means which is getting a subsidiary from the MSME or the government, like that.
No.
I think so. I don't know correctly.
I'm giving you the example. You can note down if you want. And then you will be able to remember. Suppose company A invested, company A invest more than 50, company A suppose buy more than 50% shares of B. Company A buys more than 50% of B. Or let's say the practical example, Tata Sons. You must be knowing that Tata Sons is a private limited. Tata Sons Private Limited. Tata Sons own more than 50% shares of Tata Steel. So Tata Steel is subsidiary company and Tata Sons Private Limited is a holding company. Suppose this Tata Sons invest in Reliance Industry 100%. Reliance Industries 100% shares bought by the Tata Sons. Then Tata Sons is a holding company and Reliance Industry is a wholly owned subsidiary because 100% shares bought by Tata Sons. Another associate company means suppose Tata Sons purchase 25% of shares of ACC Limited. Then ACC Limited is an associate company and this Tata Sons is a holding company. And all ACC, Reliance Industry and Tata Steel are sister concern company because their parent company is the same. Now you understood? Suppose any company hold more than 50% shares of any company, then company, suppose A company holds 50% shares of B company, then A is the holding company and B is the subsidiary company. Suppose A holds all shares of C company limited, then C is the wholly owned subsidiary and A is the holding company. Suppose A hold 25% of B company, that means more than 20% shares held by the A company of D, that is a associate company. समझ में आया सबको?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's clear, sir.
Now it's clear, na?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Or whether directly or indirectly, then also. And what is the meaning of government company?
Most of the shares holded by the government and decision will be taken by the government.
Government company means more than 50% of the company, any company shares hold by either the central government, either the state government, either the public sector undertaking, either jointly by central government, state government, public sector undertaking, or by any other government company. समझ में आया ये?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The cross-border merger. The name itself says that when any Indian company doing a merger with the foreign company, then we have to follow section 232 rules and additional permission from Reserve Bank of India. Same procedure we have to follow what we are following in a normal merger and demerger, section 232, but we have to take permission from Reserve Bank of India also, because we are merging with the foreign company. Dissenting shareholder. Suppose any company want to purchase the shares, 90% shares, and there's 90% shares are given by the shareholders voluntarily, but remaining 10% are not giving their approval. So this section 235 gives a power to the acquirer that if you holding a 90% shares and the 10% shares are not given by the shareholder, you having a right to buy remaining 10% also. But you have to give the price to that shareholder, that value to be determined by the registered valuer. So merger and amalgamation also, cross-border merger also, compromise arrangement, who will determine the value for settlement or for merger, demerger? Registered valuer only. So this is the opportunity for us. Next, purchase of minority shareholding. Purchase of minority shareholding means if any company by virtue of any merger, demerger, amalgamation, shares exchange, by default they are not intent to buy 90% shares. In dissenting shareholder, they are buying, acquirer is buying the shares, but here they are not buying any shares, but by default, due to some merger, demerger, by default they got 90% shares. Then also they got the right to buy remaining shares from a minority shareholder, that is a 10% shareholder. But again, if you are buying a shares from minority shareholding, you have to give a correct price. That price to be determined by the registered valuer. You must be knowing that LIC IPO. How many of you are knowing that LIC you have announced the LIC IPO, initial public offer?
So, no, it's sir.
Yeah. LIC have issued their share, na? IPO.
Yes, sir.
Initial
Yes.
public offer. Then again, valuation to be done by shares का price कितना होगा? Who have done the valuation?
Company secretaries.
Valuer, registered valuer only.
Sir, one thing, this valuation to be done can be done by land and building valuer.
So why you are differentiating that land and building, plant and machinery and all? Because a company having all three assets like a stock also, that land and building also, and plant and machinery also, then they require all three valuer. So they will hire a firm which having all three valuer. They will not go for a single valuer. A big company like a LIC, do you think they can approach to the individual valuer? No. They can approach to the valuer who are having all three asset class. Understood?
Yes, sir.
That's why I am also doing a land and building also and plant and machinery also. Already finished security and financial asset class. Now I'm focusing on land and building and plant and machinery. Next, power of central government to provide for a merger in a public interest. Central government having a power under section 237 that they, in the public interest, they can order for a merger of any company. Suppose if the government thinks that company A and company B will merge together, this will benefit to the society, then the central government can order. and by using section 237 power. Now 230 is not in your syllabus. 239, preservation of books and paper. Whenever the merger, compromise, arrangement or cross-border merger, any merger are taking place, it is the duty of a company to maintain these books and accounts, books of accounts for a merger and amalgamation on a permanent basis. They cannot destroy the books of account. If they want to destroy or remove the books of account, they have to take a permission from central government. So they have to maintain these books of accounts for a permanent basis, like a valuation report and all, everything they have to maintain. Now, just a sec. Now, in your syllabus section 281, reports submitted by liquidator to tribunal in case of winding up. What report need to be submitted by liquidator in tribunal in case of winding up? Winding up में क्या report submit करना है tribunal को? What report need to be submitted by liquidator in a tribunal in case of winding up? But before that, we have to learn what is the winding up. What is the winding up? Winding up means closure of the company. When this happened, what is the reason behind this for winding up? Why this closure of company will take place? So these are the reason. If any company don't having their any object left, a company don't having any object left, they don't having a mission or vision to operate the company, they can pass the resolution in the meeting of a member and they can go for winding up. Can anyone tell me how many types of resolution are there in a Companies Act? How many types of resolution? Are you knowing that what is the meaning of resolution? What is the meaning of resolution? Can anyone?
Taking decision by the partners in a meeting.
Yeah, taking decision in the meeting. So agenda means list of item to be discussed in the meeting. If any item of the agenda is passed in that meeting, that become a resolution. Resolution means approval given by the members in the meeting. Okay. So in Companies Act, total, I will say you differentiate with the two. What is the role of? Can you tell me what is the difference between shareholder and board of directors?
Shareholders are the holding shares of the companies, and directors are the decision makers.
Yeah. So shareholders are the owner of the company. They are owning the shares of the company, and board of directors are the basically managing the company in a fiduciary capacity for the benefit of shareholders. Who have appointed this board of director? Shareholder in the general meeting. Shareholder meeting is also called general meeting, and board of directors meetings are called board meeting. Board meetings, why the board of director conduct? To run the company smoothly. And shareholding meeting, why they conduct? Normally conduct to appoint the board of director, to appoint the auditors, to audit the company, to declare the dividend and all. These are the object of the meeting. Whatever the decision passed in the board meeting is called board resolution. And whatever the matter passed in the general meeting is called, here two types of resolution is passed in the general meeting. One, 50%, more than 50% voting approval, that is called ordinary resolution. And when the matter passed with the 75% approval, that is called special resolution, 3/4 majority. special resolutions are required when in some exceptional cases, like a company changing their name, company going for merger demergers, company winding up the company. So some special cases, ordinary 51% declaration of dividend, appointment of directors, ordinary nature. Declaration of dividend, appointment of director, appointment of auditor. These are the routine matters. So that's why I require a more than 50% approval. That is 51% approval. And 75% approval is special resolution for a special purpose. Now you tell me, for a winding up, if a company going for itself, suo motu, by company itself applying with the tribunal. So any order given by only the court will give the order for winding up. So the court of company is, can anyone tell me what is the court name of company?
NCLAT.
NCLT.
LAT.
LAT is appellate authority.
Okay, yes, NCLT. Yes, NCLT.
NCLT is the code, National Company Law Tribunal, and further matter goes to appeal to NCLAT, National Company Law Appellate Authority, and further appeal goes to the Supreme Court. Understood? यहाँ पे हाई कोर्ट बीच में आएगा नहीं, सिविल कोर्ट बीच में आएगा नहीं. No civil court, no high court will come into the picture. So company itself, by passing which resolution, ordinary or special?
Special.
Correct. Second, acted against the security of the state or country. Any company acted against the security of the state or country, then the NCLT will order for a winding up. ROC or CG found that a company incorporated for fraudulent or unlawful purpose. Central government and ROC of company found that a company incorporated for fraudulent or unlawful purpose. Object is illegal. Then also NCLT will order for a winding up. Next, default in filing financial statement and annual returns with the ROC from last 5 years. If any company not filed financial statement and annual return with ROC from last 5 years, then the NCLT will order for a winding up. So what is the financial statement or annual return? Can anyone?
Balance sheet, profit and loss account, ITS.
Correct. And annual returns? Annual returns include everything, financial statement also, director's reports also, auditor reports also. It's a combined document. Okay. Next, last, just and equitable ground in the opinion of tribunal. When the tribunal itself think that nobody will going to tell the court that this is a just and equitable ground. It is in the opinion of the court that whether it is just and equitable ground, then only the company, the NCLT will order for a winding up. Once the NCLT given the winding up order, they appoint a liquidator. They appoint a liquidator. Liquidator, what is the role of liquidator? Liquidator role is to sell the asset of the company and distribute as per the order. So liquidator will prepare a first within a 60 days one report and submit to the court, NCLT. When the liquidator prepare the report and submit to the NCLT, what are the reports include that we are going to see in under section 281. Reports include natures and details of asset including location and value. What are the nature of assets the company having, in which locations, and what are the value to be determined by the registered valuer. Details of capital issue. Look, valuation of assets also need to be done. Suppose a company having land and building, and what location land is there, what location building is there, their value, who will determine? The registered valuer only. Detail of capital, issued capital, paid up capital, detail of outstanding liability, secured or unsecured, Details of guarantee, if guarantee given by the company. Details of contributories. Details of holding and subsidiary company. Details of legal cases filed by or against the company. Details of intangible assets or intellectual property, joint venture, any other information on the direction of tribunal. Now, so all that details to be incorporated in the report and need to be submitted to the NCLT. Then NCLT give a direction to sell the asset and distribute to the creditors and shareholders. Section 192, restriction on non-cash transaction involving a director. Whenever any director purchasing an asset by not paying cash, by through their they are adjusting towards the salary, or through their they are serving some services to the company. So based on that, if they are taking any asset of the company or any transaction they are doing as a non-cash transaction, then they have to take a before taking any asset, the resolution need to be passed in the general meeting. Why general meeting? Why not in a board meeting? Because the board of director can easily pass the resolution in the board meeting. All of the are board of director. So if any director are doing a non-cash transaction with the company, then this matter to be approved in the general meeting. General meeting is a meeting of shareholder. Director doing a transaction with the company, director doing a transaction with the holding company, director doing a transaction with the subsidiary company, director doing a transaction with the associate company. Now, I think you must be knowing that what is the holding company, associate company, subsidiary company. I'm correct?
Yes, sir.
I think I have completed the Companies Act. Now I will start SARFAESI Act. Right now the banks are following still SARFAESI Act, and under the SARFAESI Act, who is the valuer? Valuer is income tax valuer or wealth tax registered valuer. Eligibility for that: civil engineer with 10-year experience, mechanical engineer with 10-year experience, chartered accountant with 10-year experience, cost accountant with 10-year experience. Fine, madam. Or can anyone tell me anything on this act? This is a very popular act. A person who are already valuer, they must be knowing this rule, this act. So tell me.
Sir,
Yeah.
previously when any NPA is happened, the bank used to go to the court and it used to take very long time. So they have put a separate act under which the bank can take immediate action through DRT and get back their money in a stipulated time period.
Yes, you are correct. You are absolutely correct. Anyone would like to add anything on this? Any additional point? Please. Next, ma'am, you are
reconstruction of assets.
Reconstruction. Correct. Absolutely correct. But can you tell me what is the reconstruction of financial asset? reconstruction. Can you explain?
After NPA, then the valuation for that particular property, current position of property value.
That's why we are doing the valuation of bank. That is correct. But what is the intention behind making this law? Can anyone tell me at that time who is the finance minister in 2002?
Nirmala Sitaram.
Current finance minister is Nirmala Sitaram.
That time I think Pranab Mukherjee.
In 2002.
I think Yashwant Sinha.
You can search in the Google.
Yashwant Sinha.
Search in the Google.
Yashwant Sinha.
So banks are facing very difficulty. Earlier, the bank have to go to the approach to the court, and banks court are taking again time and time. Normally 10 years to give the title to the bank. Then bank can able to take the possession of the assets. Earlier, before this act, banks are facing very difficulty to take the possession of the assets. If suppose if the borrower fail to pay the money, then bank have to approach to the court, and courts are again taking a time. So in the year 2002, this act is passed, and this act has given us so much power to the bank. Then bank don't have to go to the court. Bank can straight away give the 60 days notice, and bank can take the possession of the properties. Preamble of the act. Just a second. Preamble of the act: securitization and reconstruction of financial asset. This act to regulate securitization and reconstruction of financial asset, enforcement of security interest, and to provide for a central database of security interest created on the property rights and the for the matter connected herewith or incidental thereto. This act is made to securitize or reconstruction of financial asset. That means ARC, suppose a bank want immediate liquidity, then bank can sell these financial assets to any ARC, asset reconstruction company. Like suppose I have taken a loan from the bank and I have mortgaged my properties papers with the banks. That mortgage paper they can sell to the ARC, asset reconstruction company, and an asset reconstruction company in return they will give the money to the bank, and ARC company will raise the fund from qualified institutional buyer. Who is the qualified institutional buyer? LIC company, mutual fund company, scheduled banks, etc. So they will fund to the ARC. ARC in return they will also give a returns to the good returns to the qualified institutional buyer. So this act made a provision for this also, And next, enforcement of security interest. After loan becoming NPA, bank can give a 60 days notice and bank can take the possession of the property. That is enforcement of security interest. To provide a central database of security interest created on the property rights. This act also provide a central database, that is SARSAI. If anyone taken a loan, that loan details need to be updated with the SARSAI. Then on the same properties, second bank cannot issue the loan on the same property. To avoid this central database will be maintained. And who will maintain the central database? SARSAI. You can check the SARSAI website and where the loan details are maintained. For the matter connected here with or incidental thereto, and or any matter related to this law also will be made. Now, the SARFAESI Act was enacted with distinct purpose to facilitate bank and financial institution to recover dues in a speedy manner by enforcement of security interest without intervention of the court. So, this act is made only purpose to facilitate banks and financial institutions to recover dues in a speedy manner by following enforcement of security interest without intervention of the court. Court will not intervene here. Bank will not approach to the court. Bank will directly enforce the security interest by giving a notice. The object of the debt recovery law is to reduce non-performing asset and increase the liquidity in the market. SARFAESI Act 2002 gives a power of seize to the banks. Just a second. SARFAESI Act 2002 gives a power of seize to the bank. Bank can give a notice in writing to defaulting borrower requiring it to discharge its liability within a 60 days. If the borrower fails to comply with the notice, the bank may take recourse to one or more of the following measures. So bank, after loan becoming NPA, bank will give a 60 days notice to borrower to pay the money, or we will enforce the security interest. That means we will seize the property. And bank can take any of the following action: take the possession of the security of the loan, sell or lease or assign the right over the security, manage the same, or appoint any one person to manage the same. The SARFAESI Act also provides establishment of asset reconstruction company regulated by RBI to acquire asset from the bank to financial institution. The Act provides for a sale of financial asset by banks and financial institution to asset reconstruction company. RBI has issued guideline to banks on the process to be followed for sale of the financial asset to asset reconstruction company. So, who will make the rules for related to when the banks are selling this financial asset to asset reconstruction company? RBI only will make the rules. What is the NPA? NPA means non-performing asset. When this any bad loan become an NPA, when the borrower will not able to pay interest or principal for the period of 90 days, then only the loan is classified as a NPA after passing of 90 days only. Once the loan become an NPA, then only the bank can give a 60 days notice. Prior to that, bank cannot give a notice. Originator, who is the originator? Originator means the owner of financial asset which is acquired by asset reconstruction company for the purpose of securitization or asset reconstruction. So who is the originator? Originator means owner, like a banks or ARC. Precondition for the applicability of the act. The act is applicable only when the debt is secured. Suppose the debt is unsecured, the bank have to approach to the court only. This act is applicable when the debt is secured. So what is the meaning of secured? Can anyone? Debt is secured. Secured loan. That means,
We can realize the money from that.
yeah, home loan is a secured loan and personal loan is unsecured loan without any guarantee, without any security collateral. So that personal loan is a kind of unsecured loan. So if any bank want to approach, file a case related to personal loan, they have to approach to the court. But a home buyer, their property is mortgaged with the bank, so bank can seize the property. So this act is applicable only in case of secured loan, that is secured. The debt has been classified as an NPA. Bank can take action under this act only when the loan is classified as a NPA, non-performing asset. When this loan become an NPA, can anyone?
And they don't pay for 90 days.
Yeah, don't either interest or principal, both. Third condition, outstanding dues are at least 1 lakh and above. If the loan is less than 1 lakh rupees, this act is not applicable, whether even if it is a secured. So minimum default amount should be at least 1 lakh rupees and more than 20% of the principal loan amount and interest thereon. Suppose a person have taken a loan of 5 lakh rupees and borrower paid the 4 lakh 20 rupees, only 80,000 is remaining. That means they have paid more than 80%. So loan outstanding is less than 20%. In that event also, bank cannot take action because 80% loan is paid up. And the last condition, this act is not applicable on agriculture land. This act is not applicable if the agriculture land is mortgaged. Okay. The bank can take action only in case of non-agriculture land. Now, if any company want to become an asset reconstruction company, to start the business of asset reconstruction company, they have to take a license from RBI. But what is the requirement for that? Net own fund 100 crore or higher notified by the higher RBI. Next condition, ARC had not incurred losses in the 3 preceding financial year. The company who want to become take a license, they have not made a loss in the last 3 years. They having adequate arrangement for realization of financial asset. They having adequate staff, adequate arrangement to realize the assets. Director of ARC have adequate professional experience in the matter related to finance, securitization and reconstruction. Director of the ARC, asset reconstruction company, must have professional experience in the matter related to finance, securitization and reconstruction. That any of its director had not convicted any offense involving a moral turpitude, and none of the director has been involved in any conviction. Other function of ARC. ARC can act as an agent of bank. ARC can act as a manager of to manage the property. ARC can also act as a receiver if appointed by court or tribunal. Obligor. Obligor means whose obligation to pay. Like a originator means owner of the asset, like a banks or ARC. Obligor means obligation to pay, like a borrower or his nominee or his surety, that means guarantor. Next, borrower, I will give you the one case. Suppose borrower is not paid the money up to 90 days. Bank given the notice after the 90 days that your loan is classified as a NPA. Please pay the money, otherwise I will seize your property. And borrower still not replied and sitting idle. Bank people want to take the possession of the property, but that person, borrower, is like a big tycoon and some big fellow, like some politically influenced person and having some connection. Then bank or financial institution can take the help of chief metropolitan magistrate in case of metro city, or district magistrate in case of rural area. Bank or financial institution take the help of these people and they will seize the properties. Please answer this.
Sixty days.
60 days.
Correct. Anyone having answer of 90 days? Everyone agree with the 60 days?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
NPA period is 90 days.
please.
NPA.
Yes, yes. NPA is 90 days. Here the answer is 60 days. Correct. So don't confuse. Next, if any borrower feels that the bank or financial institution have taken an action that is not as per the SARFAESI Act, they have violated the rules of SARFAESI Act, then they can approach to the DRT. Here, court name is DRT. You can write down full form of DRT, Debt Recovery Tribunal. Please note down, in a SARFAESI Act, the court name is DRT, Debt Recovery Tribunal. Please note down. Sometime ask for 1 mark. What is the full form of DRT? Noted? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if any borrower feels that the banks or financial institution not following the rules or the regulations given under SARFAESI Act, then they can approach to the DRT within 45 days of such action done by the banks or financial which is illegal. So borrower will approach to the DRT and DRT will dispose this case. That means dispose the case within 60 days to 4 months. The DRT will not take that more time. They will give the decision within 60 days to maximum 4 months. You have to remember this timeline. Whatever the order given by DRT, Debt Recovery Tribunal, if any party want to challenge that order or want to appeal that order, they can appeal to DRAT. Within how many days? Within 30 days. DRAT stand for Debt Recovery Appellate Tribunal. So this is the Appellate Tribunal. And after this order, they can go to the Supreme Court. Are you getting?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So normally question asked, within how many days order of DRT can be appealed into DRAT? Within how many days?
30 days.
30 days. Correct. What is the full form of DRAT?
Direct Recovery Appellate Tribunal. Appellate Tribunal.
D stand for debt. Debt Recovery
Oh,
Appellate
debt.
Tribunal.
Okay. Debt Recovery Appellate Tribunal.
Debt means loan. Okay. If any borrower want to appeal the order of DRT to DRAT, whatever the order given by DRT to DRAT, then they have to pre-deposit some amount. Pre-deposit the amount of 50%. Okay. So borrower, if any borrower want to appeal to DRAT against the order given by DRT, then they have to deposit 50% of the loan amount with DRAT. 50%. Sometime if the DRAT feels that the case is genuine, then they can reduce this amount to 25%. But normally, how much percent? 50%. Correct? Are you getting?
Yes, sir.
Next is right of enforcement of security interest. No secure creditor shall be entitled to exercise the right of enforcement of security interest under the chapter 3 unless the security interest created in favor of by the borrower has been registered with the central registry. So I said you in the preamble of this act that this act also create a central registry, that is SARSAI. So any banks giving the loan, they have to update the details with the SARSAI. Suppose for banks one given a loan to Mr. A on the piece of land. Bank A given a loan on the same piece of land. Borrower again taken a loan from another bank. Why? Because bank A given a loan, they have not registered the details with the SARSAI. Then those borrower taken a loan from another bank. Bank B, they have registered their details with the SARSAI. So in that event, bank B will be treated as a first charge. First payment in case of default, when the asset is going to sold, first payment will goes to the bank B, not to the bank A, because bank A not registered a charge with the SARSAI. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Priority to the secure creditor. Secure creditor, priority to the secure creditor means the bank in SARFAESI Act, first priority is given to the secure creditor. Secure creditor whose loan is secured, that is some collateral is given. So here first priority will be given to the secure creditor whose charge is registered. Then will goes to the central government, state government and all. But after this IBC, Insolvency Bankruptcy Code passed in 2016, after this, if the matter goes to the IBC, then the settlement will be or payment will be done as per the IBC only. We will see why this provision. This is the amendment in the this SARFAESI Act due to IBC code. Whenever the matter goes into the IBC, the payment will be done as per the section 53 of IBC code. If the matter is not going to into the IBC, first priority will be goes to the secure creditor only. We will see the what order the secure payment will be done in the IBC secure to the secure creditors. Okay. You can ask any question if you want to ask related to SARFAESI Act. You want to ask any query? Have you understood SARFAESI Act?
Yes, sir.
So right now banks are going this SARFAESI Act more only because this is the speedy recovery and even introduction of IBC. IBC talks about first resolution of the company, revival of the company. Then if the revival is not possible, resolution of the company is not possible, then IBC said that liquidation of the company, selling the asset and give the payment as per the order given in section 53. First, IBC talks about revival. How to make this revival? Why? Because liquidation is very easy. Sarfasi Act what do? Liquidations only. Liquidation is very easy. Selling the asset is very easy. But a company, when the company is running, they are giving an employment to the society, employment in the society. Their company producing goods or service in the society. So that's create a good impact in the society. Better products, better services are available. That's if the company will going to run, they will pay the more taxes also to the government. That's why after introduction in the IBC, the government are charging taxation. They have reduced their order. In the Sarfasi Act, their order is government taxes is order is after the secured creditor. But if you see the IBC, the government taxation goes to the fifth point. Why? Because if liquidation is very easy and to make the company viable is more difficult, and IBC talks about all seek company to make viable company, profitable company by doing merger, demerger. Like a Bhushan Steel company, when the IBC started, they are the Sikh company, but resolution applicant like a Tata Steel shown an interest in that company, and they acquire that company through this IBC, and now Bhushan Steel become a part of the Tata Steel. So first IBC section 1 to 31 talks about how to make this company profitable, how to make this company as a going concern, how to run the company. If this is not possible within a 180 days, then the NCLT order for liquidations. So this is all about IBC. We will start the IBC, and Sarfasi we have finished. Do you want a break?
Yes, sir. 5 minutes break.
So we will take a 15-minute break. So we will back by 11.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. We will back by 11. Then we will start IBC code, insolvency bankruptcy code. So take the break. We will back by 11, and then we will start IBC.
आवाज नहीं आ रही सर।
Hello.
Please join everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can anyone tell me what is the meaning of insolvency and bankruptcy code? What is the difference between insolvency and bankruptcy? What is the meaning of insolvency or bankruptcy? Difference between insolvency and bankruptcy? Anyone? You try it, whether it is wrong or right, but you try it. Meenakshi ma'am, can you try it? Am I audible to everyone? Am I audible?
Sir, little low voice is there, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. My question is simple. What is the difference between insolvency and bankruptcy? Suppose I have taken a loan from the bank and I am not able to pay the money. This is the situation that is called insolvency. I have taken the loan and I am not able to pay the money. This is a situation that is called insolvency. When this matter goes to the court and court declared that this person is a bankrupt, corrupt, and he is not able to pay the money, that court order is called bankruptcy. It's a legal terminology. Now you understood what is the insolvency and bankruptcy?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can anyone tell me what is the meaning of this code? What is the meaning of this code? What is the meaning of code? What we have learned now till now, Companies Act, Sarfasi Act. Then you tell me what is the meaning of act and what is the meaning of code? Which is bigger than? Code is bigger or act is bigger? Can anyone tell me?
Act is bigger, sir.
No, ma'am. Code is bigger. Code include various act. Code is a collection of law. whenever there is a contradiction between a IBC code and Companies Act, this IBC code will prevail. Whenever there is a contradiction between IBC code and Tarfasi Act, this IBC code will prevail. Okay, so code is a collection of laws. Insolvency, it is the inability of a person or corporation to pay their debt, and when they become due for the repayment, it is a situation that is called insolvency. Bankruptcy, it is a declaration that a person is incapable of paying their dues and bills. It is a legal terminology. Code is a collection of laws, rules, regulations that are systematically arranged. Indian Penal Code, are you aware that? Civil Procedure Code, Criminal Procedure Code.
Yes, sir.
What is that? That is a code. In that many acts are included. Like these codes are making, because some acts say something different, some acts say something different. To systematically arrange, this code is made. Some acts say the bank will recover through the DRT. Some acts, Companies Act say the bank will recover through the NCLT. Some acts say the bank will recover through the normal codes. Systematically arrange, that code is made. Code is a collection of laws, rules, regulations that are systematically arranged. Code is not only a completion of already existing laws, statutes, but also unwritten law on any subject composed of material available from all the sources. Code is also termed as a consolidated law. In making code, new law will be included and existing old law may be repealed to constitute a complete system. An act is a decision passed into a law. Code is a collection of already existing law. Now the importance of this code. Remember these sections. This is a very important sections. Section 238. This section gives a huge power to this IBC code. If we remove these sections, section 238, IBC is no use. This section gives huge power to IBC code, that if there is a contradiction with the any other law, this IBC will prevail. The provision of this code shall have effect notwithstanding anything inconsistent therewith contained in any other law for the time being in force, or any instrument having effect by virtue of any such law. This means the code has overriding effect. So this code, whenever the matter goes into the court and the IBC and Companies Act, then IBC will prevail. If there is a contradiction between the two law. Now the journey of the code. Formation of the committee on 22nd August 2014. Introduced in the Parliament 21st December 2015. Passed in Lok Sabha 5th May 2016. Passed in Raj Sabha 11th May 2016. President assent 28th May 2016. Came into force 1st December 2016. Scheme of the code. Total section 255. Total schedule are 11, divided into 5 parts. Now adjudicating authority means court, where the matter will go. For a corporate debtors means a person who have taken a loan. Loan taken by the corporate debtor means a company or LLP. LLP stand for Limited Liability Partnership. For individual and firm, that means other than corporate debtors. If a borrower is other than corporate debtors, like an individual and firm is the borrower, then the matter will go to this authority. For a corporate debtor, like a borrower is like a company or LLP, then the first matter will go to NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal. Then the appellate authority is the National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Then the further appellate authority is Supreme Court. For individual and firm, the appellate authority is DRT, Debt Recovery Tribunal, DRAT, Debt Recovery Appellate Tribunal, and then the last appellate authority is the Supreme Court. Can anyone tell me what is the firm and LLP?
So repeat the question, sir.
What is the difference between firm? Firm means partnership firm, and LLP means limited liability partnership firm.
So in LLP, all the partners may not be liable for the liability taken, but in firm, all are involved. All the partners are involved.
If you suppose you open a firm, partnership firm with some partner, like I'm a partner, your partner in firm, and we have opened a partnership firm under Act 1932. Whether it is registered or not registered, simple partners. We both are liable. In case of any third party liability comes, we both are liable jointly and severally. Jointly and severally means, suppose I don't having a fund to pay, then you have to pay. I will not say simply that I don't having a fate. I have to prove in the court that I don't having a fund. Okay, this is when the partners' liabilities are unlimited. In case of partnership firm, partners' liabilities are unlimited. That is called partnership firm, where the liability of partners are unlimited. Limited liability partnership, LLP, this came in India after Companies Act 2013. But if you see in the foreign countries, this act was there. When I was studying actuarial science from UK, in that syllabus, the UK already having LLPs in 2006, I think. So LLP means limited liability partnership, where the liability of a member or partner is limited up to the amount of they have contributed, not more than that. Suppose we both have funded 1 lakh rupees and started a limited liability partnership firm. If something goes wrong and third party liabilities come of 5 lakh rupees, we are not liable to pay. We are liable to pay up to 1 lakh rupees what we have contributed. But in case of partnership firm, which is registered under, whether registered under Partnership Act 1932 or not, we both are liable. Now understood what is the partnership firm and limited liability partnership firm difference?
Yes, sir.
Can anyone tell me the name limited written on company, that like a private limited or public limited? Limited means what?
Limited means minimum 2 partners, 2 directors, sir. Public
So
limited
what
is
is the
more
meaning
than
of
7.
limit? That is the eligibility that company, private limited company, minimum 2 partners are required, 2 members are required, and for a public limited, minimum 7 members. These are the eligibility. But when the words written private limited, what is the meaning of this limited, or the normally Reliance Limited? What is the meaning of this limited? Can anyone?
Public sector company.
Unlisted company. So Reliance Limited, Reliance is a
Public.
listed company.
Yes.
Many
Maybe
companies
number
are
of
which is not
employees,
listed,
sir.
also limited.
Sir, maybe the limited number of employees regarding depends on that.
Limited means their members' liabilities are limited. Now you got the point. Their shareholders' liabilities are limited. up to the amount of they have contributed. Suppose I buy the shares of Reliance Industry Limited, 100 shares I bought from the market. My liability is up to the amount I purchase the shares. I don't have to pay anything extra on that. If company do something wrong, I'm not able to get any money. That is another. But I don't have to pay additional fund because the shares company is limited. Members' liabilities are limited. Understood? Suppose court impose certain fine on the company, then members are not liable to pay anything additional. Members' liability are limited up to the amount of they have contributed at the time of company when opening, or when the any investor buy from the secondary market, from the stock exchange. Suppose I buy the shares of Reliance Industry, so I am not liable to pay any additional amount. समझ में आ रहा है आप लोगों को?
Sir, yes, sir.
Now the scope of IBC. What is the scope of IBC? IBC first scope is CIRP. First, this IBC talks about how to revival of the company, how to make this company viable. So CIRP stand for Corporate Insolvency Resolution Process. You can note down. Hitesh Kumar, eligibility of private company, minimum members 2, maximum 200. You can start the company by filling the form on the MCA portal. Minimum director requirement are 2. Even the shareholder can also become a director. So in our India, first people are why people are starting a private limited, because the partners liability are unlimited. That's why the Indian government have announced this LLP concept. If you want to do the simple partnership, why you are opening the company private limited? You can open the LLP and your liability is limited. Because if you are opening the company, you have to do the multiple compliances, annual returns, financial statement need to be submitted to the ROC. You have to appoint an auditor. So many formalities are there. So CIRP stand for Corporate Insolvency Resolution Process. This process talks about how to make sick company into the viable company, sick company into the profitable company, how to make this sick company into the profitable company. So section 1 to 31 of this IBC talks about CIRP. If the CIRP is not possible, then the company go for liquidations. Because liquidation is very easy. We can do anytime liquidations, but first this IBC talks about CIRP. This bankruptcy is for individual and partnership form, not for company and LLP. Company and LLP go for CIRP or liquidations. There are 4 pillars of IBC 2016. Insolvency profession. Can anyone know this insolvency professional? What is the role of insolvency professional? What are the qualification of insolvency professional? How any person can become a insolvency professional?
Sir, after doing CA, company secretary, valuers of land building, plant and machinery, securities, all are called to be qualified in IBBI. All this group together is called an insolvency professional.
No. IBBI conducted 2 exams, separate exam for registered valuer and separate exam for insolvency professional.
Okay.
Okay. Registered valuer role is to do the valuation. This insolvency professional will act as a chairperson of the company. Suppose a company have taken a loan of 4,000 crore and company defaulted a loan of bank. Bank filed the case in IBC and NCLT. Then the NCLT will appoint insolvency professional. insolvency professional will act as a chairperson of that company. Existing director chairperson will be removed from that company. This insolvency professional will sit on the chair of the chairperson of that company. Board of director will be removed from that company. Committee of creditor will take the seat of that. Committee of creditor means all the banks will be member of that committee of creditor. And this insolvency professional will take the seat and run the company for 180 days and make the plan, take the plan from the experts, resolution applicants to how to make this company into profitable, and then submit the risk report to the NCLT. Once the NCLT approve the report, then the company will work according to this resolution plan. Now understood insolvency professional role. Meanwhile, insolvency professional require also assistant of registered valuer. They will insolvency professional appoint 2 registered valuer. So who is the insolvency professional? What is the eligibility for becoming an insolvency professional? Can anyone? Whether engineers are eligible for this or not? Can anyone tell me? Be interactive. Even if you are wrong, don't be hesitate. I appreciate Meenakshi ma'am. She is giving
Sir, yes, sir.
replying the answer.
Engineers also can be.
Yes, but many of them are not knowing that. Engineers can also, but with 15-year management experience. How many year?
15 years.
15 year, not a normal experience, management experience. That means at least hold the post of manager and above. Understood? Any graduates with 15-year management experience can eligible to write the exam of insolvency professional, and after the passing the exam, they can take the license from IBBI. CA, CS, CWA, LLB with 10-year any experience after passing the exam. Not requirement of management experience. MBA, recently IBBI announced on 22nd July 2021. MBA is also allowed with 10-year again management experience, manager and above. I have also passed this examination, insolvency professional. Next, now you got the idea who is eligible for the insolvency professional?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Educating authority, can anyone?
Judiciary, sir.
Educating authority.
Who is taking the decisions?
Yeah, that is okay. But in this IBC code, who is the educating authority?
NCLAT.
You always repeat NCLAT. That is a appellate authority.
Yeah, sorry, NCLT, sir. Sorry, sir.
You will lose your mark.
Okay, sir. I got it, sir.
But I appreciate you are giving the answer. Educating authority means court, NCLT, tribunal. For a companies and LLP, NCLT is the educating authority. For LLP, partnership firm and individual, who is the educating authority? Can anyone?
Repeat, sir.
DRT. For partnership firm and individual, who is the educating authority?
DRT, sir.
DRT. And who is the appellate authority? DRAT.
Yeah.
Now regulator, who is the regulator for this IBC? Who is the regulator?
IBBI.
Correct. IBBI is the regulator. IBBI regulate this whole IBC. They will make the rules and regulation for this betterment. IPA, can anyone tell me what is the IPA? First, IP stands for Insolvency Professional and IPA stand for Insolvency Professional Agency. You can compare with Registered Valuer and Registered Valuer Organization, RVO. This insolvency professional have to take training, 50-hour training from this IPA. And this IPA will issue after passing the exam. Who will issue the certificate of practice? RVO. AARVF, RVO will issue a certificate of practice and a license will be given by the IBBI. Same way for insolvency professional, 50-hour training will be given by this IPA. This IPA will also make some rules and regulation to how to become a perfect insolvency professional, how to practice in a better way. They will also make some rules and regulate the insolvency professional. Understood? Right now, 3 IPAs are there. CA Institute have opened their IPA Institute. CMA Institute have also opened their IPA, and this CA, CS and CMA, 3 only IPA institutes are there. Can I show you? Do you want to see?
Yes, sir.
See, limited insolvency examination is for insolvency professional and valuation examination for registered valuer. Insolvency professional, name of the insolvency professional will be registered here. Name of insolvency professional agency. Insolvency professional agencies are only 3. So first is the CA Institute have opened there. So this is the institute. This institute is the subsidiary of CA Institute. So they are conducting the training and all for insolvency professionals and all. Then another institute is subsidiary of CS Institute, Institute of Insolvency Professional, subsidiary of ICSI. The third institute is IPICMI. This Engineers Association and Advocate Association have not opened their institute. So all engineers are also taking membership from any of all the 3 institutes. Once you become a registered valuer, your name will be there in the list. You want to see this is mine. Okay, so IPA and IBBI is the regulator. In the exam, you have to write only IBBI is the regulator, not IPA. IPA in somewhat they are regulating and giving a direction to the insolvency professional, but they are not our actual regulator. Last one, information utility. In a SARFAESI Act, if you see, SARFAESI record all the details of loan. Here, information name is information utility. Information utility will having all the details about all the financial loans, all the details where the matter is pending with which court. So all they will record all the information. That's why its name is information utility. Currently, the company who is acting as a information utility is called National E-Governance Services Limited. National E-Governance Services Limited is acting as a role of information utility. Now, preamble of this code: consolidate and amend law relating to reorganization, insolvency, resolution of corporate, person, firm, individual in a time-bound manner. This time is the very essence of this code. Maximization of the value of assets, promote entrepreneurship, availability of credit in the market, balance interest of all the stakeholders, alteration in the order of payment of government dues. Government dues was reduced to the 5th positions, and this code established a regulator name is IBBI. IBBI stands for Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. Important definitions and concepts. Default. What is the meaning of default? Default means non-payment of debt in whole or parts, installment of debt which is due and payable has not been paid. Default means whether it is a partly default, whether it is a default of interest, whether it is a default of principal, any kind of default, that is called default. Now you have to understand what is a financial debt and operational debt. Financial debt means debt along with interest disbursed against the consideration for the time value of money, including money plus interest, credit facility, note purchase facility, hire purchase, discounting. So in simple meaning, finance debt means money given by the banks, financial institutions, or credit facility provided by overdraft facility provided. So that is a part of the financial debt. Operational debt means suppose any supplier supply raw materials. The supplier is provided a operational debt. So operational debt is raw materials, unpaid amount of raw materials. If an employee render a services and employee salary are not paid, then their service is also treated as a operational debt. If the government dues taxations are pending, that dues is also part of the operational debt. In case of SARFAESI Act, there is a difference only in secured creditor and unsecured creditor. Secured creditor means debt is where secured, unsecured where the debt loan is unsecured, no collateral. But in case of IBC, two difference is done. One is the financial debt, another is operational debt. Financial debt related to money given as a loan or credit facility or anything. Operational debt like a claim in respect of goods or service, employment arising under any law. So employee render services, supplier supplied raw materials, or any service provider provided any service and their dues are pending, that is also treated as a operational debt. Government dues are also treated as a operational debt. A person who provide operational debt is called operational creditor. So like a supplier supplied a raw material, the supplier is a operational creditor. Employee render the services and their dues are pending, so employee also treated as a operational creditor. Government is also treated as a operational creditor if their dues are not, taxation are not paid. So operational creditor, whether they themselves provided or if they operational debt is transferred to somebody else. Suppose one supplier supplied a raw material and supplier sold this right to somebody else. Okay, So this rights, if suppliers supply this right to somebody else, then the new person who bought these rights is also become an operational creditor. Financial creditor, banks or financial institution providing a loan is become a financial creditor. Or if the bank sold this financial asset to the ARC, ARC also become a financial creditor. Can you tell me? I'm giving you one example, like in a under construction project, real estate project, an investor bought a book of flat and builder not deliver that flat on a time, and the matter goes into the NCLT, and this a person investor who invested the money into the real estate project will be treated as a operational creditor or financial creditor.
Financial creditor, sir.
Operational.
Tell me. Tell me, operational or financial creditor? Even if you are wrong, please try. Meenakshi ma'am, can you tell me?
I think it's financial, but
Yeah,
many
correct.
are answering operational, but I don't know.
Financial, correct. Supreme Court in the matter of Chitra Sharma versus Union of India held that this investor is treated as a financial creditor. Now another important definitions and concept. Initiation date. What is the initiation date? Initiation date means suppose a borrower failed to make the payment to the bank, then the bank will file a case. Where the bank will file a case? Can anyone? Suppose borrower is a company.
Sir, repeat, sir.
Pardon? Please repeat. Suppose borrower fails to pay the money. Borrower is a company taken a loan from the bank and failed to pay the EMI or failed to pay the money. Then bank will file case where?
NCLT, sir.
NCLT, correct. So the date banks or financial institution making the application. Suppose operational creditor, like an employee didn't get any salary, so operational creditor can also file a case. Both operational and financial creditor both can file the case. So the date on making the application to the NCLT is called initiation date. Understood? Any doubt? Yeah. Insolvency commencement date. The date
Excuse
on
me,
which
sir.
NCLT accepted the case.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. If any employee who is not getting the salary and the company is already in NCLT, so that
Already under
employee
the
can file the
NCLT.
case separately.
Company is
Hello?
already under the NCLT.
Yeah.
No,
So that employee can file case separately.
No. We will study later that once the matter is under the CIRP and whole process in NCLT, nobody can file the new suit. Nobody can open the existing suits. Moratorium will be announced up to 180 days.
Okay. that happened in the company where I was working.
Yeah. So insolvency commencement date, the date on which NCLT accepted the case. NCLT has to accept the case within 14 days. If the NCLT rejecting the case, they will give the reason, or if NCLT wants some modification, they will give us 7 days to rectify the defects to the applicant. Now, what is the insolvency resolution process cost? Insolvency resolution process cost means some of the costs which are mentioned in the act are given priority to the other cost. Suppose in this NCLT accepted the case and the insolvency professional is appointed. Insolvency professional have to run the company for 180 days. How the insolvency professional is going to run? Because the company is sick, supply will not going to supply the raw material. Government will going to cut down the electricity. And it's a very difficult for an insolvency professional to run the company compulsory. Then that's why this concept is introduced, insolvency resolution process cost. So the insolvency professional can raise the fund from the banks. Insolvency professional can put their own money to run this company. Then why bank will give the additional loan? Because in case of liquidation, this insolvency resolution process cost will be paid first. This process cost will be paid first. It includes the insolvency professional fees also, registered valuer fees also. So if this is going to be paid first, then the bank will easily give the loan. Because if the company going to liquidate, first payment will be goes to whom? Insolvency resolution process cost. This cost involved, insolvency professional have to run the company. Then whatever the expenses of 180 days, that to be part of the insolvency resolution process cost. Some of the costs which are mentioned in the act and are given priority to the other cost. The first payment will goes to this, then the secured creditor and other employee and all unsecured, then shareholders will go. First payment will go to the insolvency resolution process cost. This include the very much include registered valuer fees and insolvency professional fees. Who is the resolution applicant? Resolution applicant who make a resolution plan. Who make a plan? Resolution plan means who make us that kind of plan so that company will going to run betterly from sick company to profitable company. So those who are making the resolution plan is called resolution applicant. Who cannot be the resolution applicant? Like a willful defaulter, Vijay Mallya and Nirav Modi kind of people. They cannot become a resolution applicant because they have already defaulted. They have not able to make their own payment. How they can able to make a plan for the another company? Resolution plan. This is the plan made by the resolution applicant to run the borrowing company corporate debtor as a going concern. So this company will run as a going concern. Going concern means company will run continuously without any interruption. Now, insolvency resolution of a corporate and liquidation of a corporate person. Earlier, the minimum default amount was 1 lakh rupees. So the matter was pending huge with the NCLT. Then the government on 24th March 20 increased this amount to 1 crore. Because anyone can file the case for a smaller amount. Like a Flipkart supplier filed a case against the Flipkart for a smaller amount. So to avoid the small litigations, government increased this limit to 1 crore. Now what is the limit in your exam? 1 CR. Application can be filed by, who can file the application? In IBC code, financial creditor. Financial creditor will make a application under section 7. Operational creditor will make a application under section 9, but operation creditor have to first give a notice of 10 days. Notice requirement is not there for financial creditor. Notice requirement is there for operational creditor. So like any supplier whose payment is due, they have to serve a first 10 days notice. Notice along with the invoice that please pay the money, otherwise we will file a case. So notice and invoice should be sent under section 8. Then they can operational creditor will make an application under section 9. Last is corporate applicant. Any company don't having the any object and looking for some better plan, they can also file under section 10 for better resolution by suo motu. Okay, so who can file the application? Financial creditor, operational creditor, and corporate applicant. What is the fees for filing the application? Form A, application by the financial creditor, fees is 25,000 rupees. Form 5, application by the operational creditor, fees is 2,000 rupees. Form 6, application by the corporate applicant by suo motu itself, fees is 25,000. Can anyone tell me why the fees is less for operational creditor, 2,000 rupees? Any logic?
Employees,
Yeah.
employees, government boards and all.
Yes. Earlier the limit was 1 lakh only. So the government capped 2,000 rupees only for the employee because the employee don't having that much kind of fund and all. That is the reason. Employee, government, and supplier. Form number 3 and 4 is the demand notice and invoice. Form 2 is the consent of the interim resolution professional. Same insolvency professional will act as an interim resolution professional. Interim means temporary basis. Once the approval is given by 66% by all the creditor that we want this interim to be the final resolution professional, then only this interim resolution professional will be appointed as a resolution professional. Otherwise, this interim can be replaced by the other insolvency professional as a resolution professional. So first, any insolvency professional is appointed for a 30 days as an interim resolution professional. Based on their work, they will be confirmed as a resolution professional in the first meeting of committee of creditor. Process of making application. Whenever there is a default, financial creditor will make a Whenever there is a default, financial creditor will make an application to the NCLT. Whenever there is a default, operational creditor will first have to send a notice, demand notice of 10 days. Then they will make an application to the NCLT. And lastly, by suo motu, if any company want to file start IBC against themselves, they can straight away make an application to the NCLT. Once the NCLT accepted the case, then the moratorium is announced and insolvency professional duty is to run this company as a going concern and no essential supply to be stopped to the corporate debtor. That means borrowing company will run as it is. So electricity, water, telecommunication service, IT services, it's a duty of the insolvency professional that these services will not be going to be stopped. Make ensure that these services will not going to stop. So insolvency professional, what they will do, they will bargain with these people's supplier and all that don't stop. I will make sure that from first day of case accepted, CIRP initiation date, we will pay the dues from the date onwards. We cannot pay the previous dues because the insolvency professional is authorized to pay the dues only for the when the NCLT accepted the case until the 180 days. What is the essential supply? So these you have to remember for the exam. Some important sections. Section 29, ineligibility of a certain person to act as a resolution applicant. So following person cannot be act as a resolution applicant. They will not able to make the plan, as I said, willful defaulter, a fugitive offender like a Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi, that kind of person cannot make a resolution plan. Section 21, committee of creditor. Suppose A company have taken a loan from many banks, so financial creditor are also there, and operational creditor, supplier dues are also pending. Then who will become the member of the committee of creditor? Only the financial creditor. If there is a operational creditor also and financial creditor also, then who will become the member of committee of creditors? Only the financial creditor. Suppose only the supplier file the case and no operational financial creditor is there. This company not taken any loan. In that event, operational creditor can become a member of creditor. Whatever the order given under section 31, section court NCLT accepted the resolution plan and given the approval on the resolution plan, that is to be acceptable to all. So section 11, who cannot make an application for CIRP, like a company already under winding up, a company already under CIRP process, a company already under, or a company already whose resolution is passed before 12 months, a company whose have not followed the resolution plan passed by this NCLT, so they cannot make a application again. Now I will show you one trick how to remember these forms for your exam. First, we have to see the CIRP process of 180 days. What are the process of 180 days? First, whenever there is a default, application to be filed by financial creditor or operational creditor. When the financial creditor filing the case, they have to take the consent of one insolvency professional. They can appoint one insolvency professional. And if the case filed by the operational creditor, there is no mandatory requirement of to appoint insolvency professional. That insolvency professional can be appointed by the NCLT itself. Acceptance or rejection within 14 days of application done by the financial creditor and operational creditor. Then moratorium is announced and the date is begun of 180 days. The process to be completed in 180 days. The whole process, CIRP process, resolution plan to be made and accepted by the NCLT within 180 days. If require extension, then 90 days extension is available, but 90 days extension, why you require insolvency professional have to justify why your insolvency professional require a 90 days extension. If require 20 days only, then apply for 20 days. NCLT is the appropriate authority to grant extension or not. If NCLT feel that there is a requirement of general requirement of 90 days, 40 days, 50 days, they will grant. Once the NCLT accepted this case, moratorium announced, and moratorium will be up to the period of 180 days. In the moratorium, no existing case will be opened and no new case can be filed. All the insolvency professional have to run this company as a going concern. Insolvency professional will assume the chair as a chairperson, and insolvency professional will do their duty as a fiduciary capacity. Preserve the asset as a trustee. So it's a very important duty of the insolvency professional. Then insolvency professional appointed as an interim resolution professional. Within insolvency professional, in 1 month, they will do 3 things. One, within 3 days of his appointment, he will announce in the newspaper, public announcement within 3 days that I have appointed as an interim resolution professional. And if anybody having any claim against this company, please submit me the claim. Suppose one bank file a case, then other banks don't knowing about this. Other bank also having a given the loan to this company, then other bank will also join based on the advertisement given by the announcement given by the public announcement given by the this interim resolution professional. And then this interim resolution professional will prepare a committee of creditor on 23rd day of interim resolution professional appointment. On 23rd day, committee of creditor will be formation of committee of creditor. Who will be the member of this committee of creditors? Financial creditor. If there is a financial creditor or operational creditor, then only the financial creditor. If there is a no financial creditor, then the operational creditor can also become a member of the COC. And this COC will take a first meeting within 7 days on 30th date and approve this interim resolution professional into a resolution professional. So this interim temporary basis resolution professional make into the permanent resolution professional based on their work, or replace this. If the 66% is not approval is not given, then they will ask to the NCLT, and NCLT will recommend to the IBBI that please recommend any insolvency professional. Then the new insolvency professional will come, and this insolvency professional will run the company remaining for 180 days and prepare an information memorandum like a prospectus and give in the newspaper that if anybody interested to give a resolution plan, then please give me the plan. And first, who will shortlist the plan? This resolution professional will shortlist the plan and select the base plan and submit to the committee of creditor. Committee of creditor means all the lenders are the member over here, and committee of creditor once approve the plan, then the matter goes to the NCLT. NCLT will check that whether all the stakeholder concern is taken or not, whether the rules they have followed or not. NCLT will not check whether the ratio are proper or not, valuation are proper or not, whether the committee creditor decision is wrong or right. They will not check that. They will only check whether the CIRP rules and IBC rules are followed or not. Then the NCLT will order, and once the NCLT order is done, then that order is binding to all the company and supplier, creditor, everyone. ये समझ में आया CRP process?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How to remember the form of CIRP? CIRP, this I will show you one trick. If you remember one form now, you will be able to remember other form also. So schedule 1 is for CIRP, corporate insolvency resolution process. That means how to make revival of the company. And schedule 2 is for liquidation of the company. So don't confuse liquidation schedule 2 and CIRP schedule 1. Form A is public announcement. Public announcement will be given within 3 days of appointment of IRP into 2 newspaper. One in the English, another in the regional newspaper, where the company is situated. So Form A, public announcement. Form B, first claim submitted. Based on that, a public announcement, first claim submitted by operational creditor in Form B. Claim C, submitted by a financial creditor. Form CA means financial creditor in class, like a debenture holder. So all the debenture trustees are filing for all the in behalf of all the debenture holders. Form D, workman and employee. Form E, union of workmen and employee. Form F, any other creditor holders. Form A, if any, if CIRP need to be withdrawal, if any creditor want to withdraw this case, creditor think that the company will going to pay the money, so we don't want to go for CIRP, we will recover the money, then the 90% approval is required. 90% approval required in the meeting of COC, committee of creditor. So how to remember this? For CIRP, Form A is public announcement. In liquidations, this Form A become a B. In CIRP, Form B is operational creditor. This Form B become a C in liquidation. So one step down in liquidations. This C become a D in liquidations. This D become a E in liquidations. So one step down in liquidation, one step up in CIRP. So once you remember this, you will be able to remember. So voluntary liquidation, CIRP, fast track resolution, all forms are similar. In liquidation, one step down. only in case of liquidation, one step down. Understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So this way I remember this form for the exam. Suppose.
One doubt.
Yeah.
The previous slide.
Yeah.
This operational creditor includes the employees, no? Then again,
Yeah.
why separate form D, sir?
So operational creditors include many things, na?
Okay.
So there is a separate form made for the employee. So operational creditor like a supplier or government will come here.
Only suppliers and governments will come in the operation creditors.
Definition of the operational creditor, all three include, but the form is only differentiated.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Committee of creditor with only operational creditor. Suppose there is a company, borrowing company not taken any loan. Only supplier and employee dues are pending. Okay. Then who will become the member? Suppose employees are 10,000. Is it possible or not? Any big company having a huge employee, then who will become the member of the committee of creditor? Insolvency professional can appoint everyone as a committee of member. It is not possible to maintain the decorum and all. So that's why it is written 18th largest operational creditor. 18th largest operational creditor in terms of their dues. Suppose one supplier having a dues of 1000 crore, another supplier having a dues of 500 crore. So based on their dues, they will be treated as a largest operational creditor. Understood? So 18th largest operational creditor will become a member of COC. One additionally from a workman not included in 18th, and one representative from employee. So maximum 20 people can become a member of COC. Suppose only 4 suppliers are there, then only 4 person can become a COC, member of COC. Understood this point?
Yes, sir.
Then quorum of the meeting is 33% of the voting. Can anyone tell me what is the quorum? What is the quorum?
Decision, sir.
What is the meaning of quorum?
Decision taken, sir.
No, that is a resolution. Quorum, this quorum. Numbers of person present in the meeting. Suppose there are 100% people are there. Who is the member of COC? Not any meeting. Don't take a COC because COC maximum 20 people are there. In case of operational creditor, financial creditor and numbers as may be. Suppose any meeting, 100% are there. Shareholders are 100 shareholder. When the meeting can be taken place? When the quorum is present, means minimum number of person should present. Suppose 1% is present, that means meeting is going to continue. Yes or no? Or meeting is going to postpone?
No, sir. Postpone, sir.
Postponed. So minimum number of person to be present, whether in person or proxy, is 33% of the voting right present. So person or proxy, can are you knowing the what is the proxy? What is the meaning of proxy?
On behalf of.
Yeah. We authorize anyone to attend the meeting and give the voting. Suppose I am not able to attend the meeting, I can appoint anyone to present in the meeting and give the vote. Resolution professional shall act as a chairperson of the meeting. Obviously, resolution professional will act as a chairperson of this meeting, COC meeting. The committee shall fix, committee means committee of creditors, shall fix the expenses to be incurred on by the resolution professional, and expenses shall constitute a insolvency resolution process cost. The committee will give the authority to the resolution professional by passing an order that monthly this much amount you having a limit to make an expense. If you are incurring more than this, then you have to bear your own. We will not ratify. So who will authorize? Committee of creditor to fix the expense to be incurred on the resolution professional and express their constitute insolvency resolution process cost. And this insolvency resolution process cost will be paid in a first priority order. Now the liquidations. When the matter goes for a liquidations, first, when the resolution plan is not made within a time. Suppose resolution plan is not made within a time, within a 180 days, and insolvency professional have not taken any extension, then matter automatically goes into the liquidation NCLT order for liquidations. When the resolution plan is not accepted by NCLT, resolution plan is made within a time, approved by the COC committee of creditor with 66% approval, 66 or you can say 2/3. No, but the rules not followed, proper rules are not followed, NCLT rejected, then the matter will go for a liquidation. When the COC itself decided to liquidate the company, COC not given a 66% approval, committee of creditor given an approval 50%, then the matter automatically go, because committee of creditor don't want to CIRP, they want liquidations, so they will not give the vote. Where the resolution plan approved by the adjudicating authority is contributed by the corporate debtor. Here, resolution plan is made on the time, COC given the approval, 66% vote, NCLT also accepted, given the order for CIRP. But the company not following the order given the NCLT. They are the contravening the order given by the NCLT. They are not following the resolution plan as per the order given by NCLT. Then the NCLT will order for liquidations. Understood? These are the 4 reasons for liquidations.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yeah. Follow. Please tell. Having any question or should I go ahead?
Continue, sir.
Preferential or undervalued transaction. Whenever any insolvency professional come to know that before starting this CIRP, the promoter of the company or director of the company already sold the asset to the undervalued to the relatives, or sold the asset to some preferential to their relatives, then in that event insolvency professional will check from the date of commencement of CIRP, from that date to before 1 year, if they have transferred any asset to unrelated party, then 1 year we have to check. And if the asset is sold undervalued or preferential to unrelated party, then 2 year we have to check. So you have to remember for your exam, related party 2 year, unrelated party 1 year. Then this insolvency professional will report this to the NCLT, and NCLT will null and void these transactions. Now distribution of asset, section 53. how the asset is going to be distributed. In case of liquidations, we have to follow this section is very important. Section 53. How this asset is going to be distributed. First, IRP cost, insolvency resolution process cost. It includes the insolvency professional fees, registered valuer fees. Company will going to run this 180 days, whatever the cost, that is the part of that. Second, following shall be pari passu means equally. Workman dues 24 month and secured creditor who relinquishes the security. Third, wages and dues to employee for 12 months. Financial debt to unsecured creditor. Following shall rank equally government dues or dues to the secured creditor left after realizing the security. 6. Other debts, if any. Then last, preference shareholder and equity shareholder. Can anyone tell me what is the difference between preference shareholder and equity shareholder? Can anyone? The name itself says the preference shares means having a certain preference. Two types of preference. In case of company going to declare a dividend, first dividend payment will goes to the preference shareholder, then to the equity. Preference shareholder charge a fixed rate of dividend. Whether the company will make a profit or not, preference shareholder will charge a fixed rate of dividend. Equity shareholder is the real owner. They get the dividend if the company make the profit, or they will not get the dividend if the company not making a profit. Second preference is given in case of winding up or liquidations. First payment will goes to the preference shareholder. That is the difference between preference shareholder and equity shareholder. Whatever we are talking about the shares, what we are buying from the market, that is equity shares. And if you are purchasing equity shares, that means we are the equity shareholder. Now forms. As I told you that Form A is advertisement in the CRP, Form B is the same in liquidations, but the Schedule 1 in CRP, Schedule 2 in the advertisement. Form C, operational creditor here, but in CIRP, this is the Form B. This way you have to remember. Now the important parts. This is very important for your exam also and practical life also. Valuation under CIRP. So we know CIRP very well now. So regulation 27 and regulation 35 of CIRP regulation deal with the provision relating to appointment of valuer and valuation in the said process. Regulation 27 says that appointment of registered valuer. The resolution professional shall within 7 days of his appointment, but not later than 47 days from the insolvency commencement date. So resolution professional will appoint. When the resolution professional is going to appoint? First meeting of COC, IRP become a resolution, IRP become a RP, or new RP will be appointed. Then within a 7 days of his appointment, but not later than 47 days from the insolvency commencement date. When the NCLT accepted that date to 47th day maximum. Appoint 2 registered valuer to determine fair value and the liquidation value of the corporate data in accordance with the regulation provided. So 2 registered valuer they have to appoint. Suppose a big company having all 3 asset class, then they have to appoint 6 registered valuer, each for 2. A company having only 2 asset class, then they have to appoint only 4 registered valuer. A company having only land and building, then they have to appoint only 2 registered valuer of land and building only. To determine the fair value and liquidation value of corporate debtor in accordance with the regulation provided. Now, who cannot become the registered valuer under this CIRP? A relative of resolution professor. Suppose I am a resolution professional appointed for this company, then I cannot appoint my relative to act as a registered valuer. A related party of corporate debtors means borrower company, their related party cannot be appointed as a registered valuer. Auditor of the corporate debtor any time during the 5 years preceding the insolvency commencement date. Borrower company auditor CA cannot be appointed as a registered valuer until or unless 5 years gap is there. A partner or director of insolvency professional entity. Suppose I have formed one partnership firm. I am a resolution professional and one of my partner is a registered valuer. Then I cannot appoint another partner as a registered valuer. Suppose I form one company where myself is a director as an insolvency professional and one director is a registered valuer also, and who is also insolvency professional. So I cannot appoint my partner or director. Now valuation in liquidation process. So we have learned there is a requirement of two registered valuer in the CIRP process and two of each asset class. Same valuation in liquidation process. So in case of liquidation, when the NCLT order for liquidations, if the resolution liquidator feel that we need a fresh valuation report, then they will appoint two registered valuer within 7 days of liquidation commencement date. The date on which NCLT order within 7 days appoint two registered valuer to determine realizable value of the assets. Again, who cannot be the appointed as a registered valuer? A relative of liquidator. Right now, insolvency professional role is changing. Insolvency same qualification of insolvency professional can act as a interim resolution professional for first 30 days, then act as a resolution professional. Same can be also act as a same qualification for a liquidator. Same if in case of partnership firm and individual bankruptcy trustee. So roles are different depend upon their functions. So liquidator is the same qualified person, but in case of liquidations, their role is different to sell the asset, distribute the fund according to the order given by under section 53. First IRP cost, then workman dues, then secured creditor, same way what we have shown you. Then related party of the borrower, auditor again they cannot be a if auditor of a borrowing company cannot become a registered valuer until or unless 5 years gap is there. Partner, director of insolvency professional entity, they cannot become a registered valuer. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Why we are doing the course? Now you understood? Why we are doing this registered valuer course? Now you understood? Everyone? Now, the name itself says that voluntarily liquidations. Voluntarily means if any company itself want to do liquidate voluntarily, then they can approach to the NCLT that we want to liquidate voluntarily. But the prior condition is that a company who have not defaulted first, they are only eligible for voluntarily liquidations. A company who have not defaulted, first condition. Then a company who is approaching for voluntary liquidation in the NCLT, NCLT will say that, look, we will allow you for a voluntary liquidations, but you have to give me in writing in the affidavit that either we don't have any debt, either we don't having any debt means loan, or even we having a debt or loan, we have sufficient asset. If we are going to sell in the voluntary liquidations, we will be able to pay the money. We will be not be going to defraud any person. Our intention is not to defraud any person. We having a sufficient asset. If we are going to sell, we will able to pay the money to all our creditors. Then only the NCLT will allow. But if all the director will say that orally, NCLT will going to accept? No. NCLT will say that you write in the affidavit and you submit also the proof that you are having a sufficient asset. Then the registered value or report, you should also attach with that you having a certain amount of value of asset and you having a debt, then you can able to pay the money. So now I am reading this. Voluntary liquidation of a company. A company which intend to liquidate voluntary has not committed any default. First condition. And can pay off its debt fully from the proceed of liquidation of the asset may be initiate voluntary liquidation proceeding under the provision of chapter 5 of the IBC Code 2016. Voluntary liquidations require following condition to be met. First, declaration from the director. A declaration from the majority of director of the company verified by an affidavit stating that we have made full inquiry into the affair of the company and formed an opinion that either the company has no debt or that it will be able to pay off its debt in full from the proceed of asset to be sold in the voluntary liquidation, and the company is not being liquidated to defraud any person. The declaration must be accompanied with the following documents. Two documents need to be submitted. One is the audited financial statement record of the company from last 2 years, and another one is the valuation report. If the company having a debt, then the valuation report is the compulsory. Understood what is the voluntary liquidations and what is the conditions? Yes.
Sir.
So first, all the director, majority of the director will give the declaration in the affidavit that we have not defaulted anything. We have either we having a debt or we don't having a debt. If we having a debt, then we having a sufficient asset we will sold in the voluntary liquidation, then we will be able to pay the money. Okay, and along with that, two documents. One is the financial statement of last 2 years. Another is a report of valuation of registered valuer. Understood?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What is the process? Voluntary liquidation process. Voluntary liquidation process: declaration by the directors, meeting of the member and passing the resolution. First, declaration by the director in affidavit stating that we don't having a debt or we having a debt, we will be able to pay the money. Meeting of the member by passing. So which resolution of the in a general meeting required for this voluntary liquidations? Can anyone?
General meeting, sir.
Which one? Ordinary or special?
Sir?
Which resolution require here? Ordinary or special?
It is a special meeting, sir.
Correct. Special resolution. Then in case of debt, if the company having a debt, then they have to take approval from the creditors in 2/3, that is 66%. Within a 7 days of this special resolution passed by the members. Then notice to the ROC and board within a 7 days of resolution or creditor approval. Next, commencement of voluntary liquidations. Commencement date be the resolution date. The date on which a special resolution is passed, that date is counted as a commencement of voluntary liquidation. In case of company don't having a debt. A company having a debt, then that approval taken from the creditor, that date will be considered as a commencement of voluntary liquidations. Next, liquidation of asset and winding of the company. The asset is going to be liquidated and the company will be going to close, and then the report is going to be, we have to submit to the ROC to remove the name from the registrar of company, and one copy need to be submitted to the board. Board is the, can anyone tell me what is, who is the board here? Anyone? In IBC, whenever there is a written authority or board, you have to refer this as a IBBI. Insolvency Bankruptcy Board of India. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now the forms, again, voluntary liquidation and CIRB forms are same. Only liquidation one step down. Voluntary liquidations and CIRB forms are same. If you see, form A is the advertisement, form B is the claim by the operational creditor, form C is the claim by the financial creditor, form D claim by the worksman and employee, form E claim by the worksman and employee in class, form F claim by others. So workman and employee in class means union. Then public arrangement within 5 days of appointment of liquidator, submission of claim within 30 days of liquidation commission. So first public announcement given by the liquidator that please submit your claim. Then everyone going to submit the claim within 30 days of such public advertisement. Then verification of claim. Who will do the verification? Liquidator will do the verification of claim within 30 days of last submission of claim. Then the list of stakeholder will be prepared. So like a financial creditor operation, all the list of stakeholder who will going to get the payment, that list of stakeholder who will prepare? Liquidator within 45 days from the last date of submission of claim. Then preliminary report to the corporate debtor. So liquidator will submit the preliminary report to the corporate debtor. Corporate debtor means borrowing company, to check whether all the claim they are claiming, whether it is correct or not, whether all the dues given by the operational creditor, financial creditor or workman, whether it is correct or not. That's why they will going to submit. So I think IBC I have covered. Any doubts? You can ask me. Now I think why you are doing a registered valuer course, you will be able to answer to anyone. Correct or not? Because of Companies Act 2 Section 247 and this IBC Regulation 27 and 35. Registered valuer, compulsory registered valuer requirement is there. In CIRP, 2 registered valuer, liquidation, 2 registered valuer, voluntary liquidation, registered valuer report, fast track resolution, 2 registered valuer report, then pre-packaged insolvency, newly introduced for a SME, a company who is registered under SME, small medium enterprise. Then also 2 registered valuer requirement is there. Any query in the IBC? समझ में आ रहा है आप लोगों को? So law is given in your syllabus, so you should aware the what are the opportunity. You should take it as an opportunity. Don't think like that we are a technical people and why this law is given in my syllabus. Law is given as an opportunity. You should take it as an opportunity. Okay. Now today I think today lunch break is 12:30 at 12:30 to 1:30 I think. Again, fees will be negotiated between the companies and RV and IP. Advertisement will be there, and you have to quote. Registered valuer have to quote, and the lowest quote will be given the opportunity to become a registered valuer of CIRP process or liquidation process. So we will back by 1:30. I think I'm correct. Lunch break is at 12:30.
Sir.
Anyone? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we will be back by 1:30. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Then we will continue the another session, another topic.
होल्ड डाउन क्या हो गया? Good afternoon, all. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Am I audible, sir? Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Audible, sir. Audible.
So, sir, kindly drop your name as well as the contact number in the group again for the afternoon session attendance.
Okay.
Dear faculty will be with us in next 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Please join everyone. Can I start now? Everyone join?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now our topic is Constitution of India. Constitution of India is a mother of all the law. Date of enforcement: the Constitution of India come into force on 26 Jan 1950. Structure: it contains 395 articles divided into 22 parts and 12 schedule. Constitution of India is the sources of all the law. Now I want to ask one question. Whether there is a conflict of interest between Constitution of India and IBC, which will prevail? If there is a
Repeat the
conflict,
question once more, sir.
please repeat. Yeah, repeat, Meenakshi ma'am. If there is a conflict between Constitution of India and IBC code, which will prevail? Ankit Jain, no. IBC is wrong. This
Constitution of India
Constitution of
is the
India,
one.
yeah, because it's a mother of all the law. IBC law itself come from Constitution of India. Constitution of India is a sources of all the law. Preamble of Constitution of India. We the people of India having solemnly resolved to the Constitution of India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic and to secure all its citizens. So justice in social, economic and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, worship, equality of status and opportunity and to promote among them. Next, fraternity, assuring the dignity of individual and unity and integrity of the nation. Structure of Constitution of India. Whether Constitution of India is federal or unitary nature. Constitution of India is federal with certain unitary feature. Federal feature of Indian constitutions are dual government. We having a central government and state government also. Distribution of power between a state government, central government. Supremacy of the constitution. Independence of judiciary. Judiciary is independence of the written constitutions. A rigid procedure for amendment of the constitution. So constitution amendment can be done as per the article mentioned in the Constitution of India only. Our constitution follow in India. There are government at different levels like a union, state. Power to make a law have been suitably distributed among by the way of various lists. So the state government can make the law on the matter related to state list. Central government can make the law. Please mute. You want to say anything, anyone? So powers to make the law is distributed between a state and center by the way of various lists. So the item contained in the state list, who will make the rule? State legislator. The item contained in the center list, who will make the rule? Parliament. Both an item contained in the concurrent list, either the central government or state government can make the rules. Both union and state have to follow constitutional provision when they make a rules. Whether the state government or central government making the rules, they have to follow the constitution. Judiciary is the independence with regard to judicial matter. Judiciary can test the validity of law. The Supreme Court decide the dispute between union and state or the state inter se. Whenever there is a conflict between state and union, who will decide the matter will goes to the Supreme Court. Whenever there is a dispute between two states, then the matter will all goes to the Supreme Court. The Constitution is a supreme, and if it is to be amended, it is possible only by way of. Vaneshwar Kumar, you want to say something?
No, sir.
No, sir. Then please mute now. I request all other participants, please mute. Constitution is supreme, and if it is to be amended, it is possible only by way of following the procedure explained in the Article 368. So if we want to amend in the Constitution, then we can amend through the Article 368 itself. We have to follow the procedure of Article 368. Thus, the Indian Constitution basically has a federal feature. Now we will see the unitary feature of Indian Constitution. Citizenship in India requires single citizenship, with no division of public service or the judiciary. We recognize only the single citizenship. In India, we having only one kind of citizenship, not a dual kind of citizenship, like a state also give the citizenship and the center also give the citizenship. Residual power. Residual power is vested with the union. In other words, Constitution of India is neither purely federal nor purely unitary. Now we come to the fundamental right. Part 3 of the Indian Constitution guarantees 6 categories of fundamental right. These are right to equality from Article 14 to 18, right to freedom Article 19 to 22, right against exploitation Article 23 and 24, right to freedom of religion Article 25 to 28, cultural and educational right Article 29 to 30, right to constitutional remedies Article 32. Article 15, 16, 19 and 13 are guaranteed only to the citizens of our country. Article 14, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 27 and 28 are available to any person on the soil of India, including foreign citizen. With a few exceptions, all fundamental rights are available. Now the definition of state. Can anyone tell me what is the meaning of states? State. Whenever we are talking about state, what is the meaning of this? Not a particular state. State means defined in Article 12. Government, Parliament of India, government and legislator of each state, local, all local and other authority within the territory of India under the control of Government of India. So Reserve Bank is also under the definition of state. Income tax department is also under the definition of state. Municipality, Panchayat board is also part of the definition of state. Local authority include municipality, district board, panchayat, improvement trust, port trust, mining settlement boards, electricity authority, university, president, income tax department, concluded from a judicial review. So all these are included under the definition of state. Stock exchange and BCCI are not a authority or state. Article 368. Clause 1 of the Constitution of India grant constituent power to make formal amendment and empowers Parliament to amend the Constitution by way of addition, variation or repeal of any provision according to the procedure laid down therein, which is different from the procedure of for ordinary legislation. So if we want to amend in the changes in the Constitution, then we have to follow Article 368. Right to equality, first fundamental right, right to equality, Article 14 to 80. We will talk about right to equality. So equality before a law, Article 14. State shall not deny to any person. This state means defined in Article 12. Means state government, central government, parliament, state legislator, income tax, or reserve bank shall not deny any person. Means citizen as well as non-citizen. Equality before the law means foreigner also can get this right. तो कानून बोलते हैं ना सबके लिए बराबर है. So this law is equal to everyone, equality before a law, equality before the law or the equal protection of the law within the territory of India. The next, provision of discrimination on the ground of religion, race, caste, sex or place of birth. Article 15. So states shall not discriminate any citizen on the ground only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth or any of them. So state does not mean the state government. State means article defined under Article 12. No citizen shall be subjected to any disability restrictions or condition with regard to access to shop, public restaurants, hotels, place of public entertainment or use of wells, tanks, bathing huts, road, place of public resort, maintained wholly or partially out of the state fund or dedicated to use of general public. Equality of opportunity in the matter of public employment. There shall be equality of opportunity for all the citizens in the matter related to employment or appointment to any office under the state. So everyone will get the equal opportunity for the job in any of the department of the state. State means defined under Article 12. State government, central government, income tax authority, local authority. Wide definition is given for the state. No citizen shall on the ground only for religion, race, caste, sex, descent, place of birth, residence, or any of them be ineligible for or discriminated against in respect of any employment or offices under the state. But this equality of opportunity is available subject to reservation policy. Next, abolition of untouchability. Article 17, untouchability is abolished and its practice in any form is forbidden. The enforcement of any disability arising out of untouchability shall be an offense punishable in accordance with the law. Abolition of title. Article 18. So earlier the kings were getting the titles like a Maharaja, Dhiraj and foreign titles. Now this is not allowed, that we should not able to take any foreign titles. Qualification we are getting like a doctor, professors. These are the not a foreign title. This is allowed. And Paramveer Chakra, Shaurya Chakra is awarded to the military. That is also not taken as a foreign title. So this can be allowed. No citizen of India shall accept any title from any foreign state. Protection of certain rights regarding freedom of speech, Article 19. Article 19, Clause 1, all citizens have the right to freedom of speech and expression. So everyone having a right of freedom of speech and expression, with subject to that we should not harm the interest of our country. We should not speak anything which is not in the interest of our sovereignty and integrity of India, security of the state, friendly relation with the foreign state, public order, decency or morality. If we are doing against this, then it is not allowed. Anything related to court, contempt of court, defamation, incitement to an offense, then it is not allowed. Article 19, Clause 1b, to assemble peacefully and without arms. We can assemble peacefully without arms. This is allowed. But if you are doing which is not in the interest of sovereignty and integrity of India, public order, then it is not allowed. We can form trade unions and association. This is allowed. But if we are doing against our state, in the interest of sovereignty and integrity of India, public order or morality, then it is not allowed. We can move freely throughout the territory of India. Anywhere we can reside and settle any part of territory of India, with subject to certain condition like when some places are reserved for scheduled tribe, then we should not we can reside and settle. Right to acquire, hold and dispose property. Yeah, we will get the right to acquire, hold and dispose property. We can practice any profession, carry any profession or trade or business as per our choice. But again, restrictions are there. To practice as a registered valuer, we have to attain certain qualification. When certain qualification is mandate, then we have to attend that. Then only we can practice that. Protection in respect of conviction for offense. Article 20. No person shall be convicted of any offense except for violation of law in the force at the time of commission of the act, charge and offense, nor be subjected to penalty greater than that which might have been inflicted under the law in force at the time of commission of offense. Whatever is the maximum penalty at the time of doing a crime, that only will be liable. Suppose when the person done the crime, at that time then at that time imprisonment was 3 years, and when the court announced when the matter goes into the court, at that time law changed, and this for this crime imprisonment increased to 5 years, then the judge will announce only the same penalty which was at the time of crime. No person shall be prosecuted and punished for the same offense more than one. For a single crime, a person cannot be punished twice or thrice. No person accused of any offense shall be compelled to be witness against himself. A person cannot be compelled to be witness against themselves, because witness should be somebody else. Eyewitness should be somebody else, not by the accused. Protection of life and personal liberty, Article 21. No person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to the procedure established by the law. Protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. Like when a police officer is arresting to anyone, then the police officer have to give a reason why they are arresting and what ground. And if the accused want to take the help of their advocate, they can take the expert opinion or advocate opinion of their choice. They can take that. Police officer cannot deny that. No person who is arrested shall be detained in the custody without being informed as soon as may be on the ground of such arrest, nor shall be denied to right to consult and to be defended by legal practitioner of his choice. Now, every person who is arrested in the and detained in the custody shall be produced before the nearest magistrate within a period of 24 hours of such arrest, excluding the time necessary for the journey from the place of arrest to the court of magistrate, and no such person shall be detained in the custody beyond the said period without the authority of magistrate. So if a police officer is arresting to any one person, then within a 24 hour that person need to be presented before the magistrate, and in that 24 hour from the place of arrest to the place of magistrate will be excluded. Traveling time is excluded. If police officer taken a more than 24-hour time, then they have to take permission from the magistrate. Nothing in clause 1 and 2 shall apply to any person who is time being an enemy alien. A country enemy, or like a terrorist, they will not get these two rights. Like a first right, like when the police officer arresting, they will not give any reason, they will not give any right to consult your legal practitioner or advocate. Second right, they will also not allow to terrorist like a produced before magistrate within a 24 hour. So these two rights are not available to enemy alien, like a country enemy. Ordinance making power of the president. Like a president of India, Article 52, there shall be president of India. Executive power of the Union, Article 53. The executive power of the union shall be vested in the president and shall be exercised by him either directly or through opposed officers subordinate to him in accordance with the constitution. Supreme command of defense force of the union shall be vested in the president and exercise thereof shall be regulated by the law. Now the judiciary. Judiciary is the independent court in the Indian legal system. Broadly speaking, consists of Supreme Court, High Court, and subordinate courts like a civil court and criminal court. So, writ jurisdiction means whenever any person's fundamental right is violated, they can approach to the High Court or Supreme Court. Directly, they can approach to the Supreme Court also for a fundamental right. If any person fundamental right is breached, then they can approach to the High Court or Supreme Court. If they are approaching to Supreme Court, then they have to follow Article 32. If they are approaching to High Court, then they have to follow Article 226. Now, legislative power of union and the state. Who will make the rules for how to make the law based on this distribution of power? Schedule 7 Constitution of India provided a 3 list. List 1 named as a union list, list 2 named as a state list, and list 3 named as a concurrent list. So list 1 named as a union list. In the union list, we will see the example. Who will make the law for union list? Central government. Parliament will make the law related to union list matters. Who will make the rules for state list? State legislator. And who will make the rules for concurrent list? Either the central government or state government. So now we will see the example of entries in the union list: Defense of India, Naval, Military, Air Force, Atomic Energy, Foreign Affairs, War and Peace, Railway, Post and Telegraph, Currency, Coinage, Legal Tender, Foreign Loans, Reserve Bank of India, Trade and Commerce with the foreign countries, Import, Export across the custom frontiers, Interstate Trade and Commerce, Banking, Industrial Dispute concerning Union Employee, Coordination and Determination of Standard in institution for higher educations. For all these matter, who will make the rules? Central government through the parliament. Example of the entry in the state list. Example of the entry in the state list like a public order, police, perizon, local government, public health and sanitation, trade and commerce within the state, market and fairs, betting and gambling. For this, who will make the rules? State government to the state of legislator. Example of entry in the concurrent list. Concurrent list, either the central government or state government can make the rules. Criminal law, marriage and divorce, transfer of property, contract, economic and social planning, commercial and industrial insurance, monopolies, social security and social insurance, legal, medical and other professions, price control, electricity, acquisitions and re-acquisition of property. For this matter, who will make the rules? Either the central government or state government. Any question on this? समझ में है आपको? Understood? Constitution of India. Sir. Okay. Now I'm starting another topic. Law relating to tort. Tort is a kind of civil wrong. Suppose tort means, I will give you one example of tort. Like somebody is creating a noise pollution in your area. Suppose right now I'm taking a lecture and in my area, somebody started a loudspeaker and that creating me a problem. That is called tort. It's like a civil crime, civil wrong. Tort is a French equivalent of English word wrong, a conduct which is twisted or wrong. The tort is derived from the Latin language. The word tortum means twisted. It is a common law, thus not codified, written. Tort is really kind of civil wrong as opposed to criminal wrong. Wrong in law are publics. Public wrongs are violation of public law, hence the amount of offense against the state. Public wrongs or crimes, those are wrongs which are punishable under the penal law, which belong to the public law group. Private wrongs are the breach of private law, wrongs against individual, that is called civil law or tort. Tort are defined under section 2 clause M of the Limitation Act 1963. Tort means civil wrong which is not exclusively a breach of contract or breach of trust. A breach of contract, it's become easy for the judge to announce the penalty, but for a tort, it's become a very difficult for the judge to decide the penalty amount or the amount of reward. It's a very difficult to judge how much amount of loss. But if you see the breach of contract, suppose one person is not fulfilling their obligation under the contract, then based on the contract, judge will announce the reward, but or the penalty. But in case of civil wrong, like tort, it's a very difficult for the judge also. That's why it's a tort means civil wrong which is not exclusively a breach of contract or breach of trust. Two elements that is derived from these definitions are: tort is a species of civil injury of wrong as opposed to criminal wrong, and every civil wrong is not a tort. Now we will see what is the difference between crime and civil wrong. Crime is like a robbery, murder. This is the type of crime. Crime is a wrongs against society. Even if it is done against one person, it is treated as it is a wrong done against the society. So crime is a wrong against the society. Civil wrong means civil wrong is a wrong against a private individual or individuals. Remedy against crime is punishment. Here the court will give the punishment like a imprisonment. Remedy against civil wrong is like a damages, like a trespass of properties. So here a court will announce the damages. The proceeding in case of crime are criminal proceeding, that is codified under CRPC, Criminal Procedure Code. In case of civil procedure, we have to follow the civil procedure proceedings. That is called Civil Procedure Code, CPC. In crime, intention is the essential element. Why the crime is done? Who is the ultimate person behind this? That is the most important. But in civil, it is not relevant. In crime, state takes the action against the criminal. Why this crime intention is essential element? A person done the murder, but why it is done? For the murder penalty is under section 302. The huge penalty more than 14 years or death penalty. But a person done the murder to protect themselves, then the penalty will be lesser. For a self-defense. So that's why the crime intention is very important element. In civil, it is not important. Instead of wrong done, you have to pay the damage. In crime, state takes a action against the criminal. Here who will take the action? State government, they will take the action. Like if you see the name of the accused, a person who done the crime, their name versus state of Maharashtra, state of Karnataka, like that. Why? State name is there because state is taking an action. In civil wrong, who will take the action? Aggrieved party. Like if wrong done against the private individual, then this private individual will file the case. So then here the case will be named like a X versus Y. The general condition for a liability of torts like a wrongful act, legal damages should be there. And these two maxims are important if you want to see that. Damnum sine injuria means, note down this, damnum sine injuria means damage without injury. Damage without injury of fundamental right. Damage without injury of fundamental right. Injuria sine damnum means injury of fundamental right without damage. I will give you the example. Damage without fundamental right. First example. Suppose I am running a one shop in my society. There is no any other shop. One retail shop I am running. And no competitor is there, and I am making a huge amount of profit because there is no competitor. I am only the running the shop. But one person started opposite to my shop, started their one more shop. And if the shop is open, then my few customer transfer to that shop. Let's say 70% of existing customer are with me and 30% transfer to them, to the new shop. Then damage is there. My profit is reduced, but damage without fundamental of violation of my right. But my fundamental right is not violated because I having a fundamental right to open the shop and do the business. Same way the other person also having a fundamental right to do the business. So here my loss is there, damage is there, but without fundamental injury, right injury. So I cannot file a case. I cannot file a case for that. To that person that he is open the shop in my area and my profit is reduced. I cannot file a case. Next example. So first you have understood that damnum sine injuria, damage without injury of fundamental right. Understood? Yes. Next, injuria sine damnum means injury of fundamental right without damage. Even there is no damage, but my fundamental right is violated, then I can file the case. I can file the suit. Even there is no damage, but my fundamental right is violated. Same example. Suppose in my society, same example, I will continue. Another person want to open the shop and I have not allowed to open the shop. Whether there is any loss to that person? No. Because they have not started yet and I am not allowing them to open. So there is no damage right now. But fundamental right is their fundamental right is breached. So they can file the suit. Kinds of tortious liability. There are two types of tortious liability. One is the strict, or we can also say the absolute liability. Another one is the vicarious liability. A strict or absolute liability means if I have done the wrong, I will be held liable straight away. A person who have done the wrong, they are held the liable. Second, vicarious liability means wrongs committed by others, then also we will held the liable. If somebody else is done wrong, then also we will held for liable. In what scenario, what cases? Suppose I'm running a one company, and I having an employee. My employee committed something default and some wrong in the due course of his employment, doing the normal duties. Then who will be held responsible? Employer will be held responsible. If the principal appointed an agent and agent done the wrong in the normal course of his duty, is doing their duty, but in the normal course of duty committed some wrong, and he has not violated any rules, he was following the rules, but then also he has committed some default, then who will be held liable? Principal will be held liable. If any company's director done anything wrong, then who will be held responsible? Company will be held responsible. If the director is following all the rules and regulation also, there may be chances that some law we are going to not be able to abide, then there is a chances of committing any default, then the company will be held liable. So you can go through that. A principal agent, like for the act of agent, principal will be held liable. A partners also held liable for the other act of their partners. Master servant, like employer employee, employer and independent contractors. Okay. Battery, assault, and defamation. So we'll go one by one. Any direct application of force to person, individual, without his consent or lawful justification is wrong of battery. This constitutes tort of battery. Therefore, two things are necessary: use of force. However, assault me or battery means assault means like a, if somebody giving a like a dhamking, I will kill you. This word is a type of assault. When somebody kills somebody, that is called battery. With a use of when somebody hits somebody, that is called battery. When somebody says that I will slap you, this is called assault. When somebody slap, this is called battery. Bodily harms, yeah, willful act. Somebody injure somebody, or if somebody dogs bite somebody, then also public your liability will come. False imprisonment, if somebody detained wrongly. This is not important. A remedy in torts are like a damage, injunction, specific restitution to the property. When the court matter goes to the court announce the damages. If somebody want injunctions, like they don't want damages, they want the specific, like a if suppose any event is organized by the organization, and event organizer contracted one star, popular star, to present in the event, but that star denied to come at the event. Initially done the contract, but later on they denied. So they will go to the court and says that based on my contract, you give the order of injection. We don't want the damage. We don't want the money. Our reputation will be lost. We want that person to be present in the event. So the organizer will go ask for injection. Specific restitution of property. Suppose one person done the contract for some property for such price. A buyer paid the money, and there is a contract that after 6 months, the seller will produce that kind of product and deliver to this person. No other products are available in the same line of the same kind of product. Then it's a seller responsibility to deliver the product to the buyer. But the seller denied that I will not be able to do, because of any reason or dispute may be there. Then the matter goes to the court. Then the court will announce that specific restitution of the property. You deliver the exactly. They will not expect the damages. So you have to deliver the what you have guaranteed that you have to deliver. This all about torts. Now we will start with the auction. Give me a second. Now we'll start with the auction. Can anyone tell me what is the auction? What is the auction? Can anyone? What is the auction? Can anyone?
Sir,
Yeah.
any property selling in the open market.
Yes.
For a starting, maybe
Highest
they will
bidder.
fix some.
To the highest bidder.
Yeah, not highest bidder, sir. The reserve price they keep, no, from that price they start.
No.
Any
Reserve
property.
price is the minimum price fixed by the valuer.
Then you can bid it.
Yeah, and the bidding will start from that reserve price, and
yes.
The property will transfer to the who will pay the highest.
Bidder. Yes, sir.
Highest in the bid. So that is called auction. The definition and object of auction sale. A sale by auction is a public sale. So it's a public sale where goods are offered to the highest bidder. Section 64 of the Sale of the Goods Act deal with the auction sale. In case of sale by auction, goods are put for sale in a lot, and each is a prima facie deemed to be the subject of separate contract of sale. Suppose the goods are selling in lot, then each lot is a contract of separate sale. And suppose the goods are selling in lump sum, then one contract is there. That contract is called contract of sale. The sale is complete when the auctioneer announces its completion with the fall of hammer. Like a judge having in hand the hammer, same way the auctioneer announce the fall of hammer that in any other customary manner. Until such announcement is made, any bidder may retract his bid. जब तक वो पूरा हैमर 3 बार नहीं करेगा तब तक बिड को रिट्रैक्ट कर सकता है। कोई भी बिडर है ना, any bidder can retract or re-revise their price. A right to bid may be reserved expressly by or on behalf of the seller, and where such right is expressively so reserved, but not otherwise, the seller or any one person on his behalf or her behalf may subject to the provision thereafter contained bid at auction. Where the sale is not notified to be subject to a right to a bid on behalf of the seller, it is not to be the auctioneer knowingly to take any bid from the seller or any such person, and any sale contravening these rules may be treated as fraudulent by the buyer. The sale may be notified to the subject of reserve price or upset price. If the seller use pretending bidding to raise the price, the sale is voidable at the option of the buyer. Auction, in common terms, sale in which goods or property is sold to the highest bidder. Now, feature of the auction sale. First, we have to give the advertisement. There has to be advertisement or proclamation of auction sale to make the public know that such auction is going to be conducted, specifically in the form of public auction, which gives description of the goods, date, time, venue of auction sale, the name of the auctioneer, and such other condition of sale like a reserve price and so on. Particular and catalog. In some auctioneer offer particular and catalog of the goods and other condition of such action for the prospective buyer to pursue prior to the auction. Next, conduct of sale. The advertisement specify how the auction of sale will be conducted. It also specify if there is any other mode than a ordinary one. Misdescription, misrepresentation. If either party by guilt or fraud or deceitful misrepresentation, whether by the bidder or mislead, or if either party acts under a mistake as to material and essential particular, the sale is thereby rendered voidable as to their party affected by the fraud or misrepresentation or mistake, so that he or she can within a reasonable time retract. Auction sale in lot. Auction can be in lot. Each lot is subject to a separate contract under section 64 clause 1, and this may be excluded by the intention of party to the contrary. If the goods are sold in a separate lots by auction, each lot is prima facie the subject of separate contract. Now the reserve price means normal price is to sell the goods or property to the highest bidder, with the restriction may be imposed by the seller or auctioneer of minimum sale price, that is the reserve price. This is the minimum sale price at which the goods to be sold or goods to be sold for not less than amount of reserve price. Reserve price is not necessarily to be the disclosed to the buyer. The condition of reserve price must be made known to the buyer under notification, or else reserve price cannot be applied as a reserve price. Right to bid. Every bidding is nothing more than an offer on one side, not bidding on either party till confirmed on other. Bidder may withdraw the bid before the fall of hammer. Any condition prohibiting retraction is bad in the law. So any bidder want to withdraw the bid, they can withdraw. Anybody can participate in the bid. No contract of sale is complete until it is accepted and remain merely an offer. जब तक फॉल ऑफ हैमर नहीं होता है या हाईएस्ट बिडर को मिलता नहीं, तब तक ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बनता नहीं, क्योंकि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फर्स्ट ऑफर होगा देन एक्सेप्टेंस. एक्सेप्टेंस इज अ नेसेसरी फॉर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. बिडिंग एग्रीमेंट एंड नॉकआउट एग्रीमेंट इज इलीगल. So if anybody is doing any collusion or doing an arrangement with the many buyer that don't bid up to the after this amount, and we will get this this bidding at this price, this is illegal. Memorandum of sale means auctioneer has to record each and every offer with regard to its sequence and timing, and ultimately the final bid and its confirmation to avoid any mismanagement during the auction, so as to trace out the bidding agreement of the buyer in case there is any, or to keep in check. In case of seller has a reserve his right to bid, he is not misusing it. I will share you can go through this. Now come to the in Evidence Act. Evidence means sabut. Evidence present acceptable in the court, that is called evidence. All evidence are not acceptable in the court, like a hearsay evidence, suni sunai batein. Only the eyewitness are allowed in the court. Evidence are two types. One is the written evidence and one is the oral evidence. Oral evidence, eyewitness are only allowed, and written evidence, primary and secondary document. Primary is the original copy and secondary is the photocopy or certified copy. Expert opinion.
Sir,
Yeah.
presently electronic evidence also is allowed, no?
Electronic evidences are written form, no? All documents that come into the documents part.
Yes.
As per the Information Technology Act 2000, electronic evidence are very much eligible in the contract in the court. Like mails, when we are mailing, this is the same like a letter what we are writing and signing. As per Information Technology Act 2000. All statement which the court permit or required to be made by the witness, that is called evidence. All the document produced for the inspection of the court in relation to the matter of fact under an inquiry. Fact in an issue that include anything, state of thing or relation of thing capable of being seen, heard or perceived through a sense. Now hearsay evidence is not admissible. Hearsay evidence means somebody told somebody, somebody told somebody. That is not allowed. Only the eyewitness is allowed. Hearsay evidence allowed only in few cases, like when it is impossible to produce the witness. When the evidence is not controversial, then only allowed. Like a dying declaration. When somebody is dying, at the stage of dying, soon he will going to die, he or she. At that time, when he is telling someone to something, that is admissible in the court, because when the person dying, they speak always truth. That is the perception. Dying declaration means written or verbal statement of a person whose death is imminent regarding the circumstance related to his condition. A ground of admissibility, when it is admissible, injured person physical witness is dead. It is presumed that impending death impel the injured person to speak truth. Now we will study the formality of oath and cross examination. Before that, we will study that types of evidence. One is the direct, another one is the indirect. Direct fact means eyewitness, or indirect means circumstances, like a expert opinion, or we can say that medical reports, or we can say that CID team find out something else. So that is called circumstantial evidence. Oral or document. These are two types, oral and documentary. Oral means these are the oral examples, and documentary, one is the primary original and secondary is photocopies. Medical evidence. direct where the facts are observed, indirect where the inferences are drawn. A valuer is a expert, and whenever giving any valuation report, the report will be treated as expert opinion. If you see the many of the cases in the Supreme Court held that no, but even the court cannot ask the report given by the valuation whether it is valuation is correct or wrong. Court doesn't having an authority to ask the question, because the valuer is a expert, and whatever the value given as per the date, as per the purpose, valuation are different for different purpose. So if the valuer is given their valuation, it is treated as correct, and court doesn't having authority to ask the question. Whether they have followed the rules and not, then court will ask the question. But if the valuer had followed all the rules and given the valuation given by one person and another person. Suppose one person is given a valuation something and another person is given something, that is acceptable, because every person having their own judgment. Even if you see in the CIRP, a 2 register value requirement is there, but if there is a huge gap between the two values or register value report, then the resolution professional can appoint a 3rd register valuer if there is a gap between the 2 register value report. So the scope increase from 6 register valuer to 9 register valuer. By 6, 2 of each as asset class. So if the 3rd register valuer is appointed, then scope increase to 9. So our this valuation report can be also treated as evidence. That's why we have to keep as a valuer whenever giving any valuation report, we have to keep this valuation report for our record purpose. Whenever any NCLT or any court demanding in future, we have to produce. Now, circumstantial evidence, a fact from which some other fact is inferred. Inceptive evidence on which fact is investigation is based. Through any investigation, this inceptive evidence will come out. Corroborative evidence comes after successful investigations. Witness. Witness means a person who testify only the observed fact. Expert means who is trained to draw a conclusion or inferences from the observed facts. Now, recording of evidence. How a recording of evidence done in the court? First, we'll record recording of evidence done by the examination in chief. Examination in chief means who will ask the first question. Suppose this is a example of criminal case, then first question will asked by the public prosecutor or the government advocate, because in case of crime, who filed the case? State government. So first public prosecutor will ask the question. Cross examination, who will ask? Accused advocate. In case of civil case, who will file? Applicant who file the case, they will first ask the examination chief, then the defendant advocate will give the reply, then re-examination again the applicant advocate who filed the case, or in case of crime, state government public prosecutor will re-examination. Examination is chief. First examination of witness conducted by the prosecution. The idea is to elicit facts. Deposed fact must be within his memory and recollection. No one except the expert witness is allowed to refer to the written notes. Leading questions are not allowed. Cross-examination conducted by the defense advocate. The object is to establish credibility of the witness, accuracy of the fact, and bring out the willful omission which are made in the examination in chief. Leading questions are not allowed. No time limit for cross examination. Re-examination by the counsel who did the examination in chief. The idea is to provide opportunity to rectify the discrepancy that may have occurred due to cross examination. Court and judge can ask any question at any stage. So I have done this Evidence Act. Now the last part is Indian Contract Act. Indian Contract Act is very important for any profession. If you see, whatever we are doing right now, we are doing a contract. If you are doing anything, if you are working, then you have signed the employment contract with your employer. If you are engaging any agent, then you are signing the principal agent contract. If you are acting as a valuer and you are signing the valuation engagement letter, you are getting the engagement letter and you are signing that, that is also type of contract. So this act is passed in 1872, still important. There is no such amendment is there. You can see that this is as much as applicable in now also 1872. You can see the importance. So each in our life also we have to follow this Indian Contract Act 1872. Any contract, whatever we are doing through this Indian Contract Act. So what is the meaning of contract? Can anyone tell me? Can you tell me what is the meaning of contract? Anyone? Have you heard the word this contract?
Bound to work for the particular time.
Person, pardon?
Bound to work particular time or duration.
Okay. Suppose you are done. Contracts means we are doing every day in our life. Suppose you are downloading any app in your mobile, you are agreeing to the terms and condition of the app. You are doing a contract. When you are signing any agreement with any party with the intention to create a legal relationship, that is a contract. In simple meaning, contract is an agreement creating or defining obligation between the parties. And if you don't want to forget this contract, you write one formula for contract. You will remember in your life. I remember in my first year of BMS through this formula, and I still remember this. Contract equal to agreement plus enforceable by law. Contract equal to agreement plus enforceable at law or enforceability by law. So contract means agreement plus enforceability at law means where object of the agreement is a legal. Suppose 2%. So you have written the formula. Noted down. Contract equal to agreement plus enforceability at law. Noted?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now you will never forget. And what is the meaning of agreement? Again, write down the formula. Offer, agreement equal to offer plus acceptance. Agreement equal to offer plus acceptance. So now contract equal to offer plus acceptance plus enforceability at law. Agreement may be legal or illegal because agreement equal to offer plus acceptance. One party giving the offer, another party accepting. That is a agreement. But contract is always legal. Contract is always legal, and if any party defaulting the contract, then we can sue in the court and we can ask for a damage. Suppose we are doing one contract that after 6 months, I am going to deliver these goods and you are going to pay me this amount. And right now you have given me the advance. After 6 months, I have to deliver the goods. If I am not going to deliver, you can sue me in court because we have signed the agreement. Agreement plus our object is also we are doing a good business and our object is legal. Suppose then you can sue me in the court for a damages, or if you want the same goods, then you can ask for injunction or registration of properties. Suppose two persons A and B, both A have offered to B and B also agreed to A terms and condition, and both have signed one agreement that both will go tomorrow and do the bank robbery, and whatever the amount collected they can distribute equally. Suppose A takes 80% and A don't give any give only 20% to B. Can B file a this suit into the court?
No.
No. Why? Because the object is illegal. So this is the agreement, and the contract means agreement plus enforceable at law. Now you understood what is the difference between agreement and contract? Can anyone tell me what is the meaning of contract or what is the meaning of agreement? Meenakshi ma'am, can you tell me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Agreement can be illegal or legal, but contract is always an legally valid. That is the main difference.
Yeah. So can we say that all contracts are agreement? All contracts are agreement, but all agreements are not a contract.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. The contract and agreements are both are same.
No.
Why? The agreement means the any two persons are these agreed. That is any buildings or any work, any properties or this. That is the agreement. At the same time.
Agreement should be, when the agreement is legal, then it is called contract. When the agreement is illegal, then it is also called agreement.
Yes, that's right. And another contract means that is the same words for this any work. If example for this building construction work, that is their owner and engineers also some conditions should be applied to the agreement will form. That is the contract. That is mostly that is the same one of the contract and agreement.
Yeah. So all contracts are agreement, but all contracts are agreement, but all agreements are not a contract. See, the agreement equal to offer.
It's absolutely right. It's absolutely right. I accept it. But mostly that is the same one of this agreement and contract. But
because
some
we all are doing legal only, na? That's why it's the same. We are not doing anything illegal.
No, illegal not use this. But mostly that is the agreement and contract is the same words.
Both are same. Both are same. Why it is same? Go through the logic.
Okay.
Difference will come when anybody doing any illegal work. Any intention is to not to create an illegal relationship. not to create a legal relationship.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so both are same. If we are following the rules and regulation, we are following the law, our object is legal, then both are same. See, agreement equal to offer plus agreement acceptance. It's involve the proposal or offer by one party and acceptance by the same by other party. It's called agreement. Enforceable at law, an agreement to become a contract must give a legal rise to legal obligations. It must create a legal relationship, not merely a social or domestic relationship. Contract equal to agreement plus enforceability at a law. To make a valid contract, we have to follow all these points. All these are the all essential element, or we can say the essential feature of valid contract. First is the offer. One party is giving offer, another party is accepting the offer. Can I ask you one question? Insurance company advertising their plan in the newspaper, whether it is an offer or not.
Offer, sir.
No, ma'am. It's an advertisement, just an advertisement, not an offer. Based on the
Okay.
advertisement, we like the plan and we fill the proposal form. When we fill the proposal form, then we submit this proposal form to the insurance company or the agent, and agent goes to the insurance company. So we are giving the offer. When we are filling the proposal form, we are filling the details and all, and we are submitting to the insurance company. And based on that, our proposal form, once the insurance company accept this proposal form and issue the policy, that is called acceptance. So understood? We are
Yes, sir.
giving the offer and insurance company accepting that.
Yes, sir.
Intention to create a legal relationship. Yeah, again, insurance is the valid contract and legal contract, and we can take the insurance. Suppose we are taking a insurance of our friend. Can we take a insurance of our friend?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
Because there is a no insurable interest in the our in friend life. We can take the insurance of ourselves and our family members only. So that's why we have to legal relationship to create a our object should be legal. Next, consensus. Ad adam means same thing in a same sense. So both the party should say things same thing in a same thing. Suppose one party thinks differently and another party thinks differently, then this contract will not work for a longer. Suppose policyholder fills the form and give the inaccurate detail, like a person taking a life insurance and hided some information, pre-existing disease and all, and the insurance company assume that they don't having a disease because information is given. Based on the information, insurance company charge the premium, and if the later on come to know the insurance company that this person hided the information, they will deny the claim based on the pre-existing disease. So same thing in a same sense. We should not hide any information. There should be no ambiguity. So when we are doing a contract, we should think in a same way, same thing in a same sense. Next is consideration. Consideration means when we are doing a contract, consideration is compulsory. Consideration means in returns. So like I will give the same insurance example. Why I'm giving you insurance example? Because you having a insurance topic also. So you can able to understand the insurance also better way. And you will be able to score good mark in the insurance. Insurance topic is also for 3 mark. So that's why I'm linking the example to the insurance. Consideration in insurance, when a policyholder pays the premium, this premium is a consideration for the insurance company. And insurance company accepting the risk is a consideration for the policyholder. So both the party having a consideration. In few cases, if there is a no consideration also, then also contract take place. But normally, if there is a no consideration, no contract exists. There are few exceptions are there, like when anybody gift somebody, like a parent gift to a child some property, even if there is a no consideration, then also it is valid, because over there love and affection is a valid consideration. If one person give this as a charity, then also it, even if there is a no consideration, then also it is acceptable. Other than this, consideration need to be done. Capacity to contract, yeah. Capacity does not mean that a financial you should be capable. Obviously, financial you should be capable. You should be able to pay the premium of insurance contract if we are taking the example of that. But legal capacity to contract also be necessary. A person under the 18 year of age can able to do the contract or can able to take the policy? Please answer.
No, sir. No, sir.
No.
No, sir. Only parents can take.
Minor
not we.
cannot do the cannot do contract. If minor want to take the policy, they have to appoint a guardian. As per the Indian Majority Act, what is the age for a minimum age for a to become a major?
18 years.
18 and above. Yeah. And to become a guardian, what is the minimum age as per the Indian Majority Act?
21, I think, sir.
21. To become acting as a guardian, when you are playing as a role of guardian, then minimum age of the guardian should be 21. Okay. So a person doing a contract have to be major and capable to take the decisions. Free consent. When any person doing a contract to do free without any coercion, without under any under influence. Legality of object. Contract should be the legal. Possibility of performance. When any person doing a contract, both parties should having an object to perform their obligation, then only the contract will take place. Otherwise, there will be the dispute will be created in the problem in the future. Writing and registered. So these are the base essential element for the contract. Now the valid contract, if all the condition of contract is fulfilled, it is called valid contingent contract. If the contract to do or not to do something, if an event collateral does or does not happen, it is depend on some contingent event. If something happen, then only the insurance company will pay. So insurance company is example of insurance plan is a example of contingent contract. Express contract when the contracts are either in writing or oral. Implied contract when the contracts are neither in writing or nor in oral. Absolute contract which is not depend upon the fulfillment of any condition. If it is depend on any condition, then it is called conditional contract. Now, what is the offer? Offer means according to section 2, clause A, when a person made a proposal when he signified to another his willingness to do or to abstain from doing something. Offer when we want something to do and we want somebody to stop to something do. That is also called offer. Suppose we appoint somebody to act as our agent. This is also offer. We are giving somebody as an offer that I want to appoint you as an agent. You work for me to do something. This is also offer.
And another offer is also like I am giving you offer to my competitor that please don't operate this business in my area, and I will pay you, I will compensate you. This is offer. And if they sign that I will not operate in that area and I will pay, that is also contract. So this is also to do something or to abstain from doing something. This is also offer. Offer may be express offer, implied offer, specific offer, general offer, cross offer, counter offer, standing offer. Express offer when offer is given to person either in writing or oral. Implied offer neither in writing nor in oral. Specific oral when given to the specific person. General offer given to the general public. Acceptance. According to section 2 clause B, when a person made a proposal to another to whom proposal is made, it is, if the proposal is assented thereto, it is called acceptance. So when the offer is received by one party, given by the other party, and accepted is called acceptance. Consideration. Consideration means in returns for doing something or to not to do something. Consideration is not required in love and affection, gift, agency contract, charity contract. I already explained to you. Capacity to contract. He must be major, sound mind, must not be disqualified under any law, like a resolution applicant in IBC, willful defaulter, fugitive offender. Why they are not allowed? Because they are already defaulters, like Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi. They cannot be allowed to do the contract. Minor age less than 18 years of age is called minor. Contracts should be free consent without any coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentations. Contingent contract is a contract based on contract to do or not to do something. If some event collateral to such contract does or does not happen, it is called conditional contract. For example, if a contract to pay B 10,000 if B's house is burnt, this is called conditional contract. So based on this insurance principle works, if something happened to some person like an accident or death, then only the insurance company will pay. Or like a general insurance, if the fire taken place in the factory, then the fire claim will be payable. Guarantee contract, there are three parties. One is the surety. Surety means guarantor. One is the principal debtor, a person who have taken the loan, name is called a principal debtor. A person who give the guarantee is called guarantor or surety. And a person who give the loan or funded, that is called creditor. So in case of default done by the principal debtor, then who should be held responsible to pay the remaining amount? Creditor. Surety or guarantor. Contract of guarantee under section 126 of Indian Contract Act 1872. Contract of guarantee is a contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of third person in case of default. The person who gives the guarantee is known as the surety or guarantor. The person in respect of whom guarantee is given known as the principal debtor, and the person to whom guarantee is given is called creditor. A guarantee may be either oral or written. Contract of indemnity. Indemnity contract is the same we are using in the insurance contract. Indemnity means whatever is the loss, we can claim up to that amount. Insurance is made to make the not to make the profit out of it. Insurance is just to protect from the loss. So that is called indemnity. one person is indemnifier and one person is indemnified. A contract by which one person promised to another to save him from the loss caused to him by the conduct of promise himself or by the conduct of another person is called contract of indemnity. So one person want to save another person in event of loss, like an insurance company, or insurer want to save the another person in event of any loss to the insured. Now the contract of agency agency contract, like a life insurance corporation of India appoints their agent, so they follow the agency contract with their agent. Agent is like a agents help in promotion of the product, agent help to expand the business, so they sign the agency contract. Agent means under section 182 of Indian Contract Act defines the agent as a person employed to do or act for another or to represent another in dealing with the third person, the person to whom such act is done called principal. So who appoint the agent? Principal. So contract between the principal and agent. So these are the part of the contract. Any questions? कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एक्ट समझ में आया आपको लोगों को? समझ में आया?
Yes, sir.
Understood? You can ask any question if you having. Then I am ending my session. After this session, you are having a session. Welcome. Thank you, Meenakshi ma'am. Welcome. Okay, so I'm ending my session here. And all the best to all of you. Start preparing for the exam and all the best to all of you.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Contacted the faculty. He's trying to get it connected. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So what happened is there is a mail also and a WhatsApp also. There is some time difference. Okay, it's okay, and we will complete within time. Okay.
Okay.
So I hope I have taken some classes for you last week. No, valuation of real estate or something like that. Okay. So let's start straight away to market approach. There are three approaches, in the process of valuation. One is cost approach, the other one is market approach, and the third one is income approach. So today we will start with market approach. The other two will be covered in the next week only, and case studies. Okay. So see, this is the simplest and what you call user-friendly approach, market approach. It's just comparing the properties, similar properties. whether it is commercial building or residential building or business valuation. So just comparing, like, we go to market, we compare the price of different things. Similar, you'll get for similar and identical is different actually. See, you will go to the market to get a similar product, right? Identical is more or less same property having a same this thing. So you should use the word similar properties, not identical. Some people use identical, not identical, similar properties. You can see the difference in the dictionary. Just see the Google the dictionary, you will find it out. Okay, so this is the basic of market approach. And we compare the characteristics, land characteristics, building characteristics, everything we compare, and finally we arrive at a rate. I will see everything in detail. Once you have any doubt, please ask me. So this is market approach valuation. As I told you, it is human tendency to compare and select. It is a natural process actually. Market approach. So let's go through the IBBI syllabus. This carries 7 marks. So I think mostly the MCQs are there from IBBI point of view. I will tell you. There is not much scope for a case study. I don't know, it may come, may not come, don't worry. It's all are, I will explain whatever methods we have in this question paper. Types of market. First one is types of market, whether it is buyer's market or a seller's market or a stable market. This is 3 types only. So there is no confusion in it. Then market survey and data collection. See, everything comes from market. This is the basic principle in valuation, Every parameters you will get in the market. You should do proper investigation and inquiries. This is a job of our valuer's job. This is the most important part of the valuation process. Okay. So market surveyor and data collection, sources of sale transaction. So sometimes you have to rely on sources of sale transaction, whether it is not involved in black money, parallel money, all those things. If you can get a good, straight away get the sale instance, then you can compare it with that particular property. Compare it and attribute factors are there, negative and positive. Suppose the building you are comparing is in the national highway and the sale instance which is done previously is in some village road or a road, whatever. So you will add some weightage. That's up to you to decide what weightage you will give to the subject property. Subject property means the property which you are going to value, right? So you will compare with that location. Then you will compare the maybe building square feet is more or less, so that you can add accordingly. That is the adjustment, It's a relative method. It is called relative method. If you get to, as per IBBI, for company valuations, then if they engage you for a property valuation, you have to get at least 3 comparables. In my experience, I will tell you, it is very difficult to get 3 comparables, similar comparables, without, the central market data collection is not there. So other parameters are involved. So we go for what? Advertisements, real estate portals. You can depend on all those things and and inquiries, of course, local inquiries, all mixed together to get a comparable, good comparable. You have to adapt. But in the case of vacant land, large vacant land, you should be very careful. I will tell you, This is in a practical case also. If you are starting your profession as a valuer, vacant lands are in hectares. There is some kind of problem will be there, but we will overcome that also. For that only we have got some other techniques of valuation. We'll see hypothetical plotting scheme and all. So we'll see what is that. So next bullet, comparison of sale instance, factors of comparison. What factors you are comparing? For land, what is the land characteristics? Very easy for you, sir. These are all engineering practice. What are the land characteristics? Whether it is leveled or not, whether it is contours or much more than this hilly, rocky area or good area. This kind of comparison you can make topography. It is called topography. Then size. If it is more big size, the value will be less. Larger plot fetches lower value. It's a valuation principle. Suppose you have a small land unit, say for 5 lakh rupees. The same 5 lakh rupees you cannot give for a land of hectare, very large vacant land. You have to, accordingly, you have to reduce that price. Maybe 50%, maybe 60%. You have to reduce because it is in hectares and acres. So large plot you cannot compare with smaller plots. So for which what we will do, I'll tell you later. Okay, by an example illustration, you will understand it. So many size, shape, topography, stigma factors. What is stigma factor? Sometimes it is NP asset, so as a non performing asset. Then what we will do? That stigma is there. So people are afraid of buying such a property. Or if it is in a funeral place, nearby a funeral place is there, a cemetery, or a so that unknown fear. So that is there. So there are so many other aspects also. Any aspect you find, you can compare. Okay, environmentally polluted land, or it is nearby an industry, so that the toxic pollution is there. So umpteenth number of attributes or comparisons are there for land or landed property. What is landed property? Land and plus building. Okay, that is called landed property. Either, see, there are two methods I will tell you again for market approach. You can compare the land and get the value of the land. Second one is building. Sometimes building may be different. Apartments, okay, you will get the composite rate, land plus building. We can calculate that. That's also I will show you in these examples. How to arrive at composite value. It is not there. Actually, I will take in cost approach. Okay, and case studies. I hope I will taking for you the same class. So I mean further classes. So as per my chart, it shows the next two methods and case studies are taken by me only. So that it is kind of comfortable for me. So you can. I know how to express it now because composite rate and all you cannot see. It is there is some time constraints. No, 3.5 hours. So, but we will finish everything. And what do you call? Then building. How will you do? You may be knowing, okay, your village, your town, your municipality, your corporation, my building rate is 2,000 square feet per or 2,200 square feet per contractors may be given, but you cannot adopt that one. You have to justify it. Every value in company valuations or in any other 34 AB valuation, wherever valuation is required, your value should be justified. Without justification, your valuation report is nil and void in front of court of law. If something happens, until then it's okay, everything goes smoothly. When it comes to arbitration or in a court case or something, dispute, future dispute, then they will see how you are arrived. They will, the public prosecutor may ask you, or IBBI or whoever the counsel may ask you, how you get this figure, or even court may ask you. So you have to justify it. So you should take CPWD plinth rate. Then you see for CPWD rates are very high. Actually, it is for premium projects, premium specification. So they mentioned, okay, there are 3 bedrooms. You have got only 2 bedrooms. So you can accordingly deduct, and you can come to your 2000 to 200 something. Wherever, as an engineer, you will feel that okay, this will cost only this much. So reverse mathematics or whatever method you can use, CPWD from, but you should have a base rate. Without base rate, no, don't do it. Okay, so even in the building component, so then you will get land and building in that case, right? Building, you are not a market approach. There is no market approach then. Building part. In that case, if you are adopting CPW rate for building, land value you can calculate in the market approach. Suppose it's an apartment, then you have to go for similar properties apartment. That is very easy to get in cities where the urban culture is there. You will get different builders, around the area, how much they are selling price and all those things. You will get it from advertisements, from you can ask them even. You can go to some builders and ask 2-3 builders what's the price of your 3BD or specification. They will give. They will happily give you the brochure. Only thing is you don't give the phone number then. They will call you. So because that's why I always advise you to go to expos, exhibitions. Builders exhibitions will be there with brochures. They will give you everything. There may be 15 builders. You can use it for 1 year or 2 year, that data. Because there is no much changes, of course, in recession period that you can consider in your valuation report, you can write the period is recession, supply is less and demand is more, whatever. So that kind of things comes after that. But you should have some data collected. So apartment you can direct, because apartment land is UDS land by undivided share. That is called undivided share. If you have an apartment in 100 units of square meter, proportionately, whatever be your flat area, you will get a UDS of land. What is UDS of land? Undivided share of land. It is abstract. You cannot sell, you cannot mortgage the land partner because you don't know where it is. Nobody knows. It is there. If you add all the UDS of all the apartment parties, you will get total area of the plot. That is the concept. There is a method to find out UDS also that we'll see in cost approach. Okay, how to find UDS, undivided share of a property, that we'll see in the cost approach. Okay, let's go to weightage for adjustment in value. Okay, then as I said, the weightage you have to provide proper weightage. If you are comparing with the apartment, you can give plinth area some weightage because your subject property has got a plinth area of 1000. The other property has got a plinth area of 2000. So you can adjust in that. Okay, you have to make adjustment accordingly, right? So wait, then what is that view? You can compare even view. If you have a good view, panoramic view or good skyline view, and the other property has got no views at all. So in that case, you can go for view as a factor. Even view, vista, view, whatever, what is that? Then minor repairs are there, major repairs are there. These are all give weightage. So I will give some example in this one. You can then later on you can develop it. So many attributory factors are there. This then comes hedonic model. Hedonic model means this is only 4 attributes are considered. This is an old method actually, but you should know it. What is hedonic model? Only STL. You will compare it with STL. Size, time factor, location, age, and something like that. So, okay, price is a function of STL. It is called price is a function. We'll see it. Okay, hedonic model and adjustment grid model. That is where you can apply so many parameters nowadays. We have got plenty of parameters in our hand. We'll see one by one. Okay, land characteristics and its effect on land values. Okay, land characteristics like as I told you, many characteristics. Maybe the black cotton soil, the other one is in red earth. You can compare. Okay, so these kind of things affect the land values. Then comes hypothetical plotting scheme for value of large size. This you can expect as a case study, because this is purely a very simple case study. This is if you get it, it is your luck, I'll tell you, because that is so easy to solve it. No equation is required, only arithmetic, basic arithmetic multiplication. Okay, no formula, nothing, area formula only. Formula for area, length into breadth, that's all. Okay, so hypothetical plotting scheme for large size plot. Then residual technique. Residual technique you can use in sometimes you don't know the land value of a, see, in company valuation, you won't get an assignment in your place. Maybe some other place which is unknown to you. Probably in a village, because all the industries, they won't put in they won't, you cannot construct an industry in the middle of a city. They won't allow you. So all the most of the industries, which is either it should be in a industrial belt or it should be in a village. So you will you may be not knowing the value of, okay, you can make local enquiries and have an idea. You can make local enquiries, but in order to get such a value, some mathematical form, you can do by residue technique also. That is surplus land method. That is, you will get land value from residue method. Okay, then comes other development methods. Okay, valuation of joint venture and development property. This is also included in the market approach. Valuation of joint venture. What is valuation of joint venture? What is joint venture? Suppose I have land in an urbanized area or a developed area. A builder comes to me. He don't want to spend money, because if he buy the whole my land, he will have to spend, his capital is blocked there. So he will tell, okay, let's start a joint venture. So land value they will calculate, building value will be calculated, and accordingly it's a ratio. That ratio is always internationally accepted as PL ratio, promoter landlord. They will say, simply say 40:60. We should understand that this 40 goes to the promoter and 60 goes to the landowner. Or most of the cases, landowner gets more. Why? Because your land is in a city, urban area. So you will land area is much more than the building cost. Most probably, in most cases, PL ratio is expressed as that. Promoters or builders or whatever, promoter, we'll call it as generally promoters. Promoters is to landlord ratio. This is joint venture ratio. Finished. Now, how to calculate? That is very simple. We'll see. Only one step is there. To get the land component. To get the land component, you have to divide it by FSI. That's all. We'll see. Okay. If land value is 10,000 there, near place, suppose land value is 10,000. So land component will be 10,000 divided by FSI. FSI utilized. So that value will be taken for calculation. This is the only difference, small difference. Otherwise, some people are forgetting this fact. When you take land component, it should be divided by FSI. I will tell you the reason while we are doing the problem. Okay. Now, I think we have covered IBBI syllabus, what are subtopics. Now we'll go one by one. Okay. We'll see a schematic diagram of three approaches. As I told you, there are three approaches. One is cost approach, the other one is market approach, and the third one is Inca approach. Sometimes it is known as discounted cash flow method or those things. Forget about this. It is Inca approach. This is the schematic. This you can write Inca approach. Okay. We'll see. This is part of Inca approach, discounted cash flow method. Okay. So valuing a business or an asset. So we are today we are concerned about market approach. Okay, public limited companies, public companies, comparables, and precedent transactions. Transaction means all transactions. Compare it, that's all, which I explained to you. Okay, already explained. Now, basic principles. See, here we should know art, science, engineering, everything is there in valuation. But valuation principles are based on economic principles. These approaches. So this may be an MCQ. Market approach. It is principle of price equilibrium. It is based on comparison of asset being valued with similar assets. Similar assets. So it's, if you have a subject property, there are other properties you are comparing and make an equilibrium of rate. It is called principle of price equilibrium. Clear? This is 1 mark MCQ question. Maybe one among them. The cost approach is principle of substitution, and income approach is principle of anticipation of benefits. That we will discuss in detail in the next classes. Okay. Now we are bothered about only market approach. Okay, you can write it down. Now, what is market approach? The market approach is a method of determining the value of an asset based on selling price of similar assets. Yes, okay. The values adopt this method when the property is non-income fetching marketable property. Why non-income fetching? Anybody can say this answer, please. From your try to answer this. Why non-income fetching? What happens if it is income fetching? Okay. See, we have an approach called income approach. So if it is income generating property, you will use income approach. So you need not go for this one, market approach. That is fine. Right? Non-income fetching, marketable. It should be marketable. What is marketable? Should be marketed in the open market. What are the non-marketable assets? Example of anybody is in this group can enlighten others. What is non-marketable properties? What happened? All are okay.
Any property which is illegally occupied.
Any other opinions? Market approach.
A property owned by a minor or an unsound person.
You are very near, but it is a principle. It is good that you know the something, but not exact answer, ma'am. Okay. I am looking for a particular, property which is not marketable. Very easy. Think.
Heritage property.
Which one?
Heritage properties.
Yeah, okay, I agree with you. In some extent, heritage properties can be marketable. Okay, fine. And small heritage properties, they generally marketed. Okay. What's your good name, ma'am? I didn't get all are in
Meenakshi.
Okay. You are from which part?
I am from Land and Building, sir.
Okay.
Hyderabad.
Okay, fine. So generally we consider worship places are non-marketable. Temple properties, mosque or church, these are non-marketable. Why? You know the reason. Hospitals, because hospitals can be marketed, but some hospitals cannot be marketed because enforceability factor is there, because you cannot enforce if it becomes a NPA property. You cannot enforce. Enforceability factor is there, no. So you cannot evacuate all the patients in some hospital cases of hospitals, in some cases of colleges and schools. These are all non-marketable. But you can certify hypothetical value or notional value or present worth of the property. When you are as a valuer, you are going to certify market value on the date of valuation. Market value on the date of valuation. Non-market, if suppose somebody, even temple management may come to you, don't write with the word market. Once it is market value, that means it is marketable. You can use the word hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. What is an hypothesis? You know, it's science we have learned. Hypothetical value or notional value. These are all MCQs. They will use either hypothetical or notional value or present worth of the property. That you can certify for a temple. You got my point? What is non-marketable now?
Yes.
Clear, no? That's why I told you some heritage properties cannot be marketed. That is like, you know, some properties which is owned by government. It is difficult to market heritage properties. We have heritage properties in some places where it is owned by private parties also. In my place also, it is there in Fort Cochin. There are so many heritage properties are there, privately owned by Jews. They come and settle there, Portuguese. Then before that, you know, French heritage. So it is a mixer, you know, different. You can see the buildings, row buildings in the street, different, you know, Portuguese nationalities. Okay, so it's a heritage property. It is considered as a heritage property, but it is marketable. You can hand over to somebody as it is, sale process. That you can do that, but the only thing is you cannot maintenance work should be carried out by a licensed engineer. Under a licensed engineer means specially trained heritage properties. There are specially trained masons are there, specially trained plumbers or whatever, because in the olden period they are not familiar with cement or this thing. So lime, sugar, what that olden age, you know, that kind of building construction materials were used. So we are not aware of it, how to do. So certain people know. So they have trained, they have given license by the central government. So for what? Not to construct, even for maintenance. Okay. So here we have given some examples for bullet number 2. Okay, non-income properties, owner-occupied bungalows or building. Suppose you see, this is where I told you, I think valuation of real estate is taken by me for you, right? Last week? No?
Only started this week, sir.
This is new batch.
New
Okay,
batch.
okay, fine. Okay. It's a new batch. Okay. Then owner-occupied bungalows or buildings. In valuation of real estate property, suppose sometimes we casually say, I invested in a flat apartment. For what? As a valuer, you should ask him, sir, for what is the purpose, sir? If he is living there or he is running his office there, it is self-occupied. It is not income fetching property, not an investment property. It means it's not an investment property. Owner-occupied bungalows or apartments. Factories, even factories are not investment properties. Why? Can anybody have an answer? You are constructing a factory, so it will fetch income, definitely. But it is not categorized as non-income. It is categorized as non-income fetching property. Why? See, as a movable valuer, you are valuing only land and building, right? But there are goods produced in the factory and marketing it. So that is actually producing the income. This so it's a business valuation which has to been taken care of the securities and finance people and all. So it is nothing to do with you. But you should know the basics of income approach and because one more thing, not basics. In lease agreement, all the question papers carry at least one question case study from lease agreement or income fetching property. So you have to be thorough with that. Some equations are there. I think construction table is, I don't know, it is the valuation table is familiar for you. So there is valuation tables. So you have to apply there are six equations, valuation equations. Thereby you can reduce the value of the property. Forget about this, we'll see next week. Okay. Owner occupied bungalows, apartments, business factories. These are all not income fetching. If I say apartments or see a builder's, goes to the inventory actually. Suppose a builder has got so much apartments, it is lying there, nobody has purchased it. It will not reflect in the your income sheet and all. So naturally apartments are considered as non-income properties. Okay, offices, your own offices, not offices, your own offices. You are occupying that office. Right? These are all non-income fetching. Examples are there. Okay. I'll share the PPT with you. Don't worry. My concentration, whatever I know. Okay. When appraising real estate, adjustments might be made for factors such as square footage of unit, age, location of building, and its amenities. So appraising means valuating. So appraising a real estate property, these kind of adjustments. What are the parameters? The square footage, plinth area, you can take. Then age of the building, location of the building. These are all attribute factors. If it is prime location, you will get higher value and its amenities. Okay. These are all explained, but we will see one by one in detail also. Now, let's see what are the advantages and disadvantages of this approach, market approach. As I said, advantages is it's user friendly. It's user friendly. No assumptions, nothing, no equations required. Okay. It uses actual data. Yeah, more or less actual data we are using. So that you will get a realistic value. It is relatively simple, very simple, relatively simple process, considering cost approach and income approach. It does not rely on explicit forecast. What is explicit forecast? Rate of interest, rate of return, capitalization, annuities. These are all you have to make assumptions. Those assumptions, of course, it comes from market, but it may fail. Suppose if you are predicting in income approach in a discounted flow chart, you are assuming that rate of return, which is you receive from the market inquiry and all, you got a rate of return of your capital, and based on that discount cash flow will be predicted for the future benefits, future years, 5 years or 8 years, in future. But Delta Corona or Corona variant comes, everything is right? So present value maybe there are all the predictions. This is the forecast. This is the only issue. Sometimes it may fail. We have seen it, okay, in Corona period and all, or when a total recession, recession period, this can be affected. So there are some other methods we'll see in Inca approach, okay. So this is called explicit forecast. It is not there in market approach. You are straight away you are getting the result for that particular value of the property. Now disadvantages we'll see. Market approach excels in a situation where abundant data. So vast data is available, market approach is good. Because you have to compare with something else. So that data should be available in abundance. When data is not available, alternative approach may be required. So it depends on market data. Comparable data availability. Second one is reliability of transaction data is questionable. That is also there. Who can say why? Reliability of transaction data is questionable. Meenakshi ma'am.
Everything in the market may not be reliable.
Yes.
There may be something wrong.
Because of what?
Maybe wrongly.
A particular word I need. That's all. You have learned it in economics, and after that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There is parallel economy factor.
Yes. Yes.
Right? You will register it for, see, our stamp duty registrations, minimum registration rate to be shown. Actual registration, whatever the money transacted, only God knows and these two people knows, purchaser and buyer, right? Actual money handed over. That, see, white portion is, nowadays it is coming down, lowering, because there are questions arising now. Because why apartments are selling this price and all those things. Income tax department definitely, enforcement department may question. So value should be taken into account of these facts. Even enforcement directorate is interested to take honest and integrate professional values for this purpose. Undervalued properties. Okay, they will undervalue the real cost. In that case, they are in trouble. So valuers who are giving undervalue or overvalued property also in trouble. So be honest. Your integrity should not be compromised in this profession. Please remember. This is because I will tell you. This one NGQ is there from IBBI. We are committed to the society, not the insolvency professional or client or nothing else. Registered values are committed to the society first. So whose money is this? Our money, society's money. So keep that in mind when you value a property. Fair value. You are responsible for the certification of fair value. It should be fair. Okay. So as this profession has got some codes and all, international valuation codes are now we are using. We are internationally accepted valuers as per IBBI values are concerned. So we have so much responsibilities also. So if responsibility and this thing is honesty is a factor, penalty is also there. Hefty penalty. Okay, even rigorous imprisonment. I'm not. I don't want to make you worry about this, but it's a fact. If you are going for a there are some practices in banks and financial institutions. Now it is coming out one by one. So be careful when you are don't. You should not budge in pressure. Don't do any valuation under pressure. You have to be very cool and just and fair valuation. That is what they are expecting from you. Okay, reliability of the transaction data is questionable. Okay, so that is the meaning of black money part. Now comes factors affecting the market value. So as all in valuation of real estate, you know it. What are the factors affecting real estate? You have learned it. I know. Physical factors, legal factors, economic factors, and social factors. There are four factors affecting the value, and what are the four basic elements? This is factors affecting the value. What is basic elements? I mean, basic elements of a property. That also you must have learned now. Marketability, utility, scarcity, transferability. So marketability M, utility U, scarcity S, transferability T. Must, M-U-S-T. Just remember that. So that is the what do you call basic element of valuation or value or real estate property. Basic element must. Affecting. This is factors affecting in real estate is PELS, P-E-L-S. Physical, economical, legal, and social. Okay. So I think valuation of real estate are not covered. Okay, fine. Okay. Now here comes affecting economic factors, micro and macro level. So what is microeconomics and macroeconomics? Have we gone through that economics topic? Yes, first topics are carries 10 marks. So very important chapters are there. Some
Microeconomics is in lower level and macro is in vast level.
Which level? Macro, tell me.
Macro will be in like bigger. We
National
can take
level.
it in
You can say, I know, I understand, you know the fact. National level. GDP, GNP, these are all macro. Micro means in our state level or district level or local level. Micro. Population change, population migration, all those things.
Yes.
Okay, density of a particular place, demand and supply of a particular place. These are all micro. So microscopic, you know what's the meaning of microscopic? You will see micro bacteria and all through a microscope. Macro means like a telescope. You can see the whole universe. Not whole universe. Some people say it is 60% of the universe we are not seeing. Okay. So that is macro. So economic factors could be micro, local aspects, or macro, national aspects. Possible that. Second one, microeconomic factors include factors such as local population, employment opportunities. You see how the syllabus is formed. These are all while you attending economic classes. We might have thought, okay, why we are doing these things. See how they are going to affect this. Your valuation report should be perfect if you are considering these facts. Because your valuation report is the ambassador of you. It represents you. Once you are done, most of the values are not doing it. You know, once you are going a thorough report and writing a report in such a way that all these parameters and affecting attributaries and affecting elements, factors, you have to systematically write. If it is, see, provided it is required. Definitely this is required. Population changes, employment opportunities, purchasing power of consumers. It's a fact. If you certify some value, if purchaser is not there, there is no meaning in certifying such values. So all these That is why cost, price, and value you have learned. Cost is the real amount invested or a real amount inquired for producing a thing. Price is with profit tag. Okay, price plus profit cost. Then comes value. Value is what? It's an opinion based on economic factors like this. So in mathematics, 2 plus 2 is 4. But in valuation, it may be 5 or 3. Okay, that is the difference. So macro level, these are the things: changes in services, trade and commerce, per capita income in district, city, state level, paying capacity of local residents, trend of city growth and expansions, etc. These are all micro level. Whereas in macroeconomic factors would include factors such as domestic saving. Requesting annotate. Okay, I'm not familiar with the, okay, I will start annotating. Okay, somebody is asking. Okay, so in micro economic factors, domestic savings, fixed capital formations in construction, real estate sector, flow of capital investments in bank fixed deposit, shares, debentures, government securities, etc., etc., etc. These are all macro level. Okay. Now, economic factors again. We can subdivide demand and supply of a property. See, if demand is there, how property demand is there, how can you decide? You must use the technique of scarcity. If the land is scarce, land is always scarce product, but in some places land fetches more value because of scarcity factor. What is scarcity? Limited amount. You have got limited apartments, suppose, in a particular area, and purchasers are pretty well. They are higher size. So what happens? The price increase. That is demand. And likewise supply also. The real estate properties supply cannot be increased overnight like other products. If it is an automobile, okay, they can increase the product within a week or so by some changes in the production line, any machinery or some parts of machinery, whatever. But real estate, it will take construction time. You know, you are all civil engineers, I hope. So construction time is 2-3 years to complete a project, whether it is apartment or a commercial project or whatever. So supply cannot be immediately met with. Suppose today we have a demand for the property, but supply cannot be immediately met. That is the one of the characteristics of real estate properties. Okay. Then comes income fetching capacity of the property. This is also economic factor. If it can fetch you some income. Okay. State and central government policies of land development. There are some building bylaws. As you know, the engineers very well knows what is a building bylaw. Then, meanwhile, I would like to tell you, you should download National Building Code, because questions may be 1 or 2 questions you may get because number of parking, or what is the minimum area for parking, etc., covered parking or open parking. Everything is different. So that kind of question you can expect. Or how many toilets required for an assembly room for 100 people, how many. So these kind of things, building bylaws are there. Just go to note it down. National Building Codes. You have to download and keep with you. You read it, and you will get 1 or 2. Because in IBBI exam, every 1 mark counts. No, even 0.25 mark counts. Negative mark. Don't invite negative mark. Forget about negative marks. If you don't know, don't answer it. Leave it as it is. So, state and central government policies of land development. Okay. What is that? Tell me. This is bylaws, then zoning, then CRZ rules. What is CRZ rules? Coastal regulation zones. You can nowadays the revised one is up to 50 meters, no construction, up to 50 to 100 meters, 200 meters, ecologically friendly constructions, and after that, whatever the density is given. It is a state subject actually, so it depends on state wise, whatever the state government says. Then central government policies, of course, central can have a say in all these things, zoning purpose or what. Okay. These are economic factors. Economic and taxation policies of government. Income and wage level restrictions, trends for saving and paying capacity of the locality. Paying capacity in the locality. Money market situation. What is that? Recession, boom, bubble, all that kind of cyclic, market. Okay, the next word is cyclic boom and recession period in real estate market. Next one is expected. Rental yield, yeah. Sometimes we need to calculate rental yield from market. You can cross-check your valuation, any valuation, by this method, rental yield method. Because if you are on the inquiry, some people are living by giving rent. Suppose you get monthly rent this much. Data average this much for this much square meter of flat apartment. So from which you can calculate in one step you will get price of the building. There is a technique. Okay, that we will see in the cost income approach method. Returns on investment in real estate, maintainability of high rental, etc. Okay, these are all economic factors. We go to next slide. So now, as we know, physical and technical factors. So what is physical factors? Land characteristics. It's a physical factor. Size, shape, plot area. Plot area is sometimes denoted as which word? Another word is there. Who can say? The values use some other word. Extent. Extent of the plot. Right? Extent of the plot. EXTENT. Extent of the plot area. Frontage. Vista. Orientation. Soil type. Topography. Accessibility. So you have got so many comparisons. Comparable. Weightage you can give these parameters and compare it. Now infrastructure facilities. Good network of roads, railways, water supply, power supply, drainage system, telecommunication, whatever available you can write, compare. One property to other property. If it is missing, it is an additional point to the other property, you have to minus from your property, subject property. This is the method. Whether the power supply is uninterrupted in that area and your subject property power shortage is there, electricity. So naturally the other property will fetch a weightage for power, for electricity requirement. We will provide. Okay. Then comes prominence and placement. Main road, byline, dead end road, remote area location, all those things. Prominence in location. It's a location factor. Placement. Then functional aspect like optimum use of inner space, of minimum wastage of lobby space, these kind of things you can compare. Good planning and design. Sometimes, okay, you park your car somewhere, your allotted area, and you have to walk so much to reach the lift. It's a negative aspect, no? So easy access to the lift for older people, kids, children, or handicapped people. So these kind of things you can think many aspects. See, optimum use of space, good planning. Good planning means this is one of the good planning, no? Easy access to the lift or escalator, then backup generators, a design room placement, and good circulation for movements of sufficient staircases, even fire escape, adequate light and ventilation for rooms, high utility value, modern habitation style, all those things you can take. Modern design, contemporary design, all those things. See, after all, you are the judge. What weightage you will give as an engineer, that's all. Amenities. Then you can compare amenities: swimming pool, garden, lift, security system, intercom facilities, car parking facilities, health club, children's play. Right. Then environmental aspect. Noise and smoke pollution level. Noise pollution. If a big traffic area, sometimes people won't prefer ground level. Higher level they will go. So that kind of things you can compare. If the apartment you got the comparable is in the ground floor in a heavy traffic area, dense traffic area, otherwise it is a nuisance. Noise and pollution also. Then sea, lake, frontage. That is good, no? If you can see from your balcony every day a lake or a scenic view, panoramic view, these are all good aspects. Nuisance due to railway track. Sometimes railway network is okay, or metro stations are nearby. Good. You can transport. If you are and people can easily access other places. But at the same time, in railway tracks, it's a real annoyance. You know, noise pollution is very high even in the night. They will horn like anything. So railway track, this is a negative aspect actually. Industries or airport. Yeah. Airport, what is there also noise pollution plus what is that? Vertical, there is you cannot construct more than certain floors because of height regulation of the building. Height regulations are vertical regulation. Okay. Climatic conditions: hot, humid, cold, dry. That is okay, fine. It doesn't make much. Okay. So then comes natural calamities. Yeah, that is one of the major aspects. If it is an earthquake-prone area, flooding, cyclone, tsunami, these are all negative aspects. Soil conditions: rocky soil, hard muram, black cotton soil, reclaimed soil, filled up ground. So these are physical factors for which you can give attribute. You can evaluation method, land evaluation method, or market approach. You can use these attributes, plus minus, advantage or disadvantage. Okay. Now physical, the other slide was for land. Now for buildings, whether it is RCC framed, steel framed, or load bearing structure. Very important, because generally we take design life of an RCC frame structure as 75 to 80 years total. Okay. Whereas in load bearing, you will give only 55 to 60 years. That we will see in the cost approach method. Expected future life and age of structure. Okay. Expected future life and age of the structure, because that decides the depreciation. Physical depreciation depends on the age. Deterioration and present condition. That is to be, you can in your inspection you can take into account of these things, whether any cracks are there, or leaky plumbing lines, or dampness, cracks, or even differential settlement of plinth. These kind of things we can watch. So specification of building, this is always important, because in cost approach also you are doing, as I told you, sometimes you have to do by cost approach. So their building value will depend on specification. That's why I told you when the I cannot see. Okay. Specification of civil electrification and plumbing items. If premier or first class specification is there, you get a higher value of the building. Jaguar taps for plumbing. Whatever, the premier one. They fix, okay, good. They will get specification of the building. Aesthetics. That is the looks, interior and exterior also. If it looks good, eye pleasing, aesthetic, then it's a plus point. Then intelligent building and green building concepts. Nowadays, it is very important to see that green building concepts. That is sustainability factor. We won't exploit our nature anymore. See, we are all known that carbon emission and all. It is called carbon footprints. It is mainly from concrete jungles and automobiles. So within 2-3 years, we expect all the buildings become green buildings. Government has got some yojanas and missions and all. So green building concept is first of all, what we need awareness of common people. They should be aware of these kind of things. Then only it will come into force. Now it is awareness stage. Even valuation of green buildings is a specialized topic, and accordingly we have to make aware of people of using sustainability plus recycled materials, and how you are going to reduce the service bills like electricity, because daylighting is not required. Even AC is not required in some buildings. So there, it's more healthy atmosphere, environmentally. All of a sudden, it has got more weightage because of this corona issue. So health, we are more environmental conscious, plus health conscious, everything. So green buildings has got its own weightage. Intelligent building, okay, some places are there, but it's not common in our places. Before you come, you can operate everything remote by switch on AC, lights, fan, whatever. Intelligent buildings, they can even there are some fridge, refrigerators which orders directly from supermarket if your milk is finished. So this kind of course, technology is developing like anything exponentially. Technology development, it develops exponentially. So naturally, in a building construction also, it will reflect definitely, and you have to be updated with these kind of things. For a successful valuer, updation is a must. Now, the last but one, obsolescence due to change in technology. That's what I am saying. RCC structures may be obsolete in future, obsolete. The word comes from obsolete, obsolescence of technology, change in lifestyle. And people also prefer now not big bungalows and all, even if they are rich. So that change in lifestyle will also reflect. Now we have an affordable housing policy also for common man. So these kind of missions, yojanas and all, what our government is taking, go through that in Google. There are so many yojanas are there, plannings are there, visions are there, vision plan is there. So you can go through that, be aware of what is happening around you in our field, our own field. Maintenance and repairability, the finally, okay. So if maintenance is an important factor while evaluating, because in valuation, when you see a building without maintenance and proper maintenance or proper painting, in timely painting is not there, automatically, our mind setup is like that. You won't get, even if there is no much defects, the maintenance is not good, housekeeping is not good, it's a minus mark. The first impression is the best impression. So maintenance is very important factor. And repairability also. Whether a minor defect can be repaired. It is called curable and incurable. Curable and incurable. Some see major cracks like structural crack, it is incurable. That cannot be all the diseases in the world. Some diseases are curable. Remedies are there. Where some diseases are incurable. Same thing. Okay. Social factors, let us see now. Physical, economical, and social. Okay. Locality. You can see the locality. Poor class, middle class, posh class. You can write it. Subject property is located in a posh class area. Whereas the comparable properties in a middle class area. So that kind of comparison. Okay. Lifestyle and living standards of residents of locality. Neighborhood is an important factor. Well developed, less developed, slum like, cremation ground. As I told you, cremation ground. Cremation ground comes under stigma. There is a stigma. Or even environmentally polluted area. It's a stigma factor. Even if they remove all the earth and filled up with new red earth, still people are, this is once polluted. Why should I go for this? There are similar properties available. They will choose that one. Right? When you go to purchasing a land, once it was polluted, now they are cured, completely cured. Remedial measures are taken. Still, they are not ready to purchase. That stigma factor is there. Okay. Hall, hospital, railway station, bus stand, and guard, civic communities. Then comes civic communities, no? Okay, cremation ground, dumping ground. That is sometimes near a dumping ground, the smell itself is, you will feel it when you inspecting the site. Hospital, railway station, bus stand, garden, etc. Umpteenth number of parameters are there. Population density in the area, population growth, congestion. So it depends on future. You can see the population density, how it grows. Last census was 2000. Just an example I am telling you. 2011 only we have taken the last census population in every village in India. Afterwards, it is the time to take actually every 10 years or 12 years, right? Census. So probably you can assume some population growth. Data is available. in villages, like 1%, 1.5% increase per year. So you can assume what is the population density now in 22. You can calculate a rough figure. Means of communication next comes. Okay, means of communication: railway, roadways, waterways. If this is good, you'll get higher value. Prestige aspect: prestigious building, prominent location, renowned personality like film star, celebrity, or sports champion. Yes, this is a very interesting part. Once Sachin Tendulkar was residing there in an apartment, even if it is 70 years old, they fetch high value. Similarly, if some Chiranjeevi or Rajinikanth or somebody else, Shahrukh Khan, is living nearby you, means there's a prestige factor. So it is nothing to do with market value. Even if you certify market value, people are ready to give 100 times of market value. If it's a sports person like Ganguly or Heja, all factors, all celebrities comes under this prestige factor. Famous in Tata, you are living nearby Tata or Reliance building, So political factors. Let's go to the next bullet. I don't mind to annotate, but it is time consuming actually. You can read it, no? I'm telling you also. Okay, political factor, linguistic or religious communal interest. So there are sometimes unrest. Those areas should be avoided. Politically or religiously, communal, every time unrest is there, means the market value is less. Then racial habitation. Sometimes this is called a closed market actually, not open market. Parsi colony. Only Parsis are allowed. Or even Mohammedan occasionally. Only Mohammedan people are allowed to live there. Hindu colony, Catholic colony, Brahmin colony is there, Maharwada is there. So these are all factors. Here what happens in religious factor, you cannot, it's a closed one, no? So it is called closed market. Actually, open market and closed markets are there. Open market, anybody can participate and buy a flat or apartment or a building. Whereas in a closed market, it is not allowed. If you are a vegetarian, only then you will get some places. If you are a non-vegetarian, they won't allow you to buy. These are different kind of customs. Depends on customs of the diversity of India. Okay, personal factors. What are the personal factors? Sentimental factors are the consideration. Okay, it has the property is given to me by my grandma or grandfather or uncle, uncle. So this kind of sentimental consideration may be there in a particular property. Then some people believe in Vastu. Nowadays, as a fashion, Feng Shui also comes into the picture. I'm not blaming anything. This is faith. Those who are practicing, good. Very good. So Vastu or Feng Shui. Feng Shui factors are there. It's a Chinese one. They're keeping some very decorative things in house to get more financial benefits. Okay. So these are things. Then some places they say as per Feng Shui it is not good. The land is not appropriate. Like in Vastu also, Gomukhi, that kind of lands are there. So some lands is not preferable as per Vastu also. So depends on your faith. You can follow that one. Lacking for specific neighborhood, speculative invent, etc. Then comes again the stigma aspect. That's what I want to tell you. Stigma aspect, haunted house. Sometimes you can see in cities there is nobody living there. In a big bungalow, they call it haunted house. That some spirit is there. It's a stigma factor. Dislike for Vyakramuki. Vyakramuki. In Vastu, there is a word called Vyakramuki. Plot. Vyakramagi plots, or junction plots. Fear due to past history of cyclone. Once there was a cyclone, maybe 50, 60 years back. But still they are afraid of that one. Okay, fine. Tsunami, flood or earthquake, case history of murder or suicide. These are all stigma factors. It depends on the your belief and concept, or can give some stigma value weightage minus mark. Whether it is in your subject property, your value will be less. If it is a compare property, you can add that one and compare to the your property. This what is that? I have somebody is telling something in chat box only. No voice. Hello, who is that? May I know your name?
Manish Agrawal, from my side, fault from my side.
Okay. Now it's okay, clear?
Clear, sir. Clear.
Sir, fault from my side.
Anyway, you can read, no? That's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now comes next one. What is that? Legal factors. So legal factors, see, I will tell you an easy way to answer IBBI MCQ. Whenever a legal factor is there, value is less, right? Because legal factor is a constraint actually. Even your building bylaw, it's a legal factor. Because you cannot construct a house with a total coverage of your plot. You can that is not possible. You can use only in a certain area, 55%, 45%. Depends on your local building bylaws. So whenever a legal aspect comes, your property value will be low, right? So it's a simple method to answer MCQ if it is connected with legal. So social registration like Rent Control Act. Okay, what is Rent Control Act? Anybody? What is the trouble with the Rent Control Act? What is wrong with the Rent Control Act? What is the issue if it is controlled by rent? Anybody?
The tenants won't vacate the property if they occupied the property for longer period.
Exactly. Eviction of tenant is not possible. Right, madam? You are exactly right. Then second one. The court will decide the rent. That is called standard rent. If we go for a litigation dispute, the court will decide standard rent. That may be 1/10 of your market rent. If you are getting 10,000 now, court will give, as per court standards, it may be comes around 500 or 600 or 700, or even frozen rent is there. You are paying the same amount for years and years. So Rent Control Act is very much important for value. You must see when you go to the when you inspect a site, the owner will be with you, and he will say it's my relatives. They come for a birthday party and all. You can see people. Actually, they may be rented. These people are rented that house. The owner has given the rent. But the problem is when you go for a Surface Act, as per Surface Act, banks can take away the property from him if the property becomes non-performing, defaulter. Even the latest Supreme Court judgment says SURFACE Act cannot override Rent Control Act. SURFACE Act cannot override. So Rent Control Act is superior power. Okay. This aspect, many of even those who are giving rental property is missing. They don't know, ignorance about it, because you cannot write, don't write license, rental agreement. It is license agreement, not monthly rent. You say license fee, and every 11 months you can renew it. In that case, there is no much problem. You can easily evict. One MCQ I would like to tell you. What is the maximum time limit to evict a tenant under license agreement? It is renewed for 11 months. So 11 months, shall we write?
So, repeat the question, sir.
What is the maximum time required to evict a licensed tenant?
11 months, 29 days.
How come 29 days?
It is less than a year.
Okay, fine, good. I think it is 12 months, no? Then you can straight away write 12 months. Because if it is there in the question paper, you go for 11 months, 11 months and 29 days. Probably the
Is
last
there a
question paper
legal,
is 12
that
months
is a
only.
lease agreement maximum time then, sir?
11 months. You have to review
Maximum.
it. Yes. 11 months
It's
lease
11 months
agreement.
only, sir.
Then you, if you want to see, you can use it. The maximum time limit I am telling you. 1 month notice period. You have to give a notice period of 1 month.
It's right, sir. But 11 month is only permitted for the up to 11 lease agreement. Every 11 month should be renewal the agreements.
Yes. That's right.
So the 11 month, 29 days, its difficult is one. That is the 1 day is should be converted from this 1 year. That is 11 month is completed. That is the lease is over.
Yeah. So 11,
It's,
okay, 1 midnight of, that's right. You are correct. But in question paper, there may be 1 year or 12 months, okay? 11 months, 29 days may not be there. You go for 12 months. Otherwise, 11 months, 29 days, okay? That is for even for lease agreement also. Lease agreement, see, for 10 years or 50 years, lease agreement. That comes under TOPA, Transfer of Property Act. Whereas licenses comes under what? Easement Act. Both are same year, 1882, 1882. Transfer of Property Act in 1882, Easement Act in 1882. Sale, purchase, lease, all comes under Transfer of Property Act. Why? You are transferring the whole interest. Property is a, these are all MCQ. Property is a bundle of rights. So transfer of property means you are giving away the some rights. Actually, you are not giving physically giving anything to anybody. As per the theory, it is rights and interest is transferred. In sale, purchase or lease. In lease, especially, a time frame is there. That's all. 30 years, 40 years, like that. So that also comes under Transfer of Property Act, because that time period he is fully he can use it as a freehold property. Whereas license comes under Easement Act. Okay. Easement Acts are not related to the property. All other things are related to the property. This is personal, this one is easement. Right in persona. Right in persona and right in rem. Transfer of property right in rem. Right in persona is personal. See, that Latin words you have to remember. Might have gone through land acquisition or the laws of general real estate. Two words are the right in rem, right in persona. One is related to not possessory. That is easement, non-possessory. Easement is non-possessory right. Please note down. Easement is non-possessory right. You can write it down. This is an MCQ. Okay. Now, okay, fine. Not go for all these things in detail because we have got only restricted time. Land reform registration like Urban Land Ceiling Act in 1976. So land reform registration like Urban Land Ceiling Act in that is also legal. That will reduce the price. The restriction is there, no? Land reform. Urban Ceiling Act is land. How to use, how many hectares from corporation limit and all those things. Ecological restrictions like coastal regulations, Transfer of Property Act with lease provisions. These are all aspects. Indian Easement Act for licenses. That's what I'm saying now. Just now I told you. Civil Procedure Code of claim for damage. Land Acquisition Act. Laws governing building construction like development control rules, building bylaws, town planning, zoning regulation. For example, FSI norms, open space regulation, height rules, user restriction. Those who are practicing as a engineering field, they should know these things. I hope. Height restrictions rules near airport C. Okay. Safety distance rules from high tension lines. Okay. That is the, please go through again, NDA, National NBA, National Building Code. From power line 11 kV, how much? 110 kV, how much? Vertical distance as well as horizontal distance. You have to leave some area. Okay. So that is 11 kV, how much? 110 or whatever. It is given in the national building codes. So vertical distance this much from power line. Otherwise, there may be some effect, no electromagnetic effects. So that is why they are very particular about it. So you have to look when you are going for a property valuation whether any high tension, high power lines are there. Then you can reduce the property, especially vacant lands. I have seen it. We won't notice it because it's a vast area, no? 110 kV may be going from through the site, middle of the site. So that much you cannot effectively use the FSI. You cannot make constructions accordingly. So Transfer of Property Act with lease provisions. Okay. Now, where are we? Okay. Finally, last bullet. Safety distance rules from high tension lines, railway tracks also. What is the distance? Should be, you may be knowing. From railway track. What is railway's property? From a track, railway tracks? How much difference? Anybody?
30 meters, sir.
Right, exactly. Who said? Karthikeyanji, you are right. As well as me, madam, you are also right. 30 meters. Suppose you build you got an NOC and you build a house. Can they demolish it? Can
After getting NOC, cannot.
Railways. From railways you got NOC. Okay. But in NOC they are written. They will write. In case of demolition, the demolition charges will be yours. They will bring bulldozer and take away your house. We have to pay that for bulldozer also. Okay. That clause is NOC. Railway NOC. Right? I have a railway, that's why I am telling you. I have a plot. Then when I applied for this thing, railways gave me an NOC stating that whenever an acquisition comes from railways department, you have to bear the whole cost of demolition. Okay. railway tracks, water courses, streams like that. Nullas. Okay, these are the legal factors. So we are, I think, basic formula. This is land. See, before going to the main chapter, we should have some idea about business valuation. Come. So we'll go to that one. Very simple formula. Here only one parameter is concerned in this example. Market value is equal to price divided by parameter of comparable into parameter of subject property. Price is called a pricing multiple. You have to read carefully this one, pricing multiple. Price is called price. Guiding company. What is guiding company? The company which is already sold. You are comparing your business or your subject business to another company. So you have to take only two parameters. We'll see. It can be median or average of one or more than one property. Okay. It assumes that the type of ratio used in comparing firms' assets same across similar firms. The market value approach, these things will confuse you. I don't want to confuse you more. This is very simple. Next example we'll see. Simple illustration. Then we'll go back to the other slide. Suppose we need to assess the value of a business, say automobile showroom. Comparable price and annual revenue, the owner can provide. Price and annual revenue, net, okay? And the other person, which one? The guiding company. It is called guiding company or comparable company, whatever you say, no issue. Annual revenue of the subject properties. See, sale price of comparable property is 1.5C. Annual revenue is 4C. So he is getting 4C per annum. Whereas sale price is 1.5C. He sold it for 1.5C. See, annual revenue is gross revenue. They are not mentioned anything. It is annual revenue. Whether it is loss or profit, we don't know. That even if they get 4C. They sold it for 1.5C. Clear? No? The idea is clear. Because outgoings we don't know. He sold it for 4C. I mean 1.5C, which have an annual revenue of 4C. Now, come back to your subject property. Annual revenue, subject property owner will tell you, right? He says, I am getting 6C. 6 crores. Instead of 4 crores, he is getting 6 crores. So value of the subject property, very simple. Here it is 1.5C divided by 4C multiplied by 6C, 2.25C. This is only one step. Only one parameter we are considered. So here annual revenue is the parameter. Annual revenue is the only parameter we have taken. Clear? We know the annual revenue of the company, guiding company. We know the selling price of guiding company. We know the annual revenue of the valuation which assignment is given to you. So annual revenue is not. Your owner will say, or see, this is not for, suppose he wants to know what is my property value. He will come to you, then you can value like this. You go to the market and find out a similar project. Difficult actually, I'll tell you. This is simple illustration purpose only, I'm telling. Maybe you will get, if you are lucky enough, there is a comparable property like this one. So otherwise, it is difficult for you. Even for everybody, because see, next slide will be a bit, instead of one parameter, they are taking so many parameters. You learn and study this P and B ratio, PE ratio, EV, EBITDA ratio, many ratios they will take. This all depends on shares, market and all those things. Total company's investment. It is higher level of chart accountancy and all. So I have given some explanation here. whichever the ratios, comparable ratios are there, PB, P&D, EV by EBTD. EBITDA means what? Before interest, tax, depreciation and amortization. That is called EBITDA. That is only the EV is investment enterprise value. Enterprise value is, I have given the definition. You can go through it. It's not that important for you at this stage as far as IBB exam is concerned. But I given you this presentation. You go through it. Sometimes by luck or unluck, they may ask this question: what is PB ratio or PE ratio or whatever. Okay. So here only we are taking one parameter. The previous slide I am showing you annual revenue is taken as a parameter. That ratio 1.5, that is sale price divided by annual. Okay. So you will get 2.25C. Instead of he got 4C, you will get 1.5C. You will get 2.25. He can sell, your client can sell for 2.25C. Okay. This is the method, either for legal purpose or for dispute purpose or self-assessment purpose. You may have such a situation, similar situation may come. So in that time, be prepared for that. You learn it in later stage by doing yourself or by learning other books. I'll recommend some books also, so you can go through it and enhance your knowledge in this subject. Okay, that's a big, because this is not actually, this is securities and finance people will do this better than us. They're masters in this. So as a immobile property valuer, you need not be thorough. I mean, but the main important point is you should be knowing things. When he says you P and B, PB ratio, you should know at least what is P by B. It is given the price to book ratio. Okay. Then P and D, price earnings ratio, P by E. EV by EBITDA. This is another ratio. Enterprise value to earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. EV by gross profit, enterprise to gross profit ratio. These are all different criteria using for business valuations, higher business valuation. Okay, purpose. We are much interested in immobile properties only, but at the same time, we should be knowing at least the names and definitions. That's all. I have given one example for PB. Okay, PB means what? Price by book ratio. That market value by this one, market to book ratio. First one, PB, market to book ratio, or price to book ratio. Price to book ratio. So suppose ABC Corporation has a market capitalization of INR. Always write currency, not rupees. Rupees is also in some other countries also. Bangladesh, no, Sri Lanka, rupees. So INR, because you are following international valuation standards. The property may be in Mumbai, in Sri Lanka, or in UAE also. You are supposed to value all the immobile property. Then in that case, a single currency is to be used. Either you convert everything into rupees or everything in dirhams or dollars or whatever. You should write clearly. In company valuations, this is important. INR, Indian rupees of 20 million. Looking at ABC's balance sheet, the value of tangible assets. What is tangible assets and intangible assets? Who can say? What is tangible assets? Tangible assets means you can touch, feel, see. Okay. Whereas intangible assets are you cannot touch, you cannot feel, you cannot see it. For example, goodwill. Goodwill. That is goodwill of the customer, that owner, theater owner or restaurant owner, hotel owner. This is goodwill. Patency, copyright, logos, BMW logo. Oh, okay, that brand value. This is called intangible assets. Very important. Note it down. Tangible and intangible. It is not comes under this topic. So that I didn't give much explanation, but you can take it down. It is connected this to this topic: tangible assets and intangible assets. Tangible can be mobile properties like land and building and all. Whereas intangible assets are goodwill. I'll tell you one small example. You might have heard about McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and all. They are actually, their intangible assets are more than tangible assets. There's what you call recipe, their goodwill, their logo, that logo, McDonald logo. These kind of things as 98%. Only 2% is for land and building or any other P&M altogether. So that marketing, that is called marketing technique. We know they are actually realtors. They will give you franchisee. Okay, take this. We'll give you a recipe. Take our name. We'll do the interiors and give you. Run the show. Give us the rent. They are calling rent, not profit. So it is the truth. They are paying the rent to the parent company. Okay, forget about this. So P and B, P divided B ratio is therefore, see, market capitalization value is at INR 20 million. Looking at ABC's balance sheet, the value of tangible assets amount to a value of 10 million only. So 20 by 10 is 2%. 2, not percent. Ratio is always no unit. 2. So this is called 2. Generally, P divided by B, less than 1 is considered as healthy with a threshold of 3, around 3. Okay. So these things, as far as IBBI examination is concerned, don't worry about it. They are not going to ask you. But even though I'm giving you some insight in this kind of ratios, how to value a business with a market approach. Okay, there are different ratios are there. At least we should know different ratios are there. They will compare the ratio with other companies. So finally you will get it. Immovable property, next we will see how we are going to compare it. Now we are coming to our immovable property. So you can take, say, these kind of things I have repeated many times. These are the comparable affecting various attribute factors: neighborhood, size, area, orientation, construction quality, specification, material, age, maintenance, aesthetic, furniture, fixture, forget it. Market, shopping distance, railway station distance, school, workplace distance, width of the road. Of course, width of the road is one of the major aspect. If it is an NH national highway, you get a pretty good value. So width of the road is an important factor. Okay, you can give much weightage. I am giving just for this is just for my slide is only small, so I am giving with a small examples. For example, comparable transaction, how we are going to compare a property. Serial number you write, then you write parameters: area of flat, unit price, area of flat, unit price, location, age, year of sale. Now you go to subject property. That is the valuation you have to take. You are going to certify the market value. It has got 100 meters, 100 square meter. Unit price not worked out. It is to be worked out because you will find the value now only. Then location. In a nearby, near, it is not neat, sorry, nearby line, byline only. Whereas the comparable property, you see, 90 square meter only. This is 100 square meter. Unit price, 25,000. Because from advertisement, from the calculations, the comparable price of the property is rupees 25,000 per square meter. He sold it. Main road, 15 years, 1 year ago. So how you will give the weightages? For me, it is up to you, subjective. For me, 100 square meter and 90 square meter is negligible. 10 square meter makes no much difference. Then location factor, take. It is main road property, 25,000. So you deduct minus 10 because your property is not in a good road, in a byline only. So minus 10. I took all minus 10, okay, for easiness. Age of the building. This is 30 years, this is 15 years only. So comparatively, half of the age. So I again put minus 10% to our property. These are comparing to our property. 15 years, that is 30 years. So again minus 10. Then today, this is 1 year ago. So I will add plus 10% for what? Inflation. Generally, it is taken as 1%. So plus 10. 1% per month. So you can take 10 or 12, whatever. So finally, you will add all these things. You will get overall decrease of minus 10 because plus minus cancel each other, minus 10. Okay. This is the overall increase. Not if it is plus, you can write increase. Here it is decrease. Overall decrease in percentage, minus 10. So now you can calculate equated rate of equated rate of subject properties. 10% means minus 10 means 0.9. Agreed. 100 minus 10 divided by 100. So 0.9. Always multiply. You cannot multiply with the percentage. So convert it in the decimal place. So 0.9. 0.9 into 25,000. That you will get 22,500 square meter, which is decreased 2,500. Okay. Hence the market value of the property is 100. Here you see area flat 100 square meter. 100 square meter into 2.25, whatever, 22,500. You got 22 lakhs 50,000. This is the method. Simple method. Now, this is for, you can add any number of parameters. Aesthetics you can add. Our property is looking good. Okay, fine. You give 5. Oh, don't give all the this thing 10, 10, 10, 10. Nothing like that. As far as possible, you give from 10 to 15, 5 to 50%. As a general rule, I am telling you 5 to 10 or 15 maximum, minus or plus. Okay. This is a comparable transaction of immobile property example. Okay. We'll see one more, I think. Otherwise, nothing wrong in it if it all not done. Now we'll see some kind of MCQs are important from this chapter. Okay, market approach. So types of markets are where that. So types of market is very, other things I have already explained in the syllabus, IBBI syllabus. While explaining, all other things are also explained. We'll go to types of market. So market is supreme. That is, first of all, we should keep in mind. Everything comes from market. All data. As far as the value is concerned, market is supreme. Because market has seen in decades and decades lack of transactions. So everything is there. You have to look properly, that's all. Inquiry, investigations, inspection has got its own importance. Okay. Now we will see what is buyer's market. It's a simple one. Supply exceeds demand. So much supply is there. Demand is not there. Giving purchasers an advantage over sellers to price negotiate, right? You got the idea. Buyer's market means supply is more, demand is less. So the value you can negotiate, property price. Okay, that is buyer's market. Whereas in seller's market, low supply meets high demand. So sellers are in a position to negotiate. So they will increase the price naturally. Now the third term, stable market. This is a particular situation actually. There won't be any transaction in this market, stable markets. A market with low trading volume that can absorb a large sale without a major change in price. This is actually a psychological factor of the buyer, that market value will decrease in near future, so that they will defer the purchase or postpone the purchase, but it never comes down. So this is because of the expectation of the buyer that the near future it will become some little more. That is expected. That is called stable market. No transaction is there. But the word, when you hear the word stable, means okay, very good market. Not like that. No transaction is there. Low volume transaction. Okay. Let us see what is stable market. See, in certain situation, the from here. Okay, use this one. In certain situations, the market demand as well as equal supply also exist. Demand and supply, everything exists equally good. But due to various reasons, purchasers stop purchasing. Stop. Or defer purchase. What is defer? In valuation, this word repeatedly comes. Defers means postpone. Defer purchase of premises. Artificial stoppage of demand in the market prevails. Artificial stoppage. Expectation of people about likely fall in price of real estate in near future also result in stable market condition. Prices do not fall nor rise but remain stable year after year. No material transaction takes place. Okay, these are the three markets. Simple. So buyer's market, seller's market, stable market. Now there are, as I told you, there are other types of market. Open market and closed market. In open market, group of buyers and group of sellers are present, each one competing with other to buy or to sell, where ample substitute property are also available for sale and purchase. Monopoly aspect is not there. What is monopoly? Only one person is the no. That is called monopoly market. So there he will dictate what is the price. Here no monopoly is in open market. Okay. Now we will see what is closed market. In a closed market, all types of buyers are not permitted to buy real estate. As I told you, this Jain colony, Waitarian colonies and all permitted to buy. Only special buyers are allowed. Special buyers means Mohammedan colony or Brahmin colony. So special buyers are allowed to purchase the land, purchase the property. This Agraharam houses is an example from my state. This is Brahmin row houses, old row houses. It is now declared as heritage property actually, because they are it is against bylaws, but they we cannot demolish it. Once it is collapsed, then they cannot reconstruct in the same way. They have to obey the bylaws, building bylaws. Now it is very, very old, 2,500 years, 3,000 years old Agraharam houses for Brahmins. I don't know similar names are there in your locality. If there, please tell me the names so that next slide I can add it. This is one example from my place. I think in Andhra Pradesh also there may be Hyderabad. Madam? Meenakshi madam left the...
Sir, I am actually from Kerala only, but I settled in Hyderabad.
Oh, I see. That's why you're keeping silence. Okay. This is in Palakkad, you know. In Trivandrum
Yes,
also.
I am from Palakkad.
Ah, you are from Palakkad. Agraharam is famous. Your Kalpati
Yes,
Agraharams.
I am from Kalpati Agraharam.
Ah, you are also from there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, fine. It is very coincidence. Really coincident. Okay, fine. So what are you doing in Hyderabad?
Settled at Hyderabad, sir.
Again? Settled.
I'm settled. Yeah, settled here.
Did you take your engineering?
No,
NSS?
sir. I'm in law LLB, sir. I'm a BA LLB, and I've done MSc real estate also.
From where? Annamalai?
Yes, sir. Annamalai, sir.
There is some problem with Annamalai University MSc evaluation, right?
I don't know, sir. When we are completed, there was no issue, but now I don't know.
Which year you completed?
In 2017-18.
Some UGC approval problem is there. I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. Anyway, we'll go to the next slide. And what is relative valuation? Same thing as market approach is other name is relative. You are relatively you are comparing actually. So it's a relative thing. So relative valuation is also known as market approach. In this approach, value is determined by comparing the subject company or asset with other companies or assets in the same industry of same size and or within the same region. Geographical proximity is a deciding factor. Geographically, it should be somewhere in the vicinity, even in 1 kilometers. So otherwise you'll get different, and time factor also. Recent sales are preferred. Maximum 1 year. You have to find out recent comparable property examples, sale offers or sale sold properties, etc. Now, compared to the Inca approach that incorporates company-specific estimates to arrive the firm's intrinsic value, the market approach relies on relative valuation to arrive at the value of business based upon how similar assets are priced in the market. So, intrinsic value is equal to current price minus strike price. This actually it is from finance. The strike price of an option is a fixed price at which the owner of option can buy or sell underlying security or commodity. Not important for us. Intrinsic value. Anyway, intrinsic value is your whatever current value minus strike value. What is the purchase value? Okay. Because whatever is certified by a valuer may not be the price which the purchaser may buy. Actual scenario. So that is called intrinsic value. So in some cases it is more than that also. Suppose I am a special purchaser. For example, I will tell you one thing for easiness of grasping this. See, my land is here, my house. I have a land in my rear side, not mine, somebody else, and my neighbor. He wants to sell the property. It's a land, vacant land. He wants to sell the property, whereas I need it badly because my family is growing. So I have to take an extension of a bedroom, 2 bedroom. So I need it. I am a special purchaser. I will go to him. Say, Mr. X, your price is 5 lakh, okay, per unit. I am ready to pay 7 lakh or 6 lakh. Let us negotiate. So as a special, he is also happy then. As a special purchase, that is called special value or special purchaser. My strike rate is much more than the present value, current market value, because I need that property. In such situations, it is called special value, right? Okay, this is demand supply curve. You might have seen in economics. See, when the price is high, okay, when price is here, it means around for whatever, it is the peak. This is price, y-axis is price, and this is quantity available in the market, okay, x-axis. So When the price is high, demand is high. Then slowly it comes down. You see, it comes down as the price lowers. 300, 200, 100. The quantity is increasing also. So demand is like a slope. It is look like a convex curve. Okay. So this is the curve which is called supply demand supply curve. Okay. Then you see the supply curve. Price is very high in this this way, and slowly it comes down because supply, it is supplying, no. So with the high price, suppliers are happy. As the price decreases, see, quantities also decreases. So there should be a striking point here. See, equilibrium. It is called equilibrium. Most likely to have some transaction will take place. This price. Quantities have 650 around. Here is the quantity, and price is here. This price they will agree. This is called demand supply curve. This is not only for property, anything you can use this demand supply curve. In economics, you might have seen this. Now, as far as we are concerned, bell curve is important. We'll go to that curve. Okay, bell curve. It is called bell curve. Okay, some detail about demand supply curve. In real estate market, it takes time for supply to meet the increased demand. We have seen it because the construction time. If construction time is increased, supply cannot be immediately met. So that is called real estate market. Non-transferability of real estate is one of the factors contributing to this phenomenon of restricted supply. So non-transferability of real estate, actually it is not transferability in the real sense. It is fixity. It is land cannot be transferred, or real estate property cannot be. See, if my property land is here, there is no demand. The other village there is demand. You cannot take it away, no. So it is fixity, immobility. In that sense, you have to take, not a transferability, non-transferability. So one of the factors contributing to phenomenon restricted supply. Okay, that word is wrong. Actually, now here it is used. Yeah, because non-transferability, non-mobility, or what you call say, you cannot take your property to a market where the demand is high. That's all. Value should, third point, value should determine if it is boom period or slack period. Value should also study the current trend of recession. So you have to be thorough with. That means whatever happening around you in the economic sphere. That is very important. Okay. Then we'll see the bell curve. Very interesting curve. Try to remember this, otherwise we have to come back this slide again and again. It's very easy to by heart. ABC. This is in y-axis, number of buyers or sellers. Here it is price, x-axis. So buyer's curve is called ABC. This is buyer's curve, ABC. This is known as bell curve. Okay, don't forget it, bell curve. So buyer's curve ABC and seller's curve DEF. Seller's curve DEF. Okay. Then there is a dark area FC. It's a union of these two curves. This area and a point G is there. Okay, in between. So far, okay, right? ABC is B is the highest peak point for buyers. E is the peak point for the seller curve. That also you have to remember. Okay? The BE points. Okay. So this is clear now. I hope you will by heart this, because then only it is easy for me to go to the other slide. ABC and DEF, we mean midpoint G. That's all. Number of sellers and buyers and price. This is price. This is the highest price, D. Point D is the highest price. Point D is the lowest price. Okay. Now, what is buyer's curve? Number of buyers at different price level is shown. A, price with minimum number of buyers. A is the price with minimum number of buyers. B is price with maximum number of buyers. B, that what do you call it? Highest point. In transaction may or may not take place. I will tell you the reason later. Okay. C is the maximum number of buyers. Okay, A, B, C. Transaction does not take place because price is considered high. Okay. Let's go back to this letter. See this one. Okay. This is the maximum number of buyers. Again, it comes to C, minimum number of buyers. Then similarly, you have got buyer's curve also, the seller's curve, sorry. D is the minimum number of sellers, that is D, the last point, because price is high. E is the maximum number of sellers, that top position of circle. Then transaction may or may not take place. F is minimum number of sellers, price is considered low by buyers or sellers, very low. See here the price, see, oh, this price is low, they consider who sellers. Okay. Now what will happen finally? F to C, that darkened area, price range at which most transaction will take place. The shaded area. Okay. F to C. G. G is the ideal price. Average price, highest price, that is the highest price offered by a buyer and lowest price accepted by a seller. That is the thing. Highest price offered by a buyer. Buyer has to pay no purchasing power. So highest price he can offer and lowest price sellers can accept. This is the ideal situation, right? G is the ideal price. Why? Highest price offered by a buyer and lowest price accepted by the seller, at which transaction takes place. Okay. In real estate, price depends on needs of buyer, paying capacity of buyer. So that is all about bell curve. Now market survey, data collection, sources of sale transaction. We'll see what other methods we are using to collect the data. Okay. Sources of sale instances. From where you will get the sale instances? First one, they say registrar's office. That is SROs, sub-registrar office. But in practice, in our area, it will take time-consuming process, at least 1 month, to get a good, reliable registration. Okay, so it is registration office. You can write theoretically it's okay. Local inquiry that you can make locally. Advertisement you can depend on. In land acquisition case, if you know the solution or market value, you can reduce the market value. No, sometimes they will give you 4 times of market value as a land acquisition. So you can divide it by 4, you will get the market value. So that is the then auction sale, same procedure. Auction sale may or may not be accurate, because we don't know how the bank is fixed the auction price. Auction price in banks, especially because bank auction reserve means probably 25 to 30% less than market value. Probably That depends on the bank, because banks should know what is their arrears first. Then they will see that what is their other expenses, brokerage, commission for advertisement, paper advertisement for auction, sale. So these things they will take into account. And actually the values job is auction price certification also. It is your job in banks and in financial institutions. So it is probably 25%, 30% less than market value. So auction sales also you can take into consideration. Then from website, there are so many websites are real estate portals. For example, magicbricks.com or 99acres.com, etc. From which you will get value nearby your place. If you are lucky enough, you will get it. Okay. Nowadays, OLX is publishing so many. Then it is called Magic Bricks. Magic Bricks is more urbanized area. 99 acres you will get everywhere. 99acres.com. That is property sale offers. Then you can negotiate. So generally we use a negotiation factor also. Just maybe minus 5% or minus 10%. That factor will be there, no? If they advertise one for say 5 lakh, they in their mind the owners is ready to negotiate. Sometimes they will write negotiable price. So he may ready for 4.5. Certain percentage negotiate 50,000 minus. So 4.5 lakhs. So you can take 4.5 lakhs around, it's a safer zone. The negotiation factor. Okay. I hope it's clear for you why we are taking this negotiation factor or something like that, or what is the use of this exercise? Can anybody tell? We want to get a comparable sale. Comparable sale price. That is why we are doing all these exercises. To get the sale instances. Okay. Then you can go to the property shows. Probably the builders, apartments and builders, okay, fine. Property shows are very helpful. You will get data, maximum number of data. Then data bank, values data bank. It is not yet ready in India. There is no reference, no values data bank. Some places we started actually, but we need more values involved in this process. Wherever you go for valuation, you can publish the data of land value or property value in the data bank. Maybe in near future it will be happen. Okay. So these are the sale instances sources. Okay. Now comes source of checkup built up area. How do you, okay, in apartment case, how we will check the built up area or carpet area? Of course, from purchase document is clear. Built up area. They will give. Societies record, that is residential welfare society or residential society. Apartment societies are. So they have some kind of records or sanction plans drawn by you or an engineer. It will be there. They will provide, the builder will provide the sanction plan copy. Now nothing is there. You have to measure yourself. Site survey. For which you can claim, that's up to you. You value yourself. Generally, survey should be done by somebody else. No, it's not. Actually speaking, in strict sense, it's not a values job. It will take consuming time consuming. So you can ask either owner or the client to get the measurements. That you will be in a stage to demand such things one day. Because If I deny that one, you will feel first a few, oh, they won't call us again. The bank won't call me. The client won't call me. No, nothing like that. If you are good in your field, they will come to you again. Okay. It all depends on your report, how you are preparing the report. So that's why valuation report is ambassador of a valuer. Right. Now, comparison sale instances, factors of comparison and weightages for adjustment. Okay, let's go to next topic. A sale comparison approach is a valuation method used to real estate industry that compares one property to similar ones recently sold in the area. Repetition. It is used as the backbone of the comparative market analysis, which consider prices of recently sold properties that are similar within the same geographic area. Some of the common characteristics that makes up the sales comparison include location, recently sold features, age and condition, average price per square foot, etc., etc., etc. So these things we have already seen covered. Okay. Sales comparison. Thorough investigation must be done. Yeah, this is the important part. Thorough investigation must be done, determine the different attributes of similar properties. Thorough study in case must be done and carefully consider valuation should be done. Evidence should be provided to strengthen the claims stated in the valuation report. That is what I told you. Justification, evidence, these kind of things you have to add as appendix or whatever, annexes, sketches, geotag photography. These are all you can do. Okay. Evidence can be attached. Now, the similarity of property may be deceptive. Sometimes, in first look, you will feel similarity, but it is deceptive also. It can be deceptive also. Valuer must thoroughly investigate to find differences of attributes between even similar looking properties. Though it looks similar, different attributes you have to study while comparing. Second one, valuer should not immediately jump into conclusion. Never do that. You have to think. You need time to think. So your judgment is affecting this market value. So you have to think twice before you certify, even with market approach. Case must be thoroughly studied by asking for time for valuation and then only consider opinion about valuation should be given. Suppose somebody will say that I need it within 3 days. If it is not possible for you, you can tell him, see, Mr. X, it's not an easy job for this such complicated structure. I need more time, at least 1 week. You can extend. You can ask for time. Okay, whether it is self-assessment or bank or company evaluation, whatever. Depends on. Sometimes even you have to seek the advice of an expert opinion. How? Expert in the field of, suppose you are evaluating for agricultural. As per income tax rule, of course, income tax agriculturalist can only be the they can do. But as far as land and building asset class is considered as per Companies Act, only land is given to land and building. So any land you have to do, whether it is rubber plantation, tea plantation, mining, clay, brickfield, or agriculture, everything comes under you. Okay. Sometimes we are not familiar with this. Suppose, for example, I will tell you tea plantation. So you need an expert opinion. Suppose you need an mineral extracting, coal extraction. Suppose to value the mine of a mining field. So you need an extra. Maybe you will call a geologist. So you have to write his name in the report, his profession, head of the department of so and so college, geology department. So you can take his advice and attach with your valuation report. Nothing wrong in it. You can pay him also. Tell them that I am engaging this expert for this purpose to the client. So you give a decent payment to him from the client only, not from your pocket. Okay, so that is there. Number 3, end users of report should ask for reasons for given valuation, and valuer should support and prove his valuation by giving, demonstrating or supporting evidence. So that is the same thing. You have to attach all the evidence with your report. Suppose you are taking a value from a web portal. You have to take a copy, take a printout from that particular web portal, or any other thing. You have to suppose one local vendor, real estate agent, give you the price. Write his address and mobile number in the report. Most of them won't give you. I will tell you the fact. Most of the people want, why they want to unnecessarily give you the telephone number and this thing for and reference in future dispute. He may be calling. Nobody will agree. In case somebody will come forward, okay, you can write it. Local number. If they are close to you, in case of bank valuation, some vendors, document providers, they tell you this is the price, you can write my number. If they are close to you, but in a known place, you don't have any friends, vendors or document writers, what you will do? Real estate agents. So that depends on the situation, okay? This, now we come to the hedonic principles and to what time we have to take class? Can we?
6:30.
6:30?
6:30.
Okay. I will be fast. If it is 7 o'clock, no issue, no?
No issue, sir. No issue.
Because I came late, no, 15 minutes. Because of some misunderstanding of timing. Okay, no problem, no issue, you know. Hedonic model and adjustment, but you are sitting from morning, no? You need a break? 2 minutes coffee break? Sir? Anybody who
Yes, sir.
needs a coffee break, you can take 2 or 3 minutes or 5 minutes even.
5 minutes. 5 minutes, sir. Coffee
Okay.
break.
Okay. Take some break time. Don't log off. Okay. Don't log off from the screen. It will be there. I'll be here only. Arun Kumar left the meeting. So shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Because maximum attention span of a human being is only 15 minutes. Probably you will forget whatever I am saying, but as long as this PPT will be with you, so it's just for reference purpose only, a guideline. The further study you have to make. But in market approach, there is no complication. Other approaches, case studies, other topics also. You have to depends on so many Google pages or every time you have to Google each and every word. You will get some kind of links. Then your learning process is, grow like anything. In some YouTubes, I'll give you one more example from probability, statistics and probability. YouTube is the best one. Especially the probability cases. There are 6 cases are there. This red ball and white ball. Some probability theory, So you have go through the statistics and probabilities in our syllabus.
It is over yesterday, sir.
Madam, you go to this one, YouTube. You will get plenty of tips. It will be that one answer will be you can easily score 1 or 2 questions. MCQ. YouTube. Okay. So let's start hedonic model. Hedonic model is olden days. No much attributes, but you should know MCQ makeup. It's a simple one. Most popular comparison technique.
What is the meaning of hedonic, sir?
What is the meaning of?
Hedonic.
That I have to check. I don't know. I never hedonic pricing model. I know. We'll see. Somebody is having Google, just Google it and tell me. Okay. So most popular comparison method. Sorry, I am. I'm not. Now only somebody has asked me this question. Really, in my 3 years or 4 years career in my as a faculty, nobody's asked this question. Why hedonic? Anyway, I will check. Okay. P is a function of STL. So S is what you see, size. Hedonic means relating to, characterized by, considered in terms of pleasant sensation. Something of relating, that's all. Relating to. So it is a relation, no. P is a function of pricing is a model identifies price factors. Yes, okay. Somebody has written very elaborately. Thank you very much. I'll read it for you. Mr. Karthikeyan AJ has answered like this. Hedonic pricing is a model that identifies price factors according to premise that price is determined both by internal characteristics of the good being sold and external factors affecting it. Oh, very good. So it is same as what we are now going through, right? Determined by both by internal character and good sold by external factor affecting it. Very good. So that is hedonic, madam. It is there in the chat box. Thank you, Mr. Karthikeyan. Where is he? Mr. Karthikeyan ji, can you on your video, please? Can't see you.
So 1 minute, sir, 1 minute.
So price is the hope VM madam is clear.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
hedonic. The chat box it is there. So hedonic. Anyway, I also learned. Thank you very much. Price is a function of size or covered area of places. Time is a factor. Time factor. T stands for time factor. Yeah, I can see you. You are from which side of Tamil Nadu, sir?
Sir, Chennai, sir.
Chennai. You have good IOV there, and some other people are there, no? I know some people. Okay, anyway. You know Sabhavdi, sir, who takes classes for valuation in different
I
levels.
have the name, sir, but I didn't see him.
Sabhavdi. This Trichy is known as, he's from Trichy, and it is known as Mecca of values.
Okay.
Very good. Okay. Time factor at which asset is traded in the market. L is location of the property, and A, age or physical condition of the property. Okay. This is called P is function of only 4 attributes. Okay. Only 4 characters of the subject property and sale instance properties are considered. Sale instances should be genuine and comprehensive. The comparable should be similar to the subject property. Okay. Now, internal physical characteristics. This you can use in adjacent grid method or whatever other method. Land, size, frontage, depth, shape, orientation. What is depth? What is depth, Mr. Karthikeyanji? Depth of a plot. Width of the plot, you know. Depth is interior part. You know, depth of the plot.
You mean height, sir?
There is a rule. Width to depth ratio, if it is very high, then you cannot use it properly. Actually, it should be wider, and depth is okay, proportionally okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Rectangles, like rectangles. If it is a narrow rectangle, your plot is like this, you know, a narrow plot, road or so. Okay, you cannot use the FSI properly because you are giving the setbacks, all the sides. Fire for multi-story building, you need a fire. No, engine should be go around the building. So you cannot use that property nicely. So if at all it is in a good city, good urban area, when comparing to the land, there it goes 100, maybe 75 lakhs per unit. But this plot, if you buy 75 lakh, what they will do with that plot? In such cases, you have to take into account of depth also. Comparing to the width, if a single property, I'm telling.
Excuse me, sir.
Width, depth is more. It is not preferable actually. That is why depth is an important factor. Okay. Depth, width. Okay, tell me.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, depth actually the distance perpendicular to the frontage.
Yeah, that's wrong. Perpendicular to road, you can say. Not parallel to what? Width. Parallel means width. And perpendicular to the plot, road, which is depth. So size, frontage, depth, shape, and orientation. Then building, layout, design, planning, construction, specification, floor area, age. Now also you can add, I told you, so many other items. Now we have seen one adjustment grid model already. Sale instances similar to the subject property selected. 4 to 5 major attributes you can take. Location, width of the road, the shape of this thing, frontage, width to depth ratio. Every time you won't get with depth width ratio comparison, but some cases you'll get. So that is there. Each aspects a ranking system. There are 2 methods. One is ranking system 532. The other one is percentage, what we are doing, seeing there. But ranking system, I prefer the other one. anyway, but the ranking system, what is that? Very good, good, fair, like that. So for me, a fair property, you maybe say it is a good property. Other may say a very good property. It is subjective, 5 to 3, 5 to so we'll see that ranking system how it works. See, evaluation rate under this model is also similar to the approach under hedonic model. However, under this model, working is less ad hoc and more scientific. In this method also, 4 to 6 comparables and genuine sales are first selected out of several sales collected by a valuer in a locality. So, this sale consideration, you have to visit both. Then only you will get you can compare it, no? For comparison with the subject property, 4 or more major attributes are decided by the valuer. So you will decide what are the attributes factors you are going to take, whether it is location, width of the road, or shape, or frontage, or orientation, or other land characteristics which we have seen, depth, whatever. Therefore, each attribute's ranks are given. Rank 5 is best quality attribute, 5. Medium quality, rank 3. Poor quality, 1. This is one method. If sale instances flat as best specification, rank 5 is given, whereas sale instances flat as medium quality or poor quality, rank is 3 or 1. Similar to what is that? 531. Sir, this is the ranking system. That is let's copy. So, Mr. Pillai sir, what is 531? Okay, 531 is a ranking system. That's how green bill is also ranked. There are some parameters, no? 5 for highest, 3 for medium, 1 for poor. So that is arbitrarily taken as 531. This general practice. Okay, it is a ranking system. If sale instance is flat as so this is already covered. Now the other examples, location factor, rank 5 if civil amenities are close by, you will give 5. What are the civil amenities? Hospitals, colleges, schools, shopping malls, railway station, good road network, these are all civic amenities. If it is close by, okay, you will get a high rank 5 or location factor. Now size factor, rank 5 if flat is apartment area is 75 square meter. I don't know how to evaluate in this method, to be very frank with you. They are taken arbitrarily 75 square meters, rank 5. 75 or less, maybe marketability condition, because smaller flats are you can purchase, purchasing power is price will be low. That may be the reason they give 75 or less square meter 5, rank 5, 75 to 150 rank 3, and floor area 150 and above as 1. This
Because
is not going to ask.
Indian
This
population.
question is not going to ask you any. I didn't see anywhere in the IBBI question paper. Okay, tell me.
So, because the reason is middle class people are more populated
Yeah,
in
yeah,
India. That's the reason.
Okay, middle class or poor class, I don't know. I'm not sure about it. Anyway, this is the logic behind it. Okay, middle class has got, okay, fine. Now it is, generally speaking, middle class is more. We are, as WHO says, or UN says, more, that's why we are good market for foreign companies. Because middle class people are more. Everybody has got cars. Some definitions are there for a middle class person. So naturally, I'm not comparing that one. To be very frank with you, because I'm still in doubt. Okay. Age factor. Let us see age factor. If building is less than 10 years, 5. If building is less than having age of 10 to 30, 3. building having age more than 30 years, one. Then specification factor, delay specification, that is highest. M25 concrete RCC structure or M20, M25 like that. Good specification, plastering, painting, everything premier.
Excuse me,
Fixtures are
sir.
premier. So you will
Sir,
get. Tell me, sir.
Sir, deluxe specification also includes that flooring quality, wall painting quality. These are also included.
Yes, everything included. Okay, deluxe specification, standard specification, then 3. Poor specification, 2. 1. Okay, fine. There could be many more factors to attribute property which can be considered by valuer, comparison and adjustment. In short, I will tell you to be precise. You should know there is a system like ranking system. Suppose I never see such a question in question paper. Nobody is asked so far. But in case it comes, you use this and find out. But it is subjective, again. If they are given this deluxe specification, okay, you give 5. Then you can do that. But it is very difficult to frame the question. That's why I'm telling you to frame a question in case study is difficult. So I don't see any similar kind of things in case study. But in practical valuation or some MCQ, they may ask ranking. So better to follow this slide, okay? More lenient to practical valuation side. Of course, case studies are also good, but when it comes to practical side, I think weightages is more, flexible, giving weightages. Land characteristics are its effect on land value. There are enumerate land characteristics. Certain characteristics enhance the value while others lower it. Okay, we have seen it. Some of them are naturally occurring while others may be artificially implanted. What is naturally occurring? Topography is natural. If it is polluted, it is implanted, artificially implanted. If it is the size matters, also it is artificial, partition, or he got from other property, shape, or anything. So it is naturally and artificially. If some improvements are made, it is artificial. Location, tenure of land, infrastructure amenities, neighborhood, state central laws, frontage, building bylaws, depth, accessibility, etc. Then comes encumbrance. What is encumbrance? Encumbrance, but
Easy.
you can explain it. That is, your property is encumbered by some other people, some part of it. That is called encumbrance. Or your property is mortgaged in bank and you are going to sell it. The encumbrance is mortgage. So similar type of things are there, no? So you will get a detailed report from legal advice, a lawyer like VM Madam. Meanwhile, I would like to tell VM Madam that you got so many other field in IBBI where you can write, they prefer advocates for limited insolvency professionals. Okay. So meanwhile, I would like to tell, I think only one, Madam is advocate here, right?
I'm not in practicing advocate, sir.
You are practicing advocate?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm working with evaluation.
But you have got that, legal, see, people who have got legal background is have much scope in insolvency process rather than registered valuers. Of course, you are going to be registered valuer, first that you can try for limited insolvency process or something like that. Try for it because
Okay,
there advocates and chartered accountants are more preferred. That's why you are more aware of legality, legal
yes,
complications and all, so you can easily grasp rather than a technical person. So encumbrance size, climatic condition, road width, natural forces, topography, environmental aspects, stigma effect, and TDR. What is TDR? You have gone through land acquisition? No. It comes under TDR. Okay. It says TDR means transferable development rights. Transferable development rights. It comes under mainly in TDR. That time you will learn it. Okay. That affects actually. Then hypothetical plotting scheme. See, this is where more scientific and rational valuing very large plot. I told you now, very large plots. Like belting theory. This is belting theory may ask as a case study. From here onwards, you can find some, if you are lucky enough, because belting theory is very easy and to apply also very easy. To solve the problem is also very easy. Applied where large plots or sales are not available in the locality. Large size plot, how much? For ground or kata, whatever unit you use. It is not available. So what do you do? Very for large plot. Small plot is it available. It should be possible to divide large plot into smaller plots for like a residential colonies. So you make roads and all. But that kind of question never comes. It comes belting theory. I will tell you later. Depth of the plot should be greater than the frontage. Here, depth is at the same time reasonably good width is there, like 50 meter, 75 meter, but the other one is 650 meters. But that never affects pricing because 75 meters itself is sufficient if you belt it, if you divide it. You are dividing to smaller plots. So in that case, there is no problem. Depth should be more. Internal roads and amenities to be planned and laid out. Forget about this developers profit or the sale process that we'll see the see one more thing I will tell you. Without giving in the question paper, never assume anything. Whatever you want, it will be in the question paper. IBBI question paper. You cannot, if you go through this is general thing. I don't want you to discourage. You can learn it afterwards. Or it's a thumb rules only. Developers profit is taken at 10% to 15%. In question paper, they will give developers profit this much. Sometimes there will be some unnecessary data also. You won't use it. So it is twist the question, to confuse. So IBBI question papers is framed like that. So this very intelligently they have done it. Some case studies. Okay, that we'll see in later stage. Okay, these are the this general reading deduction you can have. Okay, then belting method applied when valuation is very large plot is required and comparable data of smaller plots is available. Used for plots with large depths. Value of plot decreases with distance from the road. This is the first principle. Suppose you will get 1,000 rupees for first plot. That is close to the road. Next belt will get probably 2/3 of it. And the remaining will get
50%.
50% of 2/3. How do you know?
Sir, I have seen in the book actually the third plot is generally taken the cost as 50% of the first plot.
Very good, very good. Okay. Like that, okay? 50% of the second plot maybe, okay? There are some thumb rules like that. But in question paper, IBP question paper, they will mention it. how much you have to take, a depth also, price also. So nothing is left. Every data is with you. So you can do this. Okay, if it is in a case study, my case study was this. I appeared in 2018. Building method. I was so happy to see building method because this is the easiest one you can expect. So let us see one illustration. Okay. So road, you see, that is the road. This one is the road. So you consider, this is in the question paper, 50 meter, 200 meter wide and total 600 meter depth. Okay, 200 meter wide and total 600 meter depth. It is given. In situation, subject land is located in such a place where instance of sale large plots is in locality are not available. Large plot price is not available. So small sized roadside developed plots are available. Small size we have 600 per square meter. Okay, 600 per square meter. Plot is located in developing area of town where demand for housing site exists. The subject land is not surrounded by agricultural land. The depth of the plot is 600 meters, considerably more as compared to road frontage of 200. This is 200 only. The guideline rate is 300 per square meter. Unit market rate is 600. So here, one data you are not using anywhere. Which one is that? Guideline rate. Guideline rate, because this is for stamp duty purpose. Nothing to do with market value. But it is given. So don't use it anywhere. Okay. Now you are going to divide it. How? That is in the MCQ it is there. So we know that first plot total 200 meter, 600 meter depth, and the first plot having 600 rupees 600 square meter. This much only we know. Other things we are taken from where the questions, related questions you can see. The main question do not have that one. Okay. Other details are not there. What is the value of first portion from roadside if the plot is considered as 50 meters in depth, assuming the basic rate? This is
60
the first. So, how much?
60 lakhs.
You are right.
Yes, sir.
So, see how they solved it. 50 into 200 size. Okay, 200 is width and 50 is depth. So area is 10,000 square meter. Unit rate for smaller plots is available. 600 meter roadside plot. So value of the plot is 60 lakh. Option A. Right?
Sir, one thing, may I ask, sir?
Oh, okay. Ask me.
Sir, actually, so far I know the first plot of the depth of the first plot is considered as width of the plot. Second plot is 1.5 times of the depth of the first plot.
Don't assume. We'll see that in the next question. You are not supposed to assume anything. This is thumb rule you are saying right. But you need not take any thumb rule at all in IBBI question paper.
Okay.
Oh, you see the next question. Okay, then you will understand. What is the value of second portion from roadside if the plot is considered as 200 meters in depth? It is given 200 meters depth. Width is also 200. Width is throughout 200. So it is given 200 meter depth. Rate considered for 40% less than first one. 40% less than. That means 60% of 600. Right? 40% less. So just see how they are worked out. 200 into 200 is the size. So you got 40,000 square meter. Yes. Then unit rate 40% less than first portion. That is 0.6. Remember the calculation. Otherwise, you have to find out 40%, then deduct from the original cost. Better you directly, being a mathematician, you can do 0.6, 100 minus 40 by 100. So 60%. Say 0.6 into 600, 360. So value of second portion is 1.446. Okay. That is also over. So second plot is clear now. The what is the next question? Let us see. What is the value of third portion? From roadside, if the plot is considered as rest of the plot. So find out what is the depth. Total depth you know, 600. So 250 is gone. 50 for first belt, 200 for the second belt. So remaining is 600 minus 250, 350, right?
350 into 300.
200 will give you plot area. Then consider 50% less than second one. Wait, as you said, it is 50% less than the second one.
That is 300 per square meter.
Yes. So
126, sir.
126? What? This is right now? 50% of 360. That is 180 per
Correct,
square.
sir. 180.
Ah?
Correct, sir. 180, correct, sir.
Yes. So third portion you got. So now total value of the plot, this will be the next question. See how easy it is. What is the value of entire land? Add all these things. 1, 2, 3. 3.3 you will get. Right? So D is the right answer.
Sir, in IBBI question, each and every plot dimension there will be given and rate how much to be considered will be given.
Everything, yes.
Okay, sir.
Each study case, all study case, not only this. See, you need not assume anything in IBB. Once you assume, you are in trouble. You lose mark. See, if you lose, this is 2 mark question. That means 0.5 per minus 0.5. Okay, you lose minus 0.5 mark. If you don't know, leave it, no problem. All the questions you need not answer, but similar thing you can answer all. But keep in mind, we have a false notion that if you don't write all answers for the case studies, you will fail. Nothing like that. After this MEP classes, you take 20 days or 25 days. Every day, 2-3 hours. Early morning or early night time. You have to do that. That is for sure. Don't jump into for examination. You have got 1 month, more than 1 month now. Because from July, the syllabus is changing, but syllabus is not syllabus actually. Syllabus is same more or less. Only the weightage for certain topics are changing. For example, valuation of real estate, now it is 10 marks. It reduces to 7 marks. Then case studies, instead of 2 case studies, you have 3 case studies from July 1st.
Total 26 marks.
26. Yeah, so you know the things, okay? So be careful about it. Before that, you try to clear it. Otherwise, also don't panic. But you take your own time to learn. First of all.
Sir, one thing, sir, I'm asking you that what do you think about us? How much time it will take to
At
clear
least
the
20
exam?
days, sir, for sure. 20 days to 20. Every day counts. Every hour counts. Then, of course, the particular day, if you are lucky, okay, fine. But after MEP class, if you suddenly appear, I am sure that you will get 40 to 50 marks. From 50 mark onwards, it is so clear that question paper framing is like that. After 50 marks, to reach the 10 marks, no, that is a hurdle. You have to learn all the topics. If you want to leave something, okay, fine. Some portion of your topic, okay, fine. Because economics and all, not higher level, you don't need to, that kind of things are there. So Valuation topic you have to learn fully. Laws of valuation, valuation of real property, approaches, various purposes of valuation. Then judgments are there, 10 judgments. You can score easily 2 marks. Because 10 judgments you have to learn, that's all. Then other things you can get from economics, some mark out of 10, you can get 7 marks maximum. 7, leave 3. Like that you see every day you fix a target. How much percentage? So economics, suppose you are very good in economics, you put 9 marks. You are average in economics, you put 6 or 7 marks. You are poor in economics, you put 4 marks. Likewise, you make a table mark list, then add together. If it is 60, go for it. So, but cover the topics accordingly. For that, I am telling you 20 to 25 days, please. Because all the batches, some people are jumping into examination with confidence. Because here confidence is good, of course I appreciate. But the only thing is without preparation we cannot. 50 marks anyhow you can go. After that it is very difficult for each and every 1 mark. Very difficult. So try to pass. Of course, it is my personal opinion. I take one for complete 1 month, then only I appeared for the examination. Okay. And the first time I failed also. That time only Chennai, only the center, and Mumbai and Delhi, 4 metro cities. So Chennai appeared, I failed. Then next chance I took in Mumbai. There I passed. So I know my own experience. So that's why take your own time to pass the exam. Okay, you take out your time to learn first. Okay, I will help. See, whatever doubts you have, can ask all the faculties. They will help you. Now, question number 5. Which method of valuation is accepted in case of huge plot to be valued? So the answer is plotting scheme method. Plotting scheme method. Here other methods are not the sales comparison method, net present value method, transfer development right method, nothing like that. Only plotting scheme method in market approach. Now residual technique. As I told you, sometimes land value is not known in the same case, but here we are using some other method. What is that? Minor difference between residual method and development method. When sale transaction of undeveloped properties of similar nature are available for comparison, development method is adopted. But properties which are very complex, the residual method is to be followed. It is a hybrid method of evaluation since a combination of market, cost, income approaches are used. It is a hybrid method actually. Let us see how they are doing it. Residual value. What is residual? You have to see this residual value itself means land value. Whatever after the development, everything, sale price you are getting, you deduct the all cost, sale cost, development cost, profit, everything you deduct. Finally, you will get a figure. That is the land value. This is the concept. Appraisal of an amount which are available to pay for land for an economic activity after making allowance for expenses and profit. That is called surplus. Residual value is called surplus value. This surplus value is land value. The land value comes from surplus value. For example, see, when a property has scope for development, residual value is adopted. S minus D minus P is equal to L. Don't remember about L, S and all. Where sale proceed 50 lakhs, suppose.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Wow. Okay, go.
Sir,
Go ahead, sir.
Sir, the cost of development, it will be given in the IBBI question, how much cost is to be incurred in development cost. Otherwise, it is to be calculated.
Yes, if the question comes, most probably, maybe in MCQ it may come, not a case study, don't worry. They will give sale proceed is 50 lakhs, cost of development is 15 lakhs, profit is 10 lakhs. So surplus for land. So sale proceed 50 lakhs minus 15 lakhs minus 10. You got 25 lakhs. This is the land value. Surplus of land for land. This is considered as land value. Okay. So this kind of method never happens in case studies. Okay. So far. In some MCQ they may ask. I don't see. To be very frank with you. But you have to learn this residual method. Maybe they will ask in residual value what is surplus. Surplus is land value. That can be a question from MCQ. Okay. Rather than a market transaction, this method looks at the property as value to the owner. When there is no established market for a property, it is duty of valuer to evaluate the land as a developmental site. To adopt this method, the developer should be able to gauge the sale and cost. This is owner will give you the details. That means owner's perspective. Okay, he's going to deliver his sale consideration is this much and all those things. Now the important case study is valuation of joint. We are on time. Joint venture properties. I don't mind to sit any longer time. Don't worry about it. But it is for you to sit so long, and my AAR will also first wants to stop at time. Okay. Valuation of joint will take 15 minutes more. That's all. Okay. Valuation of joint venture properties. Joint venture may take place between two developers or two owner or developer typically. Landowner contribution of land. Developer approval, development of property, marketing, everything is developer. A significant part of cost of residential commercial projects is included in the cost of land. And as I told you, land component will be always higher because it is an expensive area where the apartment culture or joint venture culture is there. Okay, so this is the illustration. They may ask, I don't know, or a part of a question they may ask. FSI, like composite rate. That we'll see cost approach. Okay, next week, cost approach. So illustration of joint venture. This is a part of cost approach. Okay. Anyway, you have to see this. Mr. X is owning a plot of 10,000 square feet. The prevailing market rate is 900 per square feet. The guideline rate here also given 12,000. Don't look at it. He wants to construct a residential apartment building and he approaches the promoter with a proposal. The present construction cost is 250. The promoter's profit given 15%. FSI is given 1.5. Floor space index or floor area ratio. I think VM madam will feel difficulty in FSI. I can explain for you if you want.
No, sir. You know it, sir.
You know FSI, floor space index.
Yes.
That is total plinth area divided by plot area.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. That I will give you more explanation in cost approach. Don't
the total built-up area by total plot area by plinth area.
Yeah. Only plinth area is considered. Built-up area don't consider because built-up area you are adding common area also.
Plot area by plinth area.
You have to find the plinth area. All the plinth area. If it is 3 floor, all the 3 floors you have to take it. Extend that way I'll explain when cost approach is there. Why built-up area is not taken. Why how to take plinth area. All those things. Because common area percentage is there. Some questions. Common area percentage is common area divided by total plinth area, not plot area. So similarly, the definition for other built-up area, nowadays RARA rules has come. Only carpet area only you can sell the for apartments as per RERA rules, Real Estate Regulatory Authority. As per RERA rules, carpet area is only to be considered. Why? Before, as a layman or a common people, they don't know 2,500 means built-up area. They will build SPB. Sometimes they use the word super built-up area. I don't know what is that. We know now because this is not an engineering word actually. Super built-up area. The builders are coined this term. Super built-up area is adding all this common area proportionally to the flat area. So instead of 250 square meter, if we take measurement, they will get hardly 1,500 square feet instead of 2,500 square feet. So people, what is usable area? That is carpet area. So now a rule has come. As per RERA rules, it should be solved in carpet area, 1 MCQ. Okay. Carpet area is to be taken. Okay. Extent of plot. Let us start doing some. See, while you get a question like this, you write down the data first, whatever given in the question paper. So it is easy. Market area, guideline rate given, construction cost is given, promoter's profit is given, FSM is given. So just write it down, then go to the questions, MCQ. Read thoroughly because you will get some data from the MCQ. MCQ means related questions of case studies. There are 6 questions, no? 6 and plus 4 questions. So here I am just giving you the example for ratio, how to find the ratio, PL ratio, that is promoters to landlord. Land rate, I told you 900. FSI 1.5. Here is the crux of the problem. Land component is 900 divided by 1.5 only you have to take. That is 6,000 square feet. 6,000 per square feet. Not 9,000 directly you cannot take. Because of this FSI factor. Building component you can directly take 2,500 promoters. Here you cannot take builder's profit. In joint ventures, builder's profit is not considered. So total is 600 plus 250. 850 is the composite rate. That means promoter, land and building. Promoter is building, land is yours. So 850 per unit. So out of 850, how much is landlord? How much is promoters? So promoters is 250 only. 250 by 850 into 100. 29%. Whereas landlord share is 6,000 divided by 850 into 100. 71%. So the joint venture ratio is 29:71. Always they will give you 29:71 only. Who's promoter? Who is promoter? Which is promoters? Which is landlord? It is internationally accepted. First one is for promoter. Second one is for landlord. Clear? See this. Any doubt?
Sir, promoter's profit is not considered here.
What?
Promoter's profit is still considered here.
Profit. You mean profit?
Promoter's profit.
Owner's what profit? Owner's land. See, I have a land. I don't want to, this land I cannot sell because of high rate. People are not ready. Then only I will go for a builder for a joint venture property. Right? Now I will tell you another example. This is also why we are giving lease agreement. Because you don't want to sell the property, but you want an income from the property. Because some sentimental attachment or you need in future after 20 years your higher studies, your child higher study. So you want that property. So you are giving this. Here the justification is, see, this is happening. Very high value property won't go. You cannot sell it. That much high value, nobody wants to write in white. So There may be that reason. So people are preferring, okay, you take this. So 71% flat, they will provide flat. Now they won't pay money to you, 71% of your total amount. They will pay, they will say, okay, suppose there is 50 flats. 71% of flat belongs to you. 29 flats he will take. But he will make an arrangement with you because you don't have a marketing team or a management team or nothing. But builder has. So he will sell, I will sell it for you. This is precondition. You will write an agreement. So from that also he will take some commission. So in total, his amount is not blocked for land. He is getting a prime location. That is the plus point of joint ventures as far as a promoter is concerned. For you also it is good. You are not doing anything. This poor fellow is constructing, selling, and giving you the flat. That also is also, if agreed, he is also selling for that 71%, and you are getting money, regular income, or slowly you will get all the 71%. So that is the logic behind it. Okay. And okay, now MCQ time. Time for some MCQ I have. We'll see. And I will give you after case studies the whole MCQs with whatever I have. Sale transaction records cannot be fully relied upon because of wrong representation, undervaluation, overvaluation, parallel economy.
Parallel economy.
Exactly right, sir, madam. That is D. Answer D. Sales transaction records cannot be fully relied upon because of parallel economy. You cannot depend on. Now, 2. Weightages adopted in sales transaction may change from locality to locality, be constant everywhere, change from purpose to purpose, change from time to time. The weightages adopted in a sale transaction may, see here, prime factor you have to take.
Locality to locality.
Locality to locality. Yes, I will tell you. Once a very senior valuer is asked by question. Somebody asked me, which is the most defining factor? 3 factors. 3 factors of what? Weightage or factor affecting the value of the property. He said, first one is location, second one location, third one location. This was his answer. So location is the prime defining factor of any property. Okay. So weightages adopted in sales transaction may change from locality to locality. Third one, adjustment grid model mainly for flats, restaurants, cinema theatre, agriculture. Adjustment grid model. Adjustment grid. Out of which the
Agriculture land.
Agricultural land.
No, not agricultural land. We have seen one flat there, no? Apartment, square feet, and etc. etc. An adjustment grid model. It should not be agricultural land. It should not be income generating also, because restaurants, cinema theatres are income generating.
Okay. It is flat.
It is flat. Now, return frontage is also known as what? What is a return frontage? Can anybody say?
Corner plots.
Exactly. Who said?
Narayanapura.
Play. Lazy. Play, sir. You?
Yes.
Very good, sir. Suppose there is a plot like this. Say
This is
support is going like
tandem
this.
plot.
So this is called this is a corner plot because there is a road here, this one, and here also frontage. There is a road. So corner plot. So you can enter through this and exit through other gate. That is corner plot. Return frontage is a plus point. Okay. കട്ടിട്ടെ. ഓക്കെ. So you know what is a what do you call now? Tandem plot? You want to know what is tandem plot?
No,
Who
sir,
asked
sorry.
me this question?
No, sir, sorry. Tandem plot is way that the back side is more.
Yeah. No. Tandem plot means okay, entrance through main road, small entrance. Then you have a bigger plot.
Bigger back
Yeah,
side.
that is called tandem plot.
Back
Then
side
corner plot is corner plot. Then double frontage is there.
double
Front
front
and
is
back.
corner plot. Double front is corner plot.
Double front, that is return frontage.
Return.
Double frontage is back and rear side.
Corner return front.
Not a corner plot, it is called double frontage.
Only passage is available in tandem lot, sir.
Huh?
Only passage is available.
Passage is available. Yeah.
Tandem
Some
lot.
people prefer that one because high polluted traffic, it is always preferable. Some people. Tandem plots are preferring. Because it is away from the, at least 10 meters, 8 meters away from the roadside means that dust is not. Main issue is dust in roadside, any roadside property. It need not be a national highway or a state highway. Even Sada concrete road, if you live there, or a bitumen road, it the whole inside our room, it will come if traffic is there. Okay, so people will prefer sometimes for residential purpose tandem plots. Depends on. Intermittent plot means okay in between other plots. Corner
Locked
plot.
plots. Locked plot.
Yeah. Huh?
Locked plots.
Not locked. Locked means landlocked.
Landlocked.
Landlocked means you certify only 30%. But I will tell you one thing. There is no plot is practically landlocked, even if it is in Antarctica, because land is a limited commodity and either government or court will find a way to access the plot through another that is easement right, easement from other people. So as far as a valuer is concerned, if it is landlocked, you must write 30% of the market price. You can write the report. I am certifying only 30% of the market price because it's a landlocked. Generally accepted practice, 25 to 30% you can market value. You can certify. Okay. Now, when total unavailability of sale instances are there, the method useful to find the land value is profit method, sales comparison method, land and building method, residual method.
Residual method, sir.
Residual method, because unavailability of sale instances. So find the land value, surplus value by residual method. Okay, one question from, you can frame like this from residual method. Sixth. Okay, question number 6. The open unobstructed view in front of a building is known as what? Tell me.
पूछ लेते हैं
What is that? Tell me. You can ask.
देख नहीं यार अब तो
If you want to close this one, I will close. I will run away. If you want to continue, I will continue.
Elevation.
Not elevation, sir. Unobstructed view.
Clear view.
The answer expected is by IBBI question paper is vista. The word vista.
What is the meaning of vista, sir?
That is the meaning, the unobstructed view of the front of the building. That's the meaning for vista. Okay. Land may have been used as burial ground or some crime or murder story is linked with such lands. This effect is called as
stigma effect, sir.
yes,
Stigma
exactly,
effect.
stigma effect.
घर बन जाएगा.
Belting method cannot be applied for agricultural lands, mossil lands, open lands, corporation lands. Here you will have some doubts on what is mossil land.
Agricultural land.
Agricultural land.
Yes, exactly, agricultural land. All other lands can be used for. Now I will ask. I would like to ask you one more question. In agricultural land, there is passages. No, call it is no between the field. Small walking path. You might have seen.
Unable to hear you,
गौरव ने
sir.
दे दी थी valuation.
Somebody is talking, madam. I cannot help.
दी है.
Please
वो प्रॉपर्टी को ही नया निकला है तो उस चक्कर में जाना पड़ सकता है. जैसा तो ले ले अपने नेक्स्ट कर लेना और हैं. अरे लड़के भी
Excuse
नहीं है,
me.
तो भगा दिए तूने, एक भी नहीं, तो ज्वाइन भी नहीं करवाया. चांस नहीं है ना, कल के पता नहीं चलेगा. ठीक है.
Mr. Vikas Ji, please mute yourself.
Okay. Between the agricultural field, you might have seen some pathways, no? If it is rice field or wheat field, whatever. It is considered as a public pathway. Okay, anybody can walk through it, even though no field is of his own property. It is considered as public property. They can use public property in the sense that they can use that way in agricultural land. Okay. So that's enough for the day. Thank you very much for spending time with me.
Thank you, sir.
And I learned something from you also. Have a very nice time, and we will see next week with some other topics.
One last clarification.
Ah,
What is Mufassil lands?
Mofsil land, yes. In British period, colonial period, except these metro cities like Calcutta or Mumbai, they are all called Mofsil.
Okay.
Suburban areas, Mofsils. That is called Mofsil. Don't worry about it. Nowadays, it is not. Just for an example only, they are shown. But at the same time, I think in Tamil Nadu, they are using Mosil land still. I have seen their PWD manual. It is written Mosil.
Yes, sir. Some areas are there.
Yes, I know. So that's enough for the day.
Sir,
Have a
thank you,
nice.
sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Shall I leave? So, bye. Have a nice day. Go through it. Bye.
We will all please mark the fill the feedback form in a WhatsApp group.
Okay.